In a laboratory, a researcher holds up a cylindrical vial. He laughs maniacally. Ha ha ha. It's a success. The system, it's finally complete. This crystal is truly magnificent. The energy it holds is incredible. The man stares at the sparks arcing from the crystal. Suddenly, he realizes something is terribly wrong. What's happening? He lets out a sudden scream. A massive, earth-shattering explosion erupts. The secret U.S. military research facility is obliterated. Night falls over Yinzhou City, China. In a small apartment, the news is on TV. In recent news, multiple transdimensional breaches have been reported in the United States and Japan. The fallout has been catastrophic. Armed forces have been unable to contain the colossal creatures emerging from these breaches. Civilian casualties are mounting. The situation is dire. International experts are urgently working to develop a counter-strategy. A young man, munching on a kebab, is glued to the screen. He mutters to himself, "Damn, things are escalating fast." Suddenly, his phone pings with a notification. He glances at the screen. Huh, did the Master Comics app get an update? Whether they be fiery insects or invading transdimensional beings, nothing can stop my path to leveling up. All right, time to introduce our protagonist. Zoni Cheng, 22 years old, single since birth. After graduating with a useless major from a third-rate university, he's stuck in a dead-end job, just drifting through life, waiting for it to be over. The only bright spot in his life is the latest chapter of his favorite cultivation manhwa. Just as Zoni Cheng was engrossed in his phone, a glowing crystal shot through the window. A strange voice echoed. Found one at last. A perfectly compatible host. Zoni Cheng grinned. So this is what it feels like to be the protagonist. But before he could finish the thought, the crystal slammed right into his forehead. Irk! The phone slipped from his hand. The window behind him suddenly shattered. A pillar of light erupted. An immense pressure radiated outwards. Zoni Cheng floats in midair. He gasped in shock. This strange feeling. What is this? System notification. Host compatibility successful. Activating the dimension breaker system. Initiating preliminary host enhancement. Zoni Cheng's body began to twist and contort violently. He screamed, It hurts. My body, it feels like it's going to explode. What the hell is happening? His consciousness began to fade. The next morning, he woke up. Zoni Cheng clutched his head. Ugh, my head is killing me. He glanced at his phone screen. Crap, it's already 10. I'm so late for work. As soon as he stood up, he felt impossibly light. Zoni Cheng was stunned. Whoa, why do I feel so light? What's going on? I remember now. Last night, I had this really weird dream. Something about a system. Just then, system notification. I am the Great Dimension Breaker System. I am the Great Dimension Breaker System. From this day forward, you will bear the mission of a Dimension Breaker, and I am your personal guide. Zoni Cheng thought to himself, Dimension Breaker? Is this because of all that news I watched last night? Am I having one of those superhero dreams and just haven't woken up yet? He thought. He leaps out the window. I'm about to fly out and test my new superpowers. Suddenly, he realizes something feels off. Icheng peeks down below. Annie Wong is hanging laundry. In the dream, there was supposed to be a stunning beauty down there. Oh crap, this isn't a dream. Doesn't that mean I'm about to fall to my death? The system clears its throat. Ahem. Do you think I don't care about my reputation? You're the host I worked so hard to find. How could I possibly let you fall to your death? Icheng lands gently on the ground. He exclaims in astonishment. This is real. And I didn't die, which means the Dimension Breaker System is real. Tell me, what must this great hero do to save the world? The system begins to explain. Host, this is your sea of consciousness. Please select a class, and the system will begin the technique transmission. He mutters to himself. A technique transmission. Am I about to get a head start? Several options appear on the system screen. Tech class. Cultivation class. Mutant class. Bloodline class. Icheng looks them over. The tech class seems so cool. But the cultivation class is really tempting too. Let me think for a second. The system gives an anxious reminder. 10-second countdown ending. The system has made a random selection for you. He hastily replies. Okay. Stop rushing me. I choose the cultivation class. Sword cultivator. Class selection confirmed. Cultivation class. Martial cultivator. Beginning martial arts technique transmission. Countless martial arts stances are uploaded into his mind. Ichung glances at the selection and screams, "Are you kidding me? Wait a second." The system decisively completes the transmission of the primary technique. He feels a distinct surge of power. So I'm a martial cultivator, which wasn't what I expected. But this feeling isn't half bad. Song Ichung is finally about to reach the pinnacle of his life. He picks up a large rock, and with a crack, crushes it to dust. Then he stands and shouts, 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. In all of heaven and earth, I alone am supreme. An old man passing by sees this and sighs. What a lost cause. What's got into the youth these days, acting so crazy? But his moment of triumph is short-lived. A friendly reminder from the system. If the mission is not completed within the specified time, the system will punish the abandoned host. Ichung is shocked. There's a punishment too. The system displays. Punishment for this mission. Freeze the host for 23 years. He shoots to his feet. I'm going to do the mission right now. Nobody try and stop me. Yanjiao City Center. Breaking news. A series of brutal murders of young female students has shaken the city. Reporting live from the scene. According to information we've just received, an eyewitness has reported seeing the suspect in this area. We will now interview the witness. A terrified woman says, "It was terrifying. He kills without even blinking, and his clothes were so strange. I have no idea what brand they were. And another thing, his hairstyle." Just then, a figure suddenly appears on the awning, reaching out a hand. A witness screams. A young woman covers her mouth, shouting, "Oh my God, look, someone's about to die. There's some weirdo up there." High above the street, the transmigrator, Dongmin Qing, holds a woman in his arms. He scoffs at the crowd below. A bunch of insects. All you can do is scream. What a filthy era. It's impossible to find a single pure soul. A whore like this is someone I'd kill without a second thought. I'm merely carrying out the will of the heavens. And with that, he lets out a twisted laugh. A reporter yells out. The camera zooms in on him. That's him, the suspect in the massacre. The crowd erupts into chaos. Look, he's killing someone else. This is terrifying. Someone call the police. Dongmin Qing leaps higher. Just you wait. After I'm done here, you're all next. Meanwhile, Iching is on the move, following directions. System notification. Host. The transmigrator is within a 500-meter radius. Please follow the system's guidance to intercept. He leaps across the roof of a building. He replies cheerfully, "Roger that. Man, after getting that cultivation technique, my back doesn't ache, and my legs don't get tired. I can leap a dozen stories in a single bound. This is awesome." He lands on a rooftop, looking down at the crowd gathered below. So this is the place. The tracking scanner has identified the target. He's blocking the way on the other side. Dongmin Qing is struggling with a young woman. Iching mutters to himself. Found him. That damn transmigrator. So it's this bastard. The girl is screaming. You monster. Don't touch me. Hif hif. Don't be scared, beautiful. This young master will give you a little body check. The system analysis displays the target's information. Dongmin Qing. Transmigrator number 1242. Crimes. Countless murders. Rape. Mission level. E rank. Iching lets out a surprised, Dongmin, the great official from Water Margin, wasn't he just some lecherous scoundrel? How'd he turn into a serial killer here? The system replies. There are thousands of parallel worlds. This Dongmin Qing is not the one the host is familiar with. He feels a pang of anxiety. The news crews got here way too fast. If I get caught on camera, won't my real identity be exposed? Iching spots a fallen clothesline. He grabs a face mask from it. A superhero's got to keep a low profile. He launches himself toward the target and shouts, Hey, you with the long hair down there. Dongmin Qing looks up. Who? He casually rips the front of the victim's shirt. The girl screams. Luckily, she has another layer on underneath. Song Iching crosses his arms, glaring at him. He calls out in a loud voice. I'm talking to you. Let that girl go now. Let me. He jumps down, getting closer. No, wait. If you got the guts, come at me instead. Dongmin Qing. He asks coldly. And where the hell did this little punk crawl out from? With that, he shoves the girl aside. He says with a smirk, What's the hurry, little beauty? I'll take care of this guy and be right back with you. He draws his sword. Icheng roars in anger. You dare ruin my fun? Then I guess we'll have to let our blades do the talking. Icheng shouts frantically. Hold on, he thinks to himself. Oh crap, I was just trying to act tough. I didn't think he'd actually have a weapon. How am I supposed to fight him barehanded? Dongmin Qing points his sword at him. What are you waiting for? Take this. He attacks with the flirtatious gaze sword technique. Icheng leans back, dodging the blow. He urges desperately. System, hurry up and think of something. The system calmly replies. Please remain calm. Host. Generating weapon. Countdown. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. He yells. I'm about to die here. Are you kidding me with this countdown? Dongmin Qing gives chase, sword in hand. Where do you think you're going? Icheng thinks to himself. Good thing I have a cultivation technique. If I just focus, I can see his movements clearly. Dongmin Qing laughs sinisterly as he slashes down. You coward. All you know how to do is dodge. How pathetic. Oomph. Icheng is out of room to retreat. He leans back against the wall, then launches a surprise counterattack. Dongmin Qing is knocked back. In his hands, Icheng now holds a long spear. He leaps into the air. He shouts, Who did you just call weak? A system notification appears. 9-bin spear generation complete. Engaging 6 harmonies attack method. Dongmin Qing stares at him, dumbfounded. This guy, he's not just some nobody. He can summon a giant spear out of thin air. Icheng soars high into the air, executing the 6 harmonies spear technique. Azure Dragon emerges from water. A cameraman below quickly points his lens at the chaotic battle. The crowd below is instantly captivated. A murmur ripples through the onlookers. That's incredible. Are martial arts masters like that for real? That young guy with the spear is so strong. That spear must weigh dozens of pounds, at least. After exchanging a few blows, Icheng can't help but think to himself. So this is the power of an E-rank transmigrator? He's much stronger than I imagined. The system suggests. Host, Dongmin Qing's footwork is erratic and unpredictable. You must adapt to the situation. He replies. Got it. He thrusts the spear forward with blinding speed. Dongmin Qing casually leans aside, dodging it. He scoffs. You think you can hurt me with such simple moves? How naive. As he speaks, he slashes with his sword, the blade grazing past Icheng. Icheng immediately changes his line of attack. You fell for it. Witness my own creation, the 6 harmony spear combined with the Shaolin staff technique. He whirls the spear's shaft around, sweeping it across the pervert's body, and smashing it hard into Dongmin Qing's side. He lets out a pain scream and collapses to the ground. He coughs uncontrollably. Cough. Ugh. I can't believe this guy's internal energy is so profound. Dongmin Qing suddenly speaks up. Great hero. You and I have no quarrel. How about we just stop here? Stop here? Icheng shouts. If I let you go, who knows how many more innocent girls will suffer at your hands. I am Song Icheng. Let me send you on your way. Having just mastered the ultimate technique, the fluorescent spear, he immediately unleashed it. Seeing this move, Dongmin Qing was utterly shocked. How is this possible? This technique was lost for hundreds of years. Looks like I have to use my ultimate move. Tiger rises. He channeled his internal energy, unleashing the ultimate technique of his flirtatious sword style. The Jin Ping Mei, 2 powerful streams of energy clashed. The impact shook the entire area, but Icheng's spear was just too powerful. It shattered his opponent's sword and pierced his heart in a single strike. The enemy was annihilated. Dongmin Qing collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Song Icheng landed softly. He held out his hand and called. 9-bin spear. Return. He looked down at his opponent's gruesome death. You brought this upon yourself. Suddenly, Dongmin Qing's body disintegrated, leaving an item behind. Icheng thought to himself. Looks like killing the monster dropped some loot. It was a huge stack of cash. But just as he was about to pick it up, he realized it vanished. System notification. Mission reward, 200,000. Confirmed. Automatically transferred to the host's bank account. He picked up the jade pendant and examined it. This, however, is real. I wonder how much it's worth. All right, I'll take it back and ask Fatty. Just then, the girl from before suddenly ran over and threw her arms around him. My hero. Thank you. Song Icheng stammered. It's okay. You're safe now. This was the first time in his life a girl had ever hugged him so willingly. At that exact moment. System reminder. Ahem. Host. The system has detected an approaching police squad. The Wallbreaker system is a top-secret project. Please evacuate the area immediately. Otherwise, he cut the system off. Otherwise, there'll be some kind of twisted punishment. Right? All right. I'm going. He turned to the girl. It's safe here now. I'm sure we'll meet again. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Sigh. We were just about to get to the part where she offers to repay me with her body, and now it's all for nothing. What a waste. But as it happened, in that moment through the girl's eyes, this incredibly handsome hero was looking at her, as if to say, fate will bring us together again. Song Yicheng said, gotta go. His figure quickly vanished among the high-rise buildings. The girl watches retreating back and let out a soft sigh. Sigh. My contact lens fell out. I couldn't even get a clear look at my savior's face, but he was so handsome. Just then, the security forces finally arrived on the scene. The man in charge gave an order. Quick, secure the area. A woman rushed forward, draping a large towel over the shaken girl. Miss Min Qingqing, are you all right? Come with me. Mayor Min is waiting for you downstairs. The moment Qingqing got downstairs, Mayor Min rushed over to her. My darling daughter, she said with a pout. Dad, you have to give my savior a huge reward. He quickly agreed. Yes. You'll definitely be rewarded. Suddenly, a stern voice called out from the side. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. A woman in a uniform stepped forward. She presented her ID and introduced herself. Mayor. Hello, sir. I'm Captain Zhao Ling of the Central Special Agent Bureau. There are suspicious elements to this case. The serial killer vanished in a thin air, and that man with the spear clearly has special abilities. Our bureau will absolutely not allow criminals to roam free. We will see this investigation through to the end. That's Zhao Ling, 23 years old, an agent with the Special Agent Bureau. She walked straight to the crime scene to gather information. Meanwhile, Song Yicheng found a hotel to rest at. System notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the current mission. The system rewards are as follows. Received 33% of Dongmin Qing's internal energy. Received Wind Scroll movement technique. Song Yicheng's internal energy cultivation has reached the peak of the third-rate level. He marveled to himself. Looks like getting injured was worth it. This feels incredible. So incredible. While admiring the jade pendant, Yicheng called a friend. Hello, Fatty Chong. Come pick me up at the Royal Hotel. I need your help with something. Fatty Chong arrived quickly. He spoke as he drove. Brother Song, have you heard of the Great Spear Hero? He's my new idol. He asked. The Great Spear what? Fatty Chong said. Man, where have you been? How can you not know the hottest news right now? The Great Spear Hero might be a true martial arts master. The hero from that video, he's just so damn cool. It's strange, though. From the neck down, he looks a lot like you. Huh. Song Yicheng pulled out his phone to check. Sure enough, the internet was blowing up. He thought to himself, the name Great Spear Hero is a little corny, but I have to admit, being a superhero feels pretty good. The two of them arrived at the antique street. The shop owner saw Fatty Chong and called out, Young Master Chong, you brought a friend today? You can't judge a book by its cover. This is Fatty Chong, my best friend since we were kids. Chong Yongwei. His father owns a ton of real estate in Yinzhou City. A bona fide second-generation rich kid. The owner said, we just got a new shipment in. Let me bring it out for you to see. Song Yicheng took out the jade pendant and asked, you buy treasures here too, right? Take a look at this. The owner took out a magnifying glass and examined it meticulously. She exclaimed in shock, not bad. Not bad at all. For the color to be this good, it's truly a rare find. The craftsmanship is exquisite. You can tell at a glance, it's a top-tier carving from the Tang Dynasty. Hearing her words, his eyes lit up. He was ecstatic. Of course it is. Back in Dongmin Qing's era, the concept of a forgery probably didn't even exist. Suddenly, an old man appeared. He approached Song Yicheng. As soon as the shopkeeper saw him, she called out, Mr. Tang, you're the president of the Cultural Relics Research Association. Are you trying to steal business from my humble little shop? The white-haired old man said sternly. At last week's auction, a piece of jade of similar quality sold for 15 million. Don't you dare try to swindle this young man. The young woman immediately replied, all right, fine. If that's what Eldagu says, Then our shop saves an appraisal fee. How about this? 16 million. Please, Elder Gu, don't try to outbid our humble shop. What do you say, young man? Tong Yicheng thought to himself. I just thought it was an ordinary piece of jade. A few million at most. I can't believe it's actually worth this much. He readily agreed. After the payment was sent, Yicheng and Fatty Chong left immediately. The girls saw them to the door. Take care, sirs. As soon as the two were out of sight, the girl clung to the old man's arm and asked sweetly, Elder Gu, why were you so decisive with the price today? What do you know? He replied, this is a once-in-a-century find. I can definitely resell it for 10 times that price. A score this big can't be allowed to get away. The girl was stunned. 10 times. 16 million times 10. That's 160 million. Tong Yicheng got a text notification. Account credited, 16 million. He muttered to himself. 2, 3, 4, 100,000, a million. Huh, I'm a rich man now. Chang Yangwei chuckled. See, I told you. You wouldn't get shortchanged. Oh, right. Now that you've got money, what about that suggestion I made earlier? Shouldn't you be considering it? Tong Yicheng nodded. Go ahead and set it up for me. He arrived at his old company's office building. Huh, I used to dread coming here every single day. But today, I'm actually in a pretty good mood. Just as he walked in the door, the receptionist called out, Tong Yicheng, you haven't shown up for days. And you still have a nerve to strut in here like that? Just wait till Manager Zhang gets his hands on you. He's going to skin you alive. As he walked past the office, Manager Zhang roared, Tong Yicheng, where the hell have you been? I called, and you didn't even pick up. He answered calmly, my phone's been broken for the past few days. I just got a new one today. I came here today to... The man cut him off. Oh, really now? Quite the list of excuses you've got there. Let me ask you something. Is this your idea of an apology after going AWOL? The entire office burst out laughing. Let me tell you something. Tong Yicheng, people like you, with no skills and no degree, are a dime a dozen. Tong Yicheng seethed with anger. This bald old fart didn't even finish middle school. He only gets to act so high and mighty around here because the boss is some distant relative of his. Manager Zhang jabbed a finger in his face and continued his tirade. This company puts food on your table. I give you a job. You should be grateful. I'm docking your pay. If this ever happens again, you're fired. Fired on the spot. This baldy doesn't know how to do anything but lecture people. And he's ugly as sin. And as for this bunch, they always pass the buck when there's work to be done. Always dumping it on someone else. But they're damn quick to gather around for a good show. In his eyes, they were nothing but a flock of quacking ducks. Tong Yicheng let out a huge laugh. Ha! Manager Zhang gritted his teeth. You dare to laugh? You little punk. He reached out and pushed the man's face away with a smack. Hold on. I gotta take this call. Tong Yicheng answered his phone. Hello? Fatty Chong? His friend's booming voice came through the phone. Bro, I picked out a villa for you at Yuchin Lake. 500 square meters. I already got the keys. I also ordered you a Maybach SUV. It's downstairs right now. Come on down. Everyone who overheard was stunned. Yuchin Lake. That's in the heart of the city. A Maybach? What? Where did Tong Yicheng get that kind of money? He hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. A girl opened the window to look down. Everyone look. There's a big guy in a Maybach downstairs. Oh my God. That car must be worth over 5 million. There are only a few of those in all of Yinzhou City. And look at his new phone. That's got to be over 10,000 right there. Did this kid strike it rich or something? Tong Yicheng spoke. Hey, Manager Zhang, what was it you wanted to say to me just now? The bald man replied. Oh, nothing. I was just saying I couldn't get in touch with you for a few days. Old Zhang here was so worried about you. Tong Yicheng said flatly. You don't need to worry about me anymore. I came here today to let you know I quit. With that, he quickly turned and left. The gorgeous receptionist watched him go. I just saw him 10 minutes ago. How'd he get so much more handsome? Meanwhile, at the Special Affairs Bureau, an internal meeting was underway. Zhao Ling reported. Based on the recent emergence of transmigrators, we have reason to suspect that the spear-wielding man, with the unusual tactics, may also be a transmigrator. However, we have not yet been able to locate this individual. The commander gave a direct order. Zhao, there's no need for any explanation when it comes to transmigrators. Whatever his purpose or his plans, they're not our kind. Their hearts are not with us. They must all be eliminated. The woman replied. Yes, sir. Commander. The meeting was adjourned. Zhao Ling reviewed the footage once more. Video. Both of these individuals are incredibly strong. This video went viral the moment it was posted online. She wondered, who is this person? And where is he now? In a small restaurant in Yinzhou City, Song Yicheng and Chang Yongwei were clinking their glasses. Cheers. Bro, I don't know who you met to get this lucky, but I'm genuinely happy for you. He laughed. Ha! Let's celebrate together. You've treated me to so many meals over the years. Consider this me finally paying you back. Fatty Chong clapped him on the shoulder and asked, Oh, right. Big bro. You're a new man now. So, when are you planning to make a move on our campus bell? Song Yicheng suddenly blushed. Well, about that. He wondered. A faint smile plays on his lips. Is she still waiting for me? Suddenly, a notification from his system. Ding. Dong. Scanning local population. Detecting a high concentration of males in their prime. Transmigrator from the chaos dimension detected. Type. Xenomorph. Pinpointing location. Motto. Song Yicheng bolts upright. He shouts. A xenomorph monster has transmigrated to Motto. Yongwei jumps, startled. Bro, are you drunk? Meanwhile, in Motto, a grand banquet is underway at the Junluo Hotel's aquarium restaurant. An elegant woman speaks. President Lin, for you to grace our party tonight is truly an honor for us all. He replies. Not all, not at all. You're far too kind, Secretary Wang. The woman presses on. Oh, by the way, I was wondering if President Lin might have some time to catch up on old times later. President Lin smoothly makes a counteroffer. Unfortunately, I have a $2 billion investment project to discuss tonight. But if you'd like to catch up, you can come to my room after midnight. The woman immediately agrees. Then it's a date. In the quiet of the night, a maintenance worker carrying a bucket heads toward the massive aquarium tank. He mutters to himself. Sigh. How long has it been since they changed this water? It's so damn murky, and I don't see a single fish. Let's see if a little food gets a reaction. The surface of the water ripples with small bubbles. Suddenly, a long, slender tentacle shoots out of the water. It wraps around his neck, yanking him under. The man screams, Help! Help me! He frantically pounds on the glass wall of the tank, pleading for help. But the guests in the main hall are lost in the music. No one seems to notice the disturbance at the aquarium. At that moment, atop the highest point in Motto, Song Yicheng scans the city below. He asks the system, Are you done yet? Aren't you supposed to be locating the transmigrated? Shouldn't it only take a few minutes? The system replies, This mission's target is a xenomorph queen. It has already laid its first clutch of eggs at the Junluo Hotel. The number of infected hosts has already reached the hundreds. The system is locating each host individually. The workload is immense. He complains. Just dealing with that one Dongmen Qing was exhausting enough. And now there are over 100 of them. What kind of slave-driving system is this? The system doesn't back down. It immediately retorts. Are the powers I gave you just for show? Now get your ass in gear and do your job. First step. To prevent the disaster from spreading, go to the airport and the train station and eliminate any hosts attempting to leave the city. Song Yicheng's patience wears thin. Yeah. I have my pride, and I refuse to bow down to some tyrannical boss. I can't believe there isn't an easier way. At the same time, a call comes into the Motto police headquarters. Hello, is this 110? I need to report a crime. A xenomorph queen has appeared in Motto. You need to contain it immediately. The female police officer warns him. Sir, filing a false police report is a crime. Song Yicheng insists, his voice rising. I'm telling you it's real. That queen will never stop laying eggs, big and small, which then implant themselves in human hosts. Within hours, those hosts will turn into full-blown monsters. But there's so many of them, and if just one, before I could even finish, the line went dead. Beep, beep, beep. The operator muttered to herself. Alien invasion? Yeah, right. And I'm fighting predators in my backyard. Just then, someone walked in. Captain Zhao. Welcome to Motto. We're honored to have you directing our operations. The operator looked on in awe. It's really Captain Zhao. She's so impressive. An officer was giving a report. Regarding the transmigrators, we've initiated wide-scale surveillance. Meanwhile, Yichang was driving to Motto International Airport. The intel I've received is Parasite host number 001. Mr. Mark, an American scholar. He sighed. Do I really have to kill him? He's still a human being. A system notification chimed in his mind. From a moment, the parasite took over. Mark was no longer human. If you show him any mercy, it will only lead to a worldwide alien outbreak. Inside the airport terminal, Mark was saying goodbye to his friends. My friends, I'll miss you all. And the delicious crab. A young woman patted his shoulder. Come back and visit again soon. Mark waved goodbye and turned to leave. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks and screamed. Arg! Mark clutched his stomach, howling in pain. Arg! Seeing his agony, his friends cried out in panic. Quick! Somebody call an ambulance. Icheng arrived just in time to see the chaos unfold. Damn it! It's hatching. I'm out of time. The young woman screamed. No! Stay away. Mark continued to cry for help. He himself had no idea what was happening to him. Icheng moved in a blur, leaping forward and driving his spear deep into Mark's back. The man let out a sharp cry before collapsing to the floor. The young woman collapsed to the floor in terror, screaming, he killed him. Alien parasite confirmed. Terminated. Proceed immediately to the North Station. Eliminate the next host. Icheng thought grimly. Even if they are parasite hosts, this feeling of killing someone, it's not easy. A blond man nearby stared in shock. Hey, everyone look! It's the former spear hero. The crowd instantly erupted into chaos. The former spear hero just killed someone. That's terrifying. Someone call the police. He whispered a single, quiet sorry. Then, he vaulted out the window and was gone. A woman shrieked. He's getting away. Soon after, the Motto Police Department's command center received the report. The former spear hero just committed murder. The voice on the other end was frantic. It was horrible. You have to send the police. An officer reported to Captain Zhao. According to our intel, the former spear hero has murdered 3 innocent people. Zhao Ling slammed her fist on the table in fury. Just as I thought. He's nothing but trouble. He laid low for a while, and now he dares to show his face and cause chaos in Motto. She gave the order. Intel Division, scour the web for any and all related activity. This time, we're catching that murderous lunatic, no matter what it takes. Her subordinates snapped to attention. Yes, ma'am. Understood. Zhao Ling moved out immediately. So delicious, he's speechless. She held up the cage and said excitedly, Then I have to try it out right away. Seeing her toss the cage into the refining furnace, Lan Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. Good thing this fox demon isn't very smart. Please let it work. It absolutely has to succeed. A sizzling sound rang out. The rest of you with me. Smoke billowed from the refining furnace. Daji said happily, Oh, I think I smell something good. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk. Amidst the smoke, an ordinary birdcage appeared. Asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk. Explosions erupted from inside the birdcage. King Zhou's eyes bulged as he screamed. My Chinkoan cage. What's happened to it? The birdcage shattered completely. A news broadcast reports on the incident. Chang Biao and Song Yicheng were freed. Hey there, Brother King Zhou. You've really repaid our kindness with hostility today. What's the big deal about a couple of treasures? Chang Biao chimed in. Exactly. Didn't we already agree? You couldn't bring yourself to hurt Daji, so you'd let us brothers handle everything. According to reports, Song Yicheng held up something in front of Daji. Brother King Zhou, looks like you're playing your role a little too well. It was a recording of King Zhou slandering Daji from earlier. She betrayed me. I just want to chop her into 1,000,000 pieces. Then I'll go through with the plan. To make her lower her guard, so you can capture her alive. What do you mean by this? At 11 p.m. tonight, she glared furiously. A dark, chilling aura radiated from her. Men, they're all the same. Song Yicheng warned Chang Biao. Stand back. Then he shouted. Brother Lan. Lan Ling replied. Got it. He then moved closer to him. The vigilante, known as the giant spear hero, appeared at the airport station. Their blue energy-infused hands clasped together. King Zhou's face twisted into a fierce snarl. He lunged forward. Don't you dare make a move. Fresh blood splattered. King Zhou let out a wretched scream. Her foxtail plunged into his chest. A look of utter shock filled his face. What actually happened was, and used his spear to attack and murder multiple innocent civilians. Daji, feeling betrayed, watched King Zhou charge at her with an axe. Thinking he meant to kill her, she lashed out with her tail. But in truth, he was trying to prevent Song Yicheng from ambushing her from behind. This sudden twist left both Song Yicheng and Lan Ling utterly bewildered. Daji asked, didn't you want to kill me? King Zhou, fatally wounded by her, still spoke with infatuated devotion. Social media exploded with furious comments. My foolish girl. I just wanted to take you home. Watching King Zhou collapse, Daji cried out, No, it can't be. Tears welled in her eyes. Her expression was lost and confused. You couldn't possibly dodge my attack. Every time before, you always dodged. Every time we played, we don't need a hero like him. Before he vanished, King Zhou whispered comfort. I know you didn't mean to. Don't be sad anymore. That's enough. You should go home now. The only thing left of him was the blood stain on Daji's pristine white fur. Song Yicheng flexed his wrist. To withstand the combined strike of Brother Lan and I, he must have been incredibly focused. A corner of her mouth twitched. This has to be fake, right? Revealing a truly monstrous face. Her maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. So it was you too, with alarmed vigilance. Brother Song, watch out. Ice spikes sprouted along her tail. King Zhou, he loved playing with me the most. The air around them grew frigid. Someone asserts. Daji let out a furious roar. All of you come at me. Just die. In every direction, the world around Daji was sealed in ice. Daji's God-sealing domain. Mission difficulty, B rank. It's like the level of her technique has gone up. Ice spikes shot up from the ground. And from the sky, ice lances rained down. Tong Yicheng was puzzled. It's real. Then, how did Daji suddenly get this strong? Lan Ling explained. She's burning through her own life force. She's completely insane. Her chilling voice reached them. What? Come play with me. Scared, are we? Countless ice lances shot forward. People were impaled through the chest. They're dead. Tong Yicheng shattered each one with the long spear in his hand. He saw her leap back. A sense of dread filled him. This is bad. He shouted a warning. Fatty Chong, watch out. Daji was right on Fatty Chang's tail. Don't run away. They should call him the giant spear psycho. He screamed in terror as he ran. Fatty Chang's terrified posture was frozen solid, becoming her dessert. A human. She licked her lips, a ravenous look on her face. He looks delicious. A blaze of crimson fire swept toward her. Tong Yicheng rode atop a fire-breathing dragon. Murdering psycho. He pointed at her and declared, Grilled fox meat smells even better. She frowned and sneered. Just a divine beast that hasn't even taken its true form. And you think you can fight me? Ice and fire clashed violently in the sky. A deafening roar echoed. The block of ice encasing him was shattered. Fatty Chong shivered uncontrollably from a cold. How dare he call himself a hero after doing something like that? So cold. Lan Ling held his half-frozen body and asked, Brother Chong, are you all right? Fatty Chong replied, I'm so useless. Not only did I fail, but I ended up dragging everyone down with me. In the sky, one side was ice, the other fire. He's not even human, endlessly blasting away at each other. Lan Ling comforted him. Don't worry, the black ice. Leave it to senior brother. He'll definitely win. He took out a chisel and began noisily chipping away at the ice around Fatty Chong, carving it into the shape of a horse. Time passed. The sun had already set, but the battle of ice and fire in the sky was still a stalemate. Why did he kill people? Looking at the watch he'd just drawn on his wrist, he sighed. They've been blasting at each other for hours now. Is this Daji really trying to take us down with her? The system, Xiao Tong, appeared bringing bad news. Friendly reminder. Your remaining energy in the system is below 20%, automatically switching to low power consumption mode. Tong Yicheng, still gripping the dragon's horn, was stunned. What? I've never heard of that. Maybe there's more to the story. What the hell is low power consumption mode? Countdown 9, 8, 7. The weary dragon coughed out a puff of black smoke. He shot back. You're just going to start a countdown like that. 4, 3, 2. Tong Yicheng shouted in a panic. Many replied in anger. Hold on. But there was no waiting. With a poof, the dragon vanished, revealing its true form, a rabbit. The two of them plummeted from the sky. He roared, System Xiao Tong, are you a spy sent by those damn monkeys? MHM, can you brain-dead stands get a grip for once? He saw Xiao Tong's cute little avatar. He took back his words. Sorry. My bad. I blamed the wrong person. Meanwhile, the little girl clutched her triangular head and asked in a daze, "What's wrong with me?" Seeing him fall, Daji scoffed. "Out of juice already?" Others agreed. "Need to borrow a power bank." Haha. Countless ice shards shot from her hands. "Too bad you won't get the chance. Dead men don't need to recharge." Below where Song Yicheng was falling was a forest of razor-sharp ice spikes. A high-pitched whistling filled the air. Countless small ice shards converged, forming a colossal ice spike. Song Yicheng looked up at the massive ice sword hovering above him. That's right. An ice sword this big. Is she going for a finishing blow? Splash. A torrent of water slammed into the ice sword. The ice sword instantly melted away. Song Yicheng was stunned. The ice and snow, they're melting. Daji was bewildered. What kind of sorcery is this? Fatty Chong appeared, shouldering a large hose. He's a murderer. What's there to defend? He declared smugly. You backwater fox demon. Bet you haven't seen many strange things like this. And I'll bet you've never seen anything that can melt ice this fast. Breaking free from the ice's hold. Whoosh. Song Yicheng shot forward with a spear. Her eyes flew wide. How is this possible? In a small alley, a blue, sharp-clawed hand shot out and seized on her tails. She whipped her head around, only to see Lan Ling gripping her tail tightly. You demon. Don't even think about escaping. A sharp spear tip thrust toward her. With a decisive move, Daji sliced off her own tail. Lan Ling was left holding the severed limb. Shocked, Song Yicheng pants tried to catch his breath. She sacrificed her tail to escape. She clutched the stump of her tail, fleeing in a panic. Damn it. It's all because of that damn sorcery. The ice is melting too fast. Give it up. You have nowhere left to run. She looked ahead, her path blocked. I was just hungry. Huff, huff. I just wanted something to eat. Is that so wrong? Song Yicheng leveled his spear at her. And the people you devoured? Did they all deserve to die? I'll send you on your way. To meet King Zhou. Daji let out a final scream. Blood sprayed through the air. And she fell. Lan Ling sighed. Finally lost the cops. Both pitiful and hateful. I hope in her next life, she can let go of her beastly nature and be reborn as a human. Fatty Chang's eyes lit up. Boss, you're so damn cool. Song Yicheng asked, puzzled. Fatty Chong, what was that thing you used? How was it so powerful? He said, spitting out a mouthful of water. The system's voice suddenly chimes in. As he chuckled to himself, Lan Ling pointed to a pile of pink fur. Brother Song, look over there. Song Yicheng was confused. Normally, when a transmigrator is eliminated, don't they dissolve into energy for the system to absorb? He looked at the small, curious pink fox. It's still alive. Well, in that case, host, should we take it home and keep it? A gloomy aura seeped from under a brown door. A large hand rested on the doorknob. The door creaked open. A massive shadow loomed in the doorway of a messy room. Something purple leaped from a box. The shadow lunged for it. The person who had just entered screamed in terror. He fumbled for the light switch and flipped it on. I have two pieces of bad news. A disheveled Song Yicheng was chasing after the little pink fur ball. Where do you think you're going? I'll be damned if I can't get you clean today. The room was a complete mess. Sounds of crashing and banging echoed relentlessly. He pointed at it and roared. Fatty Chong, a loaf of bread in one hand, appeared with a book in the other. Boss, here's that fox care and protection manual I bought for you. Which one do you want to hear first? He was being scratched and bitten by the fox. Ack. It hurts, he cried out, looking at his clothes, which had been shredded by the fox. He gave a bitter laugh. Hith hith. Boss, this little boss of yours is a real handful. Song Yicheng thought to himself. After Daji reverted to her original form, he growls in frustration. She lost all her powers. She can't even talk. This really isn't easy. With one hand, he grabbed the struggling little fox. With the other, he slung his arm around Fatty Chong. Fatty, we can talk about this fox later. Right now, you need to tell me, how the hell did you end up like this? The fox's claws scratched furiously against the sofa. Since when do you care about my feelings? Fatty Chong happily munched on his bread. He explained with a flourish, waving his hands around. Come on, it's life. Being happy is what's most important. Besides, a guy as handsome and rich as me has to give the other guys a fighting chance, right? Song Yicheng said with contempt. In English, please. The fox continued to tear madly at the couch. A ripping sound filled the air. Whatever it is, spit it out. Fatty Chong thought about all the delicious food he'd eaten and answered with a sheepish grin. Huh. Well, New Year's is just around the corner, right? It's hard not to eat a little more than usual. With a grim look, Song Yicheng showed him his phone. It's almost New Year's. Forcing you to lose weight now would be too cruel. But my mom back home set me up on a blind date. The system replies. I thought the girl was pretty cute, so I sent her a picture of you from a few days ago, back when you were still handsome. Looking at the girl's sweet smile in the photo, Fatty Chong said cheerfully, Hiv, your auntie is so thoughtful. I've definitely got to go. Looks are just fleeting anyway. I'm sure this girl won't mind. The two chatted for a while. The netizens have already given you a new nickname. Oh, right. Now that we're back home for the holiday, what are we going to do with this little fox? Song Yicheng replied, I still have that good-for-nothing disciple of mine. If I don't use him now, then will I? Zhang Qiulin suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. What is this sudden chill? The little fox was still ferocious. You've gone from giant spear hero to giant spear psycho, not letting anyone get close. Grr. At the Song family estate, Song Yicheng's home, someone was hanging red lanterns by the front gate. Beep, beep, the sound of a car horn. A car screeched to a halt. A woman cheerfully held up a pair of red couplets and called out, Son, Fatty. Song Yicheng pulls out his phone. You two are back just in time. Come help your mom put up these couplets. The two of them answered with gusto. Leave it to us. Paste was slathered onto the wall. As he put up the red couplet, Fatty Chong said, Nothing beats the New Year's spirit at the Song estate. Song Yicheng looked down at the two pictures in his hands and frowned. Seeing the picture, he doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fatty Chong exclaimed in admiration. Whoa! As expected of Zhong Kue, that face is just perfect for scaring away evil spirits. He said, Zhong Kue lived a tragic life, you know. As he pasted the picture onto the door, he began to tell the story. Legend has it that Zhong Kue was once a brilliant scholar with great ambitions. He even passed the imperial exam, earning the title of Zhuang Yuan. Ugh, he longed to serve his country. But because of this face, it all became a tragedy. Fatty Chong sighed. It was that bad? Inside the golden throne hall of the imperial palace, a magnificent palace with golden glazed tiles. The man in the golden dragon robe looked down at the red-robed figure kneeling in the center of the hall and asked, This man is this year's new top scholar. An old minister answered respectfully, Your Majesty, you have no idea how hard it is to take the fall for this. This man's writing is brilliant. He is a man of great ambition. He is worthy of an important position. The emperor, with his sharp, phoenix-like eyes, commanded, Raise your head. Let us have a look. The man in red raised his head. His face was a mess of scraggly whiskers. The moment he saw his face, the emperor recoiled in horror. I've never even gotten a traffic ticket, and now I'm a murdering psycho on the run from the cops. What kind of demon is this? We had never seen someone so ferocious and ugly. He's nothing but skin and bones, with none of a scholar's refined grace. With that, he stormed back to his dragon throne and rebuked them. Are you trying to make us lose our appetite? Hoping we'll waste away, so you can usurp the throne? The man in red pleaded. He opens an app to rent a share bike. Your subject wouldn't dare. The emperor refused to listen to any explanation. He ordered his guards. What are you standing there for? Drag him out of here. The new top scholar's heart burned with indignation. Just because he was born with this demonic face. He had suffered countless humiliations since childhood. His hands trembling, he lamented. I thought if I just studied hard, payment successful, I could one day become a pillar of this nation. He was overcome with despair. He then slammed his head into one of the great pillars of the hall. Why does the world only care about looks? Why judge a man by his appearance? A truck sped down the road and ran right over the red-robed scholar in the Golden Throne Hall. Two red figures sighed. The moment his soul left his body, his physical form vanished. The system sounds displeased. He looked up at the heavens and wailed. Is it so hard for an ugly man to even kill himself? Zhong Kue, full of passion. Yet my ambitions remain unfulfilled. On my very first day as an official, I couldn't even die properly. And now I've been cast out into this place to fend for myself. Standing beneath a road sign, pointing to Song Family Village and Lee Family Village. Is this really the time to be renting a bike? Zhong Kuei picked his own facial features back up. He cursed. The heavens are unjust. The heavens are unjust. A crescent moon hung in the sky, clear and cold. Zhong Kuei passed by a house. In the courtyard, 3 people were happily eating and drinking. Fatty Chong praised. Wow, this braised pork smells amazing. I still haven't told you the other piece of bad news. Mother Song replied. If you like it, eat more. Song Yicheng retorted. He's already so fat. And you're still feeding him more? Hearing the mention of food, Zhong Kuei's stomach suddenly rumbled with hunger. I can't believe that in this place of exile, the common folk live in such peace and prosperity. A pity for me, he urges. The new year is almost here, and I don't even have a roof over my head. He saw 2 women talking up ahead. What's so embarrassing about a blind date? Where else are you going to find a man that good? Zhong Kuei walked up to them and asked, Pardon me, ladies. I'm new to this area. Do you know if there's a nearby? The moment he said the word in, the 2 women shrieked in terror. Just say it. Yeah. Then they turned and ran like the wind. A ghost. This left Zhong Kuei looking around in confusion. Where's the ghost? A terrifying purple shadow blocked the women's path. They screamed in fright, then fell backward onto the ground, unconscious, seeing the purple shadow charge toward him. The system replies. Zhong Kuei was so scared his beard fell right off. A ghost. That purple ghost is coming this way. Hello, Zhong Kuei. Hello there, my new friend. In the courtyard, Tong Yicheng picked up a piece of rib for his mother. He gently reminded her. There's less than an hour until the next alien queen begins parasitizing a new host. From now on, eat whatever you want. Don't be so hard on yourself. Mother Tong replied with a happy smile. I know, dear. Suddenly, a scream rang out from outside. He froze, the piece of meat for his mother still in his chopsticks. It slipped and fell. Luckily, Mother Tong was quick. She snatched it right out of the air. I'll go check it out. Outside the General Hotel, in a flash, he leaped onto the courtyard wall. What? You don't have a door. You always have to jump the wall. Mother Tong chided from behind him. He scanned the area outside. All he saw were 2 women taking a perfectly normal stroll. Tong Yicheng was puzzled. Weird. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. He pushed the gate open and went back inside. A girl says coyly, Did I just imagine that? Even the system, Xiao Tong, hadn't detected anything unusual. But outside, the 2 women's faces were as white as sheets. Note: Zhong Kuei was hit and killed by a car the moment he transmigrated. As a result, his energy signature is now different from that of a normal transmigrator. The gate clicked shut. The woman in red finally let out a sigh of relief. Zhong Kuei's spirit floated out of the possessed woman and asked, Ash, Abin, I've already accepted the fact that I'm dead. But for us to just take over someone else's body like this, I'm afraid it's not a very noble thing to do. The ghost that had possessed the older woman replied, Hey, little brother, don't tell me this is your first time. We're wandering souls. We should act like it. It hissed as it began to suck out the host's soul. It lectured him as it fed. You were so impressive today. We don't just take over other people's bodies. We also have to devour their souls. Have ourselves a nice, big meal. Seeing Zhong Kuei hesitate, he slung a ghostly arm around his shoulder, coaxing him. Have you forgotten? Back when you were alive, you struggled through every hardship, just trying to be a good person. But did anyone ever let you be a good person? He plants a kiss on her cheek. And how did that end for you? Wandering souls like us, stuck in a mortal realm. Is there any one of us who isn't filled with resentment? Who doesn't want to get revenge on the world? His words struck a nerve. Zhong Kuei's conviction wavered and then shattered. Brother H is right. He flew back into the body of the now dead young woman. What's the point of being a good person anymore? Whoosh! Want to see Abin be even more impressive? A sinister power erupted from within him. Zhong Kuei let out a triumphant, maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha! In this new life, all these mortal vessels are mine to use. I'll do whatever I want. And who's going to stop me? Whoosh! The dark spirit was blown out of the older woman's body by the sheer force of the energy surge. As he speaks, oof! Could this be the power of a demon king? The next day, Li Village. Mother Tong knocked on the Li family's door. Sister Li, I've brought Xiao Shang over. Is your daughter ready? A voice called back from inside. Coming. His hands started to wander right in public. Tong Yicheng immediately began pulling his mother away. All right, we drop him off. Let's not get in their way. Mother Tong went along with her son. That's true. There's no place for us at a matchmaking meeting anyway. They left a bewildered Fatty Chong standing there all alone. He reached out desperately. Boss, don't go. The girl squeals, but they were already long gone, waving and cheering for him. Bro, I'm counting on you. The door creaks open. Fatty Chong is yanked inside. Slam. The door shuts in front of a bewildered Song Yicheng. Man, that Misley is in a real hurry. You think Fatty Chong will be okay in there by himself? Oh, stop it. But Song's mother didn't see it that way. What could possibly go wrong? A little extra weight is cute. Besides, the Leaf family is one of the most prominent families around here. You could say they're a perfect match for our Fatty. Fatty Chong follows behind her, asking with great curiosity, Auntie, where are we headed? Is the entire family coming along for this blind date? Abin says smoothly. They stop before a large room. Annie Lee speaks, her voice cold. We're here. Go inside. He replies politely. Thank you, Andy. On the roof's eaves, a small imp hangs upside down, staring right at him. He sees the four large characters for Lee Family Ancestral Hall. It's fine. Fatty Chong is thoroughly confused. The Ancestral Hall? They expect me to get judged by all their ancestors right off the bat? He clears his throat and pushes the door open. Ahem. Miss Chunhua, my name is Chong Yangwei. Any song sent me. But when he looks inside, he finds a room full of ghosts holding court like some kind of demonic tribunal. His eyes go wide with terror. It's not like anyone's watching. The red specter seated in the center speaks up. So, this is the one who wishes to be matched with a young lady of the Lee family? He. It looks him up and down. Gazing at his plump cheeks, it purrs. So full. Eyeing his drum-tight belly, it continues. So prosperous. Zhong Kuei rests his chin in his hand. His fierce eyes sum it all up. Suddenly, absolutely delectable. Truly, a fine specimen of a man. Fatty Chong looks at the cackling ghost minions circling him. He's paralyzed with fear. What in the world is going on? Am I really on a blind date? Don't tell me this is a ghost marriage? And by the looks of it, they're very happy with their choice. He scrambles to talk his way out of it. He shouts, Actually, I have a ton of flaws. For starters, my stomach is really weak. My digestion is not so great right now. If I don't use the bathroom immediately, I think I might crap my pants. A shadowy ghost minion beside him lets out a hiss. Doesn't this fool know how much the great king despises filthy mortals? What are you waiting for? Tie him up. Looks like we're in for a real feast. The ghoulish minions lunge forward, their long tongues lolling out. A jiao. The sight is enough to make Fatty Chang's hair stand on end. He collapses to his knees and begs for his life. Help me. Boss. Guanyin Bodhisattva. Lord Zhong Kuei. Hearing his own name invoked, Zhong Kuei slams his fist on the table. Enough. What's wrong with you? An unseen force immediately seizes the minions by the throat. They plead, Forgive us, great king. Have mercy, great king. Zhong Kuei gives an order. This king will deal with this man himself. I must step out for a moment to prepare. The shadow minion, still reeling from the display, hastily replies. Zhong Kuei's red, spectral form shoots directly toward Fatty Chong. The girl replies, trembling, Brother, let me borrow your body for a bit. Back outside, Song Yicheng gazes up at the sky, muttering to himself, I can't shake this feeling that something's wrong. But I just can't put my finger on what. Song's mother explodes. She points at the pile of monstrously shaped dumplings he's made and shrieks. I'll tell you what's wrong. Abin, look at this mess you've made. Squish. The lump of dough in his hand was completely squashed. I know what's wrong. There's something wrong with the people in Lee Village. Mother Song, standing nearby, was absolutely livid. You rascal. You stinky brat. He recalled the eerily deserted roads in the village. Lunar New Year is almost here. I don't feel right. It shouldn't be this deserted. The complexions of the passers-by were deathly pale, utterly lifeless. Some people were acting incredibly strangely, too. And Auntie Lee's secretive behavior, and her strange expression. Whoosh. Song Yicheng leaped onto the fence. Fatty Chong, you better not get into any trouble. Seeing a Jiao's face begin to warp. In the courtyard, Mother Song was so furious she was flailing her arms, screaming and bouncing in place. You stinky brat. Get back here. After a few leaps across the rooftops, he arrived at the entrance to Lee Village. From his vantage point, he could see dense energy rising from the village, clouding the sky. A dark shadow loomed over it. He turned his head in surprise. He screams and kicked her away, to find Wu Qingqing and her mount, Xian Kuei, right behind him. Hero Song, long time no see. Song Yiqing asked, "What are you two doing here?" Wu Qingqing smiled brightly. "Actually, I've decided to inherit my grandfather's legacy and become a successor of the Maoshan sect." He narrowed his eyes. Decisively. "So you've also sensed something amiss here?" Wu Qingqing pointed to the Bagua mirror in her hand and said, "I was taking Xian Kuei out for some training. When we passed by here, my Bagua mirror suddenly reacted. What's more, I've noticed that many people have had their souls drained recently." Song Yiqing was skeptical. "Get away from me." He felt she was just making excuses. It was obvious she'd deliberately come here to see him. Seeing the Bagua mirror radiating a golden glow, the little system rested its chin and thought, This thing is even more sensitive than I am." Song Yiqing pursed his lips. "There's an even more troublesome possibility. This time, it's not a transmigrator." He pointed at the swirling mass of energy with vague, floating figures within it in the sky above Lee Village. The girl begs in agony and said, "It's those." The little system's eyes widened. "Wait, what? Which those?" He hugged himself tightly. "Those unclean things. Why? Why do I suddenly feel so cold?" Wu Qingqing, atop Xian Kuei, a bin, excitedly cheered. "Let's go. Hero Song. Let's go slay some demons and uphold justice." Song Yiqing had an existential crisis. Is this my imagination? Why do they seem so excited? At the market fair in Song Village, the golden sun shone brightly. Everywhere, vendors sold Lunar New Year goods. "Save me." Fatty Chong raised his phone for a selfie. Click, click. Then he complimented himself. Plump and well-fed. Thick, beautiful hair. He adjusted his fake beard, admired himself in the phone, and then chuckled smugly. A day in the life of a handsome man. Now that I have this perfect body, no one will ever call me ugly again. He rode on his wobbly sheep, laughing gleefully, ignoring the contemptuous stares of the children. The life of a handsome man is truly thrilling. It feels like I've reached the pinnacle of life. When I get bored, I'll go eat. With a candied haw and a chicken drumstick in hand, he was utterly satisfied. Food for a handsome man is indeed exquisite. Just then, the candied haw seller stared blankly at the coin he had just paid, then ran into the middle of the street, screaming like a madman. I'm finally happy." A car screeched to a halt right in front of him. The female driver stuck her head out and yelled, "Are you insane? You damn fatty." His world collapsed. He stood frozen in the middle of the road like a log. Song Yiqing appears. "You damn fatty. They curse me. They curse someone as handsome as me." He staggered over to a fashion boutique. He saw a mannequin in the display window. His mind filled with doubt. How can this be? Is this what this world finds attractive? A child pointed at a skewer of candied hawthorns and cried out, "Mommy." He finishes a jiao with a single thrust of his spear. "I want some candied hawthorns." The mother warned him. "Don't even think about it. Do you want to turn into an unpopular fatty?" The fat man, who was eating candied hawthorns, overheard her words, combined with the weight loss ads flooding his surroundings. He felt a surge of rage. "Swimming, gym, want to check it out? Hey, buddy, summer's almost here. You can't put it off any longer." Then he turns to a bin. "Liposuction, plastic surgery, want to learn more? Hey there, big New Year's sale. Buy one session, get one free. Permanent Korean-style makeovers available. Let us help you become a dashing, heroic man." He was seething. He roared, "Don't you people go too far? Sorry, so what if I'm fat? It's not like I'm eating you out of house and home." No matter where he went, he was judged for his appearance. The fat man with Zhong Kuei's soul had suffered a devastating blow. He started running like a madman. "I don't believe it. I'm supposed to be a man so handsome that everyone adores me on sight. So handsome that flowers bloom in my presence." His footsteps thundered down the street. His massive body got wedged between two traffic bollards. He froze. Buddy. Once again, he felt this world's overwhelming malice toward fat people. No matter how hard he struggled, the fat man couldn't break free from the gap. Just then, An old man selling New Year's paintings by the roadside approached him with a sales pitch. Young man, since you're stuck anyway, how about you take a look at my authentic New Year's paintings? The old man pointed to a figure in the painting wearing a red official's robe. He introduced him. Terrified, the man turns and runs. This is Lord Zhong Kuei, who dispels sorrow and banishes gloom. When it comes to exorcising evil and vanquishing demons, he's number one. I can see a dark shadow hanging over you, son. Only my authentic Zhong Kuei painting can save you now. Hearing this, Zhong Kuei stared in astonishment at the figure in the painting. What did you say, Zhong Kuei? The old man affirmed. You've never heard of Zhong Kuei? Ah, he's the renowned king of ghosts. They say he was hideously ugly, but his talent was unmatched. He was a man of fierce integrity, and he feared no demon or monster. The soul of Zhong Kuei, praised by mortals, joyfully flew out of the fat man's body. Is this me? So, I'm actually a celebrity in this world. The people around them were struck speechless with fear. Stay away. The old painter, however, still hadn't noticed anything unusual. He was still looking at the painting and commenting. The way I see it, as long as you're useful, who cares if you're ugly or handsome? Zhong Kuei let out a triumphant, booming laugh. Ah ha ha ha. His laughter grew louder and louder, and his dark power expanded with it. Huh. He levels his spear at a bin. Well said. Power is everything. Beauty, ugliness, good, and evil. They're all for me to decide. The crowd, terrified out of their wits, scattered in every direction. Lost souls and wandering ghosts appeared everywhere. A female ghost even crawled out of a toilet. The man using it fled for his life before he could even pull up his pants. Help! You have to die, too. The arrival of these demons and monsters turned the lavish banquet into a dance of ghouls. Beholding the crimson scene, he declared, This city belongs only to me, Zhong Kuei. A gloomy aura enveloped the entire estate. Whoosh! A man's soul was ripped from his body. Thwack! Out of nowhere, the purple spear struck the soul, sending out a shockwave. A small bell tied to a wrist jingled. Someone shouted, Don't you dare run, you little ghoul. A glowing magical artifact was raised high, sucking in countless vengeful spirits. Meanwhile, Song Yicheng's group was gathered in the courtyard, fighting together. This is weird. Where did all these wandering spirits come from? Someone rushes forward. And where the hell did they take Fatty Chong? He frowned. I have to find the source of all this chaos. Fighting them off like this is not a solution. Unlike normal battles, most of their attacks were useless against these spirits. Even with Yin Qingqing's soul-subduing bell, it felt like punching cotton, completely powerless. Yin Qingqing suddenly had an idea. That's it, and kicks the spear aside. Why don't we have Xian Kuei command his friends from underground to help us? Standing behind her, Xian Kuei immediately grunted in agreement. But Lan Ling stepped forward to object. No way. Waving his hands frantically, he explained, I heard Brother Song has to go pay respects at his ancestral tomb in a few days. What if Xian Kuei ends up summoning all of his ancestors? Hearing this, Song Yicheng immediately pictured zombies crawling out of their graves, waving and saying, Hi there. Stop right there. I'm your great-great-grandpa. The thought made his hair stand on end. He shook his head vigorously. Nope. Let's not bother our friends underground. That would be really awkward. He then said, Ching, let me borrow your Bagua mirror for a second. Looking at the countless points of light on the mirror, Zhaoling charges in, weapon drawn. He asked with suspicion, Are all these green dots the wandering spirits? She answered immediately, MHM. The closer they are to us, the brighter the dot. Suddenly, a burst of crimson energy flared from the center of the Bagua mirror. Everyone stared in curiosity. What is that? Such powerful, demonic energy. An imperious voice boomed from above. The murdering psycho strikes again, causing everyone to look up. How dare you wreak havoc in this king's city? Harming my subjects? What punishment do you deserve? Zhong Kuei declared, his voice brimming with immense power. Today, I, Zhong Kuei, the Ghost King, shall take charge, and I will claim every last one of your souls. Song Yicheng realized it was the Ghost King, Zhong Kuei. Yin Qingqing threw out a string of soul-subduing bells. Drop your weapon, she warned everyone. Steady yourselves. The clear, Ringing chimes formed a golden barrier, enveloping them all. Hull! Waves of wandering ghouls crashed against the barrier like a tide. Cracks began to appear on the shield. Yin Qingqing cried out in alarm. It's no good. It won't hold for long. Hands on your head. Outside, the Ghost King Zhong Kuei crossed his arms and sneered. Oh my, how pitiful. Why don't you surrender to me now? I'll even let you keep half of your souls. You'll still be able to survive. Song Yicheng retorted defiantly. You want us to end up like those villagers? Living like empty, soulless husks? I'd rather fight you to the death right now. As the police swarm in, surrounding him, he then charged out with his purple spear, shouting orders. Brother Lon, Xian Kuei, hold back the lesser ghouls. Cover me. Miss Yin, lend me your bell. High in the air, Song Yicheng swung his arm. Song Yicheng thinks to himself. Chime. Another string of soul-subduing bells is cast out. The sharp, clear chimes of the bells grow ever louder, forming a gleaming golden effigy wielding all manner of exorcism artifacts. Clang. The three great killing instruments. Rumble. Clang. The chiming causes the wandering souls below to shriek in agony. So noisy. What should I do? AGH. A fanged mouth gapes open, wailing. It's so damn loud. If a gentle approach doesn't work, then I have no other choice. Zhong Gui reached out with an invisible hand. Seizing Song Yicheng, he unleashed a soul-shattering attack. He was paralyzed instantly. All he could do was let out a terrifying scream. If I don't take care of this. His face contorted as he fought to resist. Seeing this, Wu Qingqing cried out. Song Yicheng. Lan Ling rushed in, trying to save his brother. Zhong Gui scoffed. He reached out his other hand to grab him. Is living really so terrible? One after another, all of you are in such a hurry to die. Parasite, you mortals aren't half bad. I might even consider taking you under my command. As Lan Ling dodged, he didn't forget to cheer on his friend. Brother Song, hang in there. At that moment, Song Yicheng's soul was on the verge of being torn from his body. Hizzle screamed at him. Song Yicheng, everyone here, the police included, is going to die. Stay awake. Song Yicheng, stay awake. In the very moment he was about to give in, he saw a triangular object floating in the air. His eyes lit up, as if he'd just had an epiphany. My soul, you think you can take it just because you want to? Thump. He can see how Ben is about to transform. The vibration in his palm made Zhong Gui frown. Still not dead? How is that possible? He opened his hand to see, and there was Song Yicheng striking a defiant pose. Still alive and kicking. Surprised? Shocked? He dusted off his pants and rose to his feet. You ghouls don't have physical bodies. You're just spiritual forms. He raises his long spear. That's why my righteous energy had so little effect. But, just a moment ago, I realized a fundamental truth. Life exists in many forms. The only difference is how that energy is channeled. Countless golden threads sprouted from beneath his feet, silently weaving their way into the ghost's massive arm. Zhong Gui paid his words no mind. No time to hesitate. His killing intent flared. You are nothing more than prey in the palm of this king's hand. You talk big for a dead man. Now that you're done spouting nonsense, you can die. Song Yicheng's lips curved into a smirk. I've stalled just long enough. Just as the ghost's hand clenched shut, Song Yicheng leaped into the air. I need to finish this fast and get out of here. Countless golden threads of energy materialized in his palm, as if he were a puppeteer. When it comes to controlling energy, I'm the undisputed master. He roared. Golden Aegis technique. Retract. The ghost's massive, crimson soul was instantly ensnared by the golden threads. Zhong Gui was stunned. What? Seeing that he's about to make a move. His eyes widened, his spiritual body pierced by the golden threads. When? The golden threads, resonating with the soul-subduing bells, chimed with violent intensity, causing him to howl in agony. Seeing Zhong Gui captured, the lesser spirits scattered in a panic. The king has been captured. Run for it. Zhao Ling gives the command. He gritted his teeth. I refuse to give up on this world that finally accepts me for who I am. No, I can't give up. I fought so hard to find my place here. His head flies from his body, hurtling straight down. Song Yicheng sees his plan and cries out in alarm. Lan Ling, fire. Watch out. But Lan Ling can't react in time. Zhong Kuei's disembodied head slams right into him, as everyone screams in terror. Lanling, huh? Song Yicheng snatches Zhong Kuei's lingering spirit with one hand, while his other unleashes countless golden threads. All the wandering spirits below are ensnared. The spirits shriek as a hail of bullets rains down on him. Wu Qingxiang says, Master Song, that was a hell of a move. Absolutely incredible. He hangs suspended in midair, as the swirling threads of Gong Qi deal with all the souls at once. From a distance, the onlookers watch as the chaos subsides. It's finally over. Song Yicheng's eyes widen in alarm. The Li village lies in ruins. Those who are hiding in their homes finally dare to venture outside. Someone sighs. Sigh. And right before the new year, of all the rotten luck, someone weeps. My child, please wake up. The dark clouds part, revealing a clear moon. This is bad. Gentle moonlight bathes the scene. Song Yicheng walks over to Lan Ling, who is tightly bound on the ground by Gongqi threads. The system chides him, its voice tinged with regret. You wasted so much system energy today. Song Yicheng replies coldly. Don't worry. Once this is over, I'll take as many missions as you want. So for now, shut up. The little system fumes. He spins his long spear in a blur, deflecting the shots. I was just trying to help. Why are you being so mean? Everyone gathers around Lan Ling. Wu Qingcheng assesses the situation. Looks like what entered Lan Ling's body was only a fragment of Zhong Kuei's spirit, but the green aura radiating from his body makes her continue with a worried tone. Zhong Kuei is a ghost king. If we force him out, but one bullet still slams into his chest, it might damage Lan Ling's body and soul. Song Yicheng's expression darkens. We still haven't found Fatty Chong, and now this happens to Lan Ling. Furious, he raises the hand holding Zhong Kuei's remnant spirit, ready to crush it. I'll just kill him and be done with it. Just as he's about to strike, his eyes catch something. Lan Ling, you're awake. With a pained grunt, Song Yicheng drops to one knee. Lan Ling begins to stir. His eyes, seeing Lan Ling awake, his eyes are completely unfocused. He remains silent. Everyone asks anxiously, Lan Ling, are you okay? After a moment, the clarity returns to his eyes. Zhao Ling yells out. He looks at the group of strangely dressed people before him and asks in a daze, Huh, where's this? Who are all of you? Song Yicheng's brow furrows. Just as I thought. He's possessed. He grabs her by the collar. Zhong Kuei, quit playing games. The suspect is hit. Get the hell out of him now. Inside Lan Ling's body, Zhong Kuei pouts indignantly. This guy's so mean. And with that, he bursts into tears. Wah, I'm not a ghost. My mommy said, I'm just a little ugly, that's all. Tears stream down his face. She said if I just study hard, I can still grow up to be someone useful. Cease fire. This sudden turn of events leaves everyone speechless. WTF. Only Wu Qingqing was sharp enough to piece together what was happening. As long as you focus on your studies, you can still grow up to be a good person. It seems the damage to his soul scrambled Zhong Kuei's memories, causing him to revert to his childhood. Song Yicheng stared at Lan Ling as if he were an alien. A system alert chimes in his mind. Huh, what the hell is going on? Hey, kid, you're possessing my brother's body. How about you get out of there first? Zhong Kuei answered with a blank stare. I don't remember. Possessing what? Wu Qingqing explained. Host, be advised. Right now, he's just a child. He has no idea how to control the Ghost King's power. It looks like we'll just have to wait for his memories to return, so he can leave on his own. Song Yicheng was about to lose his mind, grabbing his head in frustration. I have to find Fatty Shang first. I don't have time to waste on him. He then tossed the remaining soul fragment to Wu Qingqing. While your current body can recover quickly, instructing her, Miss Wu, help me keep an eye on this. Then, he dragged away Zhong Kuei, who was still possessing Lan Ling. You're coming with me. Zhong Kuei's soul fought back. Let me go, you big jerk. At the market in the Song family village, the stalls were a total wreck, with goods scattered everywhere. Is completely incapable of dodging bullets. The old man who sold paintings crawled out from under a canopy. Oh my, never thought I'd live to see something like this. How's that saying go again? An unknown light flashes across the sky. The old man squinted up from below. Oh, that's it. Live long enough, you see everything. Zhong Kuei steps right out of a painting. When I get home and tell my wife. He cries out. She'll never believe it. Song Yicheng shot past on his roaring dragon. Fatty Shang. He thought, his heart filled with worry. Where on earth did you go? Inside Lan Ling's body, Zhong Kuei clung tightly to the dragon's mane. Absolutely. Thrilled. Whoa, we're really flying. God, that hurts. This is amazing. Seeing that expression, Song Yicheng found it incredibly strange. Huh. It's so weird seeing Brother Lan acting like such a goofball. The great and powerful. Just look at the mess you made down there. Still don't remember anything? Everything these villagers went through. It was all your fault. Zhao Ling charges him. Below them, the scene was one of utter chaos. People were scattered everywhere, some standing, some on the ground. It was a horrifying sight. Zhong Kuei looked down, wondering, was that me? Everyone always said I'd grow up to be a demon. Could they have been right? Just as Song Yicheng started to comfort him, his own eyes suddenly lit up. You murderer, are you just going to be whatever other people say you are? Are you going to live your life based on what others think? He steered the dragon into a steep dive, shouting with joy. Fatty Shang, a basket in one hand. Fatty Shang supported an old woman with the other, waving happily. Boss, you were the one who drove off those wandering ghosts, weren't you? Surrender now. It had to be you, right? The old woman behind him screamed in terror. Ah, more ghosts. Fatty Shang quickly explained. Grandma, this isn't a ghost. This is our savior. The old woman's eyes lit up. Song Yicheng watches her swift, decisive strike. Our savior? The old woman curiously reached out to touch the dragon. While Song Yicheng was overjoyed, he clapped his good friend, Fatty Chong, on the shoulder. It's good to see you're okay. Hiv. I'm fine. After I got to the Li estate and saw those wandering ghosts, I don't remember anything else. He then turned to Lan Ling, who was staring intently at him. He can't help but think, and asked blankly, Brother Lan, what's wrong? And who is this lady? Lan Ling leaned in closer, observing, as Fatty Chang's face filled his vision. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Have I met him somewhere before? Damn, this cop is a real master. A sudden, splitting headache shot through him, causing Zhong Kuei, inhabiting Lan Ling's body, to cry out in agony. He clutched his head and dropped to his knees. A look of pure horror spread across his face. What have I done? The memories all came flooding back. From a moment he died by smashing his head against a pillar in the Golden Palace, to being hit by a car right after transmigrating, then possessing Fatty Chang's body. He catches her arm, blocking the blow, suffering the second blow of being judged for his appearance, until he completely lost his mind. He covered his face, overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame. Zhong Kuei, I lived the whole life, and died once, only to still live trapped by what others think. In the end, I was so worn down by it all that I completely forgot who I was. In that instant, Song Yicheng grew cautious. You remember everything now? He answered, yes. I can never atone for the mistakes I've made. Once I leave this body, you must kill me. The mini-system prompted from the side. No hostile intent detected. Threat level E. Ben lets out an unearthly shriek. Song Yicheng let out a sigh of relief. He patted Lan Ling's shoulder reassuringly. There are other ways to make up for it. He looked up, confused. Song Yicheng continued. The story of Zhong Kuei actually has a second half. Do you want to hear it? The four of them rode on the dragon's back. Arg! Up we go. The old woman was flying with them, absolutely thrilled. Meanwhile, someone was boredly kicking a pebble on the ground. Min Xingqing held the golden orb of light containing the remnant of Zhong Kuei's soul. Hero Song just said we're going to his place for the new year, but I have no idea if he's sorted everything out yet. This is the first time I've ever gone to someone else's house for the new year. She cupped her blushing cheeks and mumbled to herself. Green fluid pours from his body, causing Xian Kuei to freeze. What are you even talking about? It's not like I feel like I'm meeting the in-laws or anything. Ding, ding, ding. The orb in her arms began to vibrate, startling her. Why is the orb moving? Whoosh. It shot up into the sky. Min Qingqing panicked. That thing. It zipped through the air, leaving a golden streak of light. Song Yicheng shouts. It circled the group, riding the dragon, then shot straight towards Lan Ling. It slammed into a pink barrier surrounding his body and stopped. The remnant soul of Zhong Kuei was forced out of Lan Ling's body. The pink barrier shattered. Lan Ling's body began to fall. Brother Lan, Song Yicheng leaped off the dragon's back. He caught Lan Ling in a princess carry. Fatty Chong didn't miss a beat. Damn it. He immediately whipped out his phone to capture the moment. Click, click, as a blue light flared in the sky. Song Yicheng thought to himself, it seems Zhong Kuei has finally found himself again. The Ghost King, Zhong Kuei, appeared in a completely new form. He was now the god who governed the balance of yin and yang in the mortal world. The Ghost King Zhong Kuei expressed his gratitude. Thank you, righteous heroes. A monster tears its way out of a Ben's corpse. For helping me quell this turmoil. Zhong Kuei reached out his hand. And now, it is my duty as king. All souls, heed my command. The souls trapped within the enchanted artifact of Xian Kuei transformed into wisps of green smoke and flew out as commanded. Wu Qingqing stared, witnessing it all. This is incredible. The police officers screamed in terror. Countless wandering souls flew toward Zhong Kuei high above. Zhong Kuei drew his sword and said, Soul, orbs, gather the spirits. Whoosh. The wandering souls immediately transformed into round orbs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A faint light shone upon the orbs, enveloping them. Oh my God! Suspended in the center, Zhong Kuei shouted again. Return to the rightful path. Following his command, the orbs whizzed straight up into the sky. Looking up from below, they shimmered like stars. Everyone watched, completely mesmerized. They couldn't stop praising the sight. So beautiful. Wow, what the hell is that thing? That was magnificent. The moment his feet touched the ground, someone confronted him. You don't think you're just done here, do you? Zhong Kuei said apologetically. Sigh, if you have any other requests. This humble one will not refuse. Song Yicheng pointed at him and said, What I mean is, Song Yicheng yells, judging by your appearance, you probably don't have any friends, so you're staying at my place for the new year. Zhong Kuei was moved to tears. He rushed over, drawing close to them, afraid that if he was even a step too slow, they would change their minds. Thank you for taking me in, Brother Song. Knock, knock, knock. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. The xenoform is fully manifested, calling out loudly, Mom, I'm home. The little system beside him, still worried, asked again, Are you really not going to get rid of this Zhong Kuei guy? Song Yicheng repeated impatiently. I already asked around. The moment he arrived here, he was killed. With such rotten luck, how could I have the heart to let him die a second time? Everyone evacuate. Now, besides, becoming Zhong Kuei the Ghost King is probably his destiny. He heard his mother's voice call from inside. Coming. Why are you so late? Oh crap. He suddenly realized he was facing a brand new, massive problem. I'm screwed. Thinking about the group of bizarrely shaped people behind him, Zhao Ling stands frozen in horror. He felt a headache coming on. This bunch of weirdos. They're not going to scare my mom to death, are they? Song's mother opened the door. Seeing his friends, she wasn't scared at all. Instead, she broke into a radiant smile. Oh, you brought friends home. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You silly boy. He was utterly astonished. The monster lunges at a female officer nearby. Mom is so accepting. The table was laden with delicious food. Come on in. Let's get ready to eat. Song Yicheng and Xian Kuei were carrying in a TV. Put over there. Song's mother, holding bowls and chopsticks, happily directed them. That's right, killing her on the spot. Right there. He leaned in and whispered in his mother's ear. Mom, don't you have anything you want to ask? About all of them tonight? Song's mother smiled and said, Ask what? They're my son's friends. That makes them my honored guests, of course. Whatever my son does. I know he always has his reasons. Zhao Ling snaps out of her shock and barks orders. Song Yicheng was moved to tears, holding on tight to Mom's hand. A little song for you, Mom. In this world, only Mama is good. Having a mom is like having a treasure. At the dinner table in the courtyard, the air was filled with noisy chatter and laughter. Everyone was talking at once. Gulp, gulp. All units, stay calm. Is this happy water? Watch your manners in front of your elders. What's the big rush? Meanwhile, Mother Song was on the phone, getting a New Year's call from Zhang Yixiao. Hello. Xiao Xiao. Annie wishes you a happy new year too. And please send my best to your parents. After dinner, Team 1, fire on that monster. Song Yicheng was forced by his mother to clean up all by himself. He was feebly protesting. Sigh. But mom, my friends aren't that much older than me. Meanwhile, Zhong Kuei was gnawing on a chicken leg while watching the Central Television station. Central Television. Central Television. The 2020 Spring Festival Gala. Team 2 secure the scene. He stroked his long beard, lost in thought. No one has a beard. Is this look not in style anymore? Should I shave this thing off? On the table outside, only a single toppled bottle remained. Good times are always so fleeting. Staring at the empty table in the yard, Song Yicheng sighed. The feast has ended. The guests have gone. Protect the civilians. The house is empty. A bottomless loneliness envelopes me, suffocating me. The little system shattered his tragic mood, yanking him back to reality, to face the mountain of dirty dishes. If you ask me, you just don't want to do the dishes. He clattered the dishes in the sink, retorting angrily. Every gun turns on the creature. You're wrong. The real evil isn't avoiding the dishes. It's this bunch of freeloaders who just stand around watching and refuse to help. The group was gathered behind him, supervising. They all chimed in. Washing greasy dishes is beneath my beauty. He's already exerted enough mental energy. I don't like washing dishes, but I'm a good girl, I swear. But the bullets are useless. Zhong Kuei, at least, showed a bit more sincerity. He wasn't going to wash dishes, but he did offer a gift. This matter of washing dishes is clearly unbefitting of the duties of his king. However, I am willing to offer this item as a token of my sincerity. Seeing the round orb, his eyes lit up. Zhong Kuei explained its function. They flatten against its tough hide. This is a Phantom's Cape soul pearl. Its exterior is exquisite and beautiful. It can capture and contain souls. It's a rare treasure, perfect for communicating between the mortal and spirit realms. With this, you need not fear your loved one's souls scattering to the winds. It's an essential item for home and travel, and the perfect gift for friends and family. Staring at his own round face reflected in the orb, he said, an officer reports in frantically. Who needs to worry about their friends and family souls? Scattering? Zhong Kuei's face appeared in the orb, reminding him. Oh, right. In the future, if you're ever in need, Brother Song, you can use this Phantom's Cape soul pearl to summon this king. In addition, it has another, rather unstable function, which is hearing this. It's no use. The rounds aren't penetrating. Song Yicheng thought, using a crystal ball to communicate with the spirit world? Why does that sound so weird? He then imagined himself as a witch in an old European-style dress, waving his hands dramatically over the crystal ball. One moment chanting, Om Mani Padme Hum. The next, spirits of heaven, hear my plea. Spirits of earth, come to me. He shuddered at the thought, letting out a sigh. The monster continues its slaughter. He tucked the orb into his pocket. All right. Let's see if it works first. The crystal ball revealed a scene of Zhang Yishao surrounded by a crowd of male students, all holding flowers and confessing their feelings. Ms. Xiao, we've admired you for so long. Meanwhile, Zhang Yishao was running for her life. Thump, thump, thump. Her footsteps echoed loudly. Just then, a soft rustling came from the bushes nearby. The scene descends into utter chaos. Her eyes darted around, instantly on alert. Without a second thought, Zhang Yishao hurled the piece of chalk in her hand. Whoosh! The bushes were parted, revealing two people locked in a passionate embrace. The chalk continued its flight forward, embedding itself in a tree trunk with a solid thwack. It startled a nearby cat and dog who were getting busy, letting out a chorus of yelps and meows. After the chaos subsided, seeing her partner attacked, another pair of feet landed on the ground. Zhang Yishao was now cornered, trapped between two male teachers. The one in front of her spoke. Ms. Zhang, we've been waiting for you. Seeing this, Zhang Yishao's gaze darted from one to the other, on high alert. What do you two want? Each of the teachers held a bouquet of flowers. Another officer can only scream in helpless terror, professing their love to Zhang Yishao under the tree. We've admired you for a very long time. Zhang Yishao couldn't take it anymore. She had to remind the two teachers, please have some self-respect. The moment she finished speaking, a flurry of punches and kicks echoed through the air. A moment later, a A stone-faced Zhang Yishao turned and walked away, leaving the two teachers behind her, bruised and battered. Look out! Groaning in pain. After escaping that chaotic scene, Zhang Yishao finally let out a soft sigh of relief. As she walked onto the school grounds, Zhang Yishao muttered to herself, "What is wrong with everyone lately? The entire school is acting like a bunch of love-crazed lunatics. Geez, I almost blew my cover." Suddenly, Song Yicheng observes it carefully. A hand grabbed Zhang Yixiao's. Wanna know why? A handsome, blonde-haired boy wrapped his arm around her waist. It's because spring has sprung, of course. All of nature is reawakening, and it's mating season for the animals again. He held a rose between his teeth, striking a suave pose. Oh my goddess. In this season overflowing with love. It was just born, but it's already impervious to blades and bullets. Would you be willing to spend the rest of your life with this dreamboat? Straightening up, Zhang Yishao gently patted the blonde boy on the head. Her tone lecturing. Student Xiao, did you forget to take your meds again today? The little devils watching nearby couldn't help but sneer to themselves. That shorty actually has the guts to hit on Miss Xiao Xiao? What a loser. Zhang Yishao paid no mind to the blonde boy's crestfallen face. How am I supposed to fight this? Continuing her reminder to her student. Oh, right. Transfer students still have to take the monthly exams, you know. Instead of taking advice from Animal Planet, you should try doing a few more practice tests. With that, she turned and left. The young man instantly turned to stone. A moment later, he crumbled to the ground. He thinks for a moment. His friends cheerfully started to clean up the mess, chattering amongst themselves. That new transfer student, Xiao, is one stubborn mule. I heard this is his 108th failed confession. Why doesn't he get it? Some people are just born unworthy of love, especially the short ones. A wave of hearty laughter erupted from the little devils. Ha ha! But after a moment, no, that's wrong. The blonde boy got to his feet, standing firm. He said, "Try me. You think I'm unworthy?" The boy confidently swept his hair back. "Then I'd like to see which one of you is," while the young man rallied his spirits after his failed confession. Another man in the corner breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Phew. Every living creature has a weak point. He who hesitates is lost. A confession isn't always pointless after all. He held a doll resembling his wife. He mumbled, "Even the stunning Miss Yi Xiao. She can't compare to my 2D wife. Wifey." Just as he was basking in his self-satisfaction, someone on the wall above him lightly leaped down. Suddenly, Song Yicheng landed with a thud, and coincidentally landed right on the rear of the 2D loving guy, sending him yelping in pain. Yet, he innocently mumbled on, "Good thing I came here today to scout around, preparing for Valentine's Day. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known those brats would dare pull a stunt on Yixiao." A second later, Song Yicheng realized something was off. He looked down, realizing his blunder, and cried out. Zhao Ling shouts, "My apologies." But what the 2D loving guy cared about was, "Good thing my wife's okay." At the same time, the class bell. Ring-a-ling-ling. Inside Classroom X. Zhang Yixiao's voice echoed. "Before dismissal, I have a few words." "Get out of the way." Zhang Yixiao stood simply at the podium and said, "Even though this is a winter break review, you all must make the most of every second. Don't always let your minds wander to grown-up matters." The entire class was listening intently, but one student had a notebook covering their face. So, she called out the name of the otaku student. She quickly stepped down from the podium to check. "Why are you suddenly so tall?" No sooner had she spoken than a sharp blade springs from the tip of her baton. The student suddenly stood up straight, revealing a tall, imposing figure beneath the uniform. This sudden action made desks and chairs clatter throughout the classroom. Zhang Yixiao, stunned, asked, "Otaku, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Song Yicheng took off the hat covering his face, pulled out a bouquet of flowers, and surprisingly exclaimed. She lands a powerful kick to the monster's head. "I'm no otaku." Surprise. "Yixiao, I miss you so much." Zhang Yixiao couldn't help but reply in astonishment. "Yicheng, what are you doing here?" Song Yicheng teased her further. "Oh look, all the students are watching," slicing a gash deep enough to reveal bone. The surrounding students were still setting off tiny poppets. Pop, 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 pop. A few girls even teased. "Teacher, have you become grown up too? Your boyfriend looks familiar." The person next to them overheard and added, Doesn't he look like? At this moment, green fluid sprays on her chest. Their classroom became even more boisterous than ever. A few shouts rang out. Kiss, 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 kiss. Yeah. Meanwhile, several gusts of purple wind whooshed into the classroom, gently whooshing past a female student. Then a male student was also hit by a whoosh of wind. Amidst such a joyful atmosphere, Zhao Ling realizes immediately. The male student glanced at his girlfriend and said, Hun Mai, let's not walk home together after class anymore. These words made the girlfriend cry out heartbrokenly. Li Hua, you. Another couple was also arguing. A girl asked her boyfriend, do you eat sweet zongzi or savory zongzi? The boyfriend immediately snapped angrily. This is bad. Don't talk about it anymore. You jerk. I eat sticky rice cakes. We're breaking up. Song Yicheng and Zhang Yixiao stared back at them, dumbfounded. They thought to themselves, what's gotten into these kids? At this point, the entire scene had descended into complete chaos. A male teacher chased after a female teacher, shouting, its blood is corrosive. Miss Xiaoli, a young girl, she quickly said, Teacher, don't ever come to my house again. Meanwhile, a student ran out of the classroom, sobbing, I'm going to jump. Fortunately, a friend grabbed him from behind, trying to soothe him. Calm down. That wasn't all. Just as she feared, the acid eats through a uniform. The monster lunges at the opening. The school's heartthrob was telling the girl in front of him, let's break up. You're not my type. The girl furiously pinched his cheek and snarled, you think I like you? Amidst this tense situation, the system quietly presented an item. Tactical goggles. Song Yicheng quickly took the item and shielded Zhang Yixiao behind him. Song Yicheng leaps in to help, reassuring her, Yixiao, don't be scared. She countered, I'm not scared. Meanwhile, the scene inside the classroom was indescribably chaotic. A girl chased after her boyfriend, pleading, don't leave me. While the longtime single guys cheered excitedly, an idea clicks in his head. Another year of being single. Song Yicheng looked through the goggles. He was immediately astonished. It turned out that the children before him all had purple arrows piercing through their chests. He couldn't help but wonder, where did these arrows come from? The system immediately displayed a notification. Energy analysis. Qubits arrows. That's it. Effect. Causes lovers to break up. Song Yicheng stared blankly at the arrows, which were slowly decaying. He muttered, Qubit. Isn't Qubit supposed to be the god of love? The moment he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared outside the window, hovering in midair. He laughed and said, all these fierce attacks just pissed it off. Ha ha. Oh, you singles. Rejoice to your heart's content. It turned out to be the blonde teenager who had confessed to Zhang Yixiao earlier. Now, he raised his bow and arrow again, declaring, the god of love declares, from this day forward, every year on February 14th. At the same time, he catches Zhao Ling as she stumbles back. The system updated its information. QPID, Greek mythology, D-rank mission. He boldly declared, shall be changed to Death to Valentine's Day. Then he released his grip. The giant arrow instantly whistled. Through the air, a thought flashes through his mind, flying towards where Zhang Yixiao and Song Yicheng stood. Qubit, from above, aimed his bow at Zhang Yixiao and Song Yicheng. He proclaimed, in that case, you two shall be the memorial for this grand death to Valentine's Day. The arrow whizzed towards them. Thanks to her sixth sense, Zhang Yixiao instantly spun around and cried out, Yicheng, watch out! But Song Yicheng's reaction was still a step slower than Qubit's arrow. I found its weakness. He inwardly cursed. Damn it! A system notification appeared before his eyes. Analysis. Qubit's golden arrow. Effect. Causes people within the same group to fall in love. This information utterly astonished Song Yicheng. So that's the golden arrow that makes people fall in love. He has ill intentions. Why isn't he using the lead arrow? Song Yicheng shouts. He then quickly leaped out the window. Grabbing Qubit, he demanded, what exactly are you trying to do? The teenager, unwilling to back down, sneered in reply. Oh, don't you just love playing Cupid? Well, now I'll give you plenty to play with. At the same time, you son of a bitch. Qubit relentlessly drew his bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But Song Yicheng held his own. He twirled the staff in his hand. deflecting every arrow Cupid fired. He laughed. You gotta be kidding me. You think you can take me on with these flimsy little arrows? The arrows continued to rain down, but Song Yicheng's staff batted them all away. You think you can just attack a woman? He kept laughing. Well, looks like the god of love isn't much of a fighter, huh? Cupid, however, didn't get angry. Instead, he just smiled and replied, Is that so? With that, Cupid stopped aiming at Song Yicheng. Instead, he began attacking the students behind him. Eat this. Rows of arrows flew out with a whoosh. The students screamed one after another. Inside the classroom, they were hit too. They cried out in shock. Whoa! In that instant, a single thought appeared in all their minds. I'm done for. It's the feeling of falling in love. He brings his spear down hard, cleaving through the monster's skull. Then, all the students looked up at Song Yicheng with adoration. They shouted, Just hang Xia, my love, the desire of my soul, the light of my life. The little devils scrambled to get closer to him, their noisy cheers surrounding him. Go for it. The monster is split in two. I'm almost touching him. Climb faster. Even his back is so handsome. So handsome. At the same time, an arrow that had stuck in Song Yicheng suddenly pulsed. Song Yicheng blushed. He felt a strange sensation. What is this? Schlick. My heart is suddenly fluttering. At this moment, Song Yicheng was surrounded by a crowd of schoolgirls. He said softly, No need to push. There's no need to rush. I will forever belong to all of you. Remember, your love for me will never be unrequited. The girls immediately, it's finally dead, cheered with joy. Our idol just sang Xia. I love you. Hee hee. But Zhang Yixiao quickly pushed through them to warn Song Yicheng. Don't fall for his trick. Even Q couldn't help but snort coldly. Just hang Xia? What a joke. All his so-called skills are just other people's old tricks. My 9 snow spear still beats bullets any day. Meanwhile, the girls continued to crowd around Song Yicheng, showering him with praise. Just hang Xia, you're so handsome. Can we be your harem? He even laughed and replied, You're too kind. You're too kind. Then, Cupid flew toward Zhang Yixiao and said, Using golden arrows and lead arrows to manipulate others. Now, that is true magic. In an instant, Zhao Ling gasps in utter shock. Cupid had pulled Zhang Yixiao into his arms. He tried to seduce her, saying, Forget that awful man. Come back to the arms of this great god. Zhang Yixiao immediately frowned and cursed at him. TCH, playing games with love? You are completely unworthy of being the god of love. You're the truly awful one, getting yelled at right to his face. I can't believe a monster like this exists. Cupid's pride was wounded. He spluttered. How dare you say I'm unworthy of being the god of love? What makes me any worse than that big, crude oaf over there? Suddenly, a flash of light cut through the clear sky. A giant hand appeared and slapped Cupid right on the butt, forcing him to let go of Zhang Yixiao. He screamed in pain. Then, with the people you killed before. Then, Song Yijing's voice echoed from a distance. Let go of my Xiao Xiao. You disgusting creep. Zhang Yixiao instantly assessed the situation. She felt it was her time to act. She arched backward, and with a sharp crack, drove her knee into his face. Cupid. He let out a howl of pain. Yicheng answered. Arg. Cupid clutched his face, hissing in agony. It hurt so much. He let Zhang Yixiao fall, watching her with cold indifference. He said, Woman. It's too late to cry for help now. They've all been infested by parasites. But in that very instant, a figure shot through the air with a whoosh. Appearing from nowhere, Song Yijing caught Zhang Yixiao just in time. He comforted her. Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid. Song Yijing landed gently on the ground. Still in a daze, Zhang Yixiao called his name. Yijing. Song Yijing turned to her and explained. Once you're infested, there's no cure. Sorry, I got held up by a mob of fans. I'm late. But Zhang Yixiao simply replied, I knew you would come for me. I never doubted it for a second. Seeing their blissful reunion, Cupid fell, completely silent. Why is it that in every world, the girl thought to herself, you two have to destroy my chance at love? Meanwhile, in Cupid's homeland, a place filled with magnificent Greek architecture. Among them was one structure fronted by 2 statues, one of the goddess Venus, and the other of the god Mars. Then a voice rang out. Oh my, our little Cupid is just so adorable. So that's what's happening. A man mused while enjoying some fruit, speaking with pure contentment. Just look at this cute little tummy. He was so well-behaved and obedient back then. He gazed at the painting before him and sighed wistfully, always working so hard for the sake of other people's love. He then turned to the beautiful woman beside him. Oh, he cooed, my beautiful Venus. He's not killing innocent people. Have a raspberry. The woman, Venus, replied cheerfully. My mighty Mars. You have one too. For those who are unaware, Cupid's parents are Mars, the god of war, and Venus, the goddess of beauty. Just as the two were sharing a tender moment, an arrow whizzed past. It embedded itself in the wall right in front of them. If I hadn't tried to stop him, startled, they turned to look. They saw that the culprit was none other than their son. Cupid, he was muttering sullenly. You're always all over each other. It's so annoying to watch. A frightened Mars pulled his wife close, exclaiming in shock. Oh, the goddess Venus, equally startled, said, none of this would have happened. This rebellious phase is such a handful. A little later, a dejected Cupid went to the riverbank alone to clear his head. He let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he heard the gentle sound of splashing water. Puzzled, Cupid turned to look. Before him appeared a girl of pure and innocent beauty, sitting on a rock, playfully splashing in the water. He warned them, that was the first time I fell in love. It turns out that even I, the master of love, have my own destiny. Cupid found himself irresistibly drawn closer to the girl. He hesitated for a moment, pursing his lips as he thought. I had always told myself that it was enough. Then, he decisively took up his bow and arrow and aimed it at the girl. Call for backup now. Cupid silently made his resolve. Today, I'm going to shoot an arrow for my own love. When she saw me, she smiled, as radiant as the sun. Suddenly, the girl looked over at Cupid. She called out in surprise. Cupid. Cupid froze. He thought to himself, could it be she's fallen for me too? There's still parasites in this hotel. Then, he heard the girl he loved say to him shyly, you're just in time. Please, use your golden arrow to help me. He's over there. I've fallen in love with him. The handsome Narcissus. Cupid cried out in disbelief. Him, and a terrifying queen. The girl pointed across the river and replied, yes, that's him. Completely smitten, the girl used every beautiful word she could think of to describe the man. He's the most handsome man in the world. His powerful physique, his eyes, are so gentle. Every beautiful thing is reflected in his face. He walked to the door. He did it all with just his face. At the same time, the man was gazing at his own reflection. He murmured to himself, I'm so beautiful. Finally, Cupid couldn't take it anymore. He aimed his bow at her and said with hatred in his voice, what's so great about that narcissist? He suddenly turned back and shouted, you're destined to love me. She covered her mouth, stammering in shock. Were you about to shoot me? With that, she immediately turned and fled. Before disappearing, she cursed, abusing your power for personal revenge. You're shameless. Oh, right. You don't deserve to be the god of love. You have defiled my love. Afterward, Cupid landed on the ground. He wondered in a daze. Why? He slammed his hands on the ground in anguish, cursing the heavens and the earth. Am I, Cupid, not worthy of finding love? I'll tell you guys the weak spot on these things. While Cupid was sobbing his heart out, a blinding light suddenly flashed. He looked up stunned. What is that light? Then he saw a pair of terrifying eyes staring down at him. Thinking back, Cupid still frowned at the memory. Then, Xiaoling grabbed her radio and called headquarters. As he floated in the air, he drew an arrow. He said with a smile, me? Use my power for revenge? Please. Cupid gently raised an arrow high above his head. He declared, it's all thanks to this black and gold arrow. Cupid aimed the arrow at himself. He said, call off the pursuit of Jiu Shangxia immediately. This is the final act of defiance of a god of love. Cupid spoke with grim determination. Today, I will give myself the true love I deserve. Then he plunged the arrow straight into his chest. Song Yijing held out an arm, shielding Zhang Yixiao behind him. He told her, He's using the arrow on himself. He looks like he's gone completely insane. Hearing this, Cupid burst out laughing. This is a priority mission. Ah, Cupid shouted maniacally. My fate is sealed, and now it's your turn. My goddess. Don't worry. This one hurt a bit. Then he quickly fired the arrow. With a whoosh, Song Yijing swiftly blocked the arrow with his staff. Before she could even finish, it let out a resounding clang. Then he roared, demanding the buyer leave. But Cupid wasn't the least bit afraid. In fact, he just sneered. I already told you. This is the super golden arrow. How could you possibly break it so easily? Just as Cupid finished speaking, Song Yicheng saw the arrow change direction. The voice on the other end announced, and fly straight for Zhang Yixiao. He cried out in alarm. This is bad. Xiao Xiao, get out of the way. At the same time, the arrow whizzed towards her. Zhang Yixiao panicked. Should I do something? But if I do, my whole delicate flower-like image will be ruined. Captain Zhao Ling has requested backup, and Yi Cheng will see it all. He'll be totally freaked out. What if he hates strong girls? Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and screamed. Ah, to hell with it all. Then, Zhang Yixiao raised her right arm high. She began to transform. Turtle power, engage. A powerful beam of light shot down from the sky. All units, prepare for deployment. Shining directly onto Zhang Yixiao. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhang Yixiao had transformed. A large turtle shell had appeared on her back. She is the Turtle Ranger. Here to save the day. Even Song Yicheng cried out in shock. Xiao Xiao, is the Turtle Ranger? Cupid saw his arrow trembling in midair. He roared in frustration. 2 military helicopters appeared in the sky. Who the hell made the rule that you have to stand by and wait while your opponent transforms? He screamed frantically. Don't just hang there. Keep attacking. Meanwhile, Zhang Yixiao launched a swift counterattack. She fired a barrage of small turtle shells at Cupid. Asterisk thwip. Thwip. Asterisk. Cupid's art of archery. Every arrow he fired deftly weaved through Zhang Yixiao's attacking shells. Looking at the insignia on the aircraft, Cupid declared with satisfaction. Don't worry. Turtle shells can't stop the power of love. But just as the arrow was about to hit Zhang Yixiao, she vanished. Cupid was stunned. Where'd she go? Whoosh! She reappeared, a rope in hand, snaring each of the arrows. Give it up. The girl realized something. Turtle bind. But Cupid just sneered. Mortal foolishness. Keep going. My little arrows. He immediately fired a multi-tipped arrow. It wasn't just one, but 10 arrows that shot out towards Zhang Yixiao at once. Asterisk fwoosh. 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 Asterisk. Zhang Yixiao was taken aback. Those are the general's troops. It's split apart. That's completely unscientific. Each arrow quickly broke free from a rope. They whizzed towards her. Seeing Zhang Yixiao trapped by his attack, Cupid gloated. Come here. His eyes were filled with nothing but blind love. Cupid whispered, My love, this is bad. And so, he failed to see the trap laid right at his feet. A second later, Cupid was caught in Zhang Yixiao's net. He screamed in disbelief. How can this be? At the same time, Song Yicheng had swept Zhang Yixiao in his arms. Dodging all the arrows, they all slammed into a nearby tree trunk. Cupid, pathetically tangled in the net. Meanwhile, lay on the ground. He screamed furiously. You ganged up on me. Let me go. But Song Yicheng's only reply was his staff. Thwack! It landed right between Cupid's legs. His whole body went rigid. Zhang Yixiao and Song Yicheng gave each other a high five. They said in unison, Now that's the teamwork of a match made in heaven. Inside the hotel. However, it wasn't over yet. The tree, with an arrow stuck in it, suddenly began to lean. Crack! Suddenly, 3 or 4 people tumbled out of the branches with a rustle of leaves. They were all groaning in pain. Ugh! Ow, ow, ow! Among them was a young man, still clutching a doll he called his wife. The doll had been pierced by the arrow. He screamed. The moment he walked into the lobby with his weapon drawn, the grand hall erupted in terrified screams. My wife! Are you okay? My wife! Zhang Yixiao and Song Yicheng stared, dumbfounded as he burst into tears. Then, they heard a clattering noise. Cupid rushed toward the man, declaring, So this is what true love looks like. The young man was utterly terrified by this. Get away from me. Meanwhile, the 2 onlookers watched the chaos unfold. Run. at a complete loss for words. Song Yicheng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The power of love is a truly formidable thing. The scene unfolding before her reminded Zhang Yixiao of something that happened a few days ago. The system had been cheerfully watching the entire school doing their morning exercises together. It had then asked her a question. Has the world returned to a state of peace? Is this the power of love? Still, the system couldn't help but wonder. The receptionist asked, but what exactly is love? Just then, Zhang Yixiao had appeared and offered an answer. But conflict in some places is still inevitable. As she remembered this, Zhang Yixiao snapped out her thoughts, only to be met with the chaotic scene before her. Her own students were actually placing bets on whether Cupid or the young man would win. One student shouted enthusiastically, "What on earth is going on? All bets are final. No takebacks." Another one called out, "Any more bets?" All while the two of them were still fighting over the doll. The young man said fiercely, "This is my wife." Not backing down, Cupid retorted, "This is my one true destiny." Suddenly, a girl screamed. Song Yicheng turned to Zhang Yixiao. "Oh right, Xiao Xiao. Back at the last martial arts tournament. Were you the one who saved me from that toad?" Zhang Yixiao continued to play dumb. "What toad? This turtle shell? I just bought it off Taobao. I'm definitely not the violent type, you know." "Oh, looks like a student needs me to collect their homework. Run." And with that, she dashed off. Bye. Seeing her reaction, Song Yicheng knew the truth. He gushed with admiration. "Now that's my girlfriend. She can grace any grand hall, and she can rule any kitchen. She can even grade homework and subdue enemies with her turtle technique. I must have saved the entire galaxy in my past life. It's Jiu Shangxia. He's here to kill everyone." Meanwhile, inside the Infinite Hero Tower, Song Yicheng, Lan Ling, and Shui looked down from on high like dragons, watching Cupid sob on the ground as he clutched the doll. Zhong Kuei was also watching remotely. He murmured, "My thanks to Brother Song for this live feed." Lan Ling then turned to Song Yicheng. "Brother Song, does this little brother from the West wish to join our army of justice as well?" A notification from the system. Zhong Kuei also chimed in. "Excellent, excellent. Judging by his appearance, he is no ordinary person." Song Yicheng scratched his head as he replied, "I still haven't figured out a way to handle this. He's no longer hostile. I don't have a heart to just kill him to reclaim the power now. Host, but a high school kid like him. I'm not exactly confident in using him as a fighting force." Just then, Cupid woke up. He screamed, "You people, who are you? Are you trying to steal my wife?" Then, he realized the dog was peeing on him. He completely lost. System has identified 6. All control. Whose mud is this? He hung up. Song Yicheng said, exasperated, "Hey kid, calm down. Listen to me." But all he heard was Cupid's retort. "Umph. My wife is a million times better than you." Parasites. 10 minutes later, they had explained the situation to one another. Song Yicheng stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at Cupid, who was sitting on the ground. "So, that's the situation. If you don't want to die, then you'd better stick with me." Cupid, however, just looked up arrogantly and retorted, "Are you trying to scare me? Threats don't work on me," Yicheng said coldly. Finally, Song Yicheng couldn't take it anymore. He smacked Cupid right on the head. He yelled furiously, "Then what is it you want?" Cupid immediately piped down and answered, "I want to go home. I can find my own way. No need to escort me." With that, he hugged the doll in his arms, pouting, "I'm really sorry about this. So scary. Good thing my wife is here to comfort me." Hearing this only made Song Yicheng even angrier. "Didn't I already tell you? You fell through a wormhole to get here. It's definitely gone by now. TCH, you think I actually want to keep you around?" At this, Lan Ling quickly stepped in to mediate. "Brother Song, but today I have to be the bad guy. Calm down. Let's just hear him out for now." Meanwhile, back in Cupid's homeland, the other gods were searching everywhere for him. "Cupid, where are you? Come home for dinner." A speck of light zipped through the water. Then a voice emerged from it. "I promise, your mother won't make you." He lunged forward, his long spear a blur of violent motion. "Go to archery practice tomorrow, either." The speck of light continued to zip along, before stopping with a pop. On the mountain behind the school was a little-known spot. Here, a small tunnel led to an excavated area. As soon as they entered, they heard a rustling sound. The cave was full of bats, roosting in the darkness. Cupid led Song Yicheng and the system deeper into the tunnel. Horrified screams. Then he pointed ahead. He announced, "It's right up ahead." When Cupid saw the whirlpool still swirling on the water surface, he exclaimed with joy, "I knew it. My way home is still here." Without a second thought, Cupid leaped in. He yelled excitedly, "Wifey, we're going home," echoed through the hall. "Goodbye." Song Yicheng couldn't stop him in time. "Wait, we don't know if it's safe." Splash. In an instant, he was underwater. Song Yicheng stared at the gurgling whirlpool before him. Stunned, Cupid's energy signature has vanished. It's unclear what Song Yicheng saw. "Help!" But his eyes suddenly widened in shock. The system's voice crackled with strain as it warned him. Unable to identify, intense energy fluctuation. "Do not approach." Song Yicheng let out a pained gasp. He clutched his head. He could hear voice speaking. Such powerful energy. "Give it to me. Somebody help me. Give me that power." A dazed look passed over Song Yicheng's eyes. Whose voice is that? My head, it hurts." Then his eyes went blank. He stared toward the surface of the water. Forward. Only one thought filled his mind. "I have to get to that lake. Don't kill me." Song Yicheng's steps drew him closer and closer to the water's edge. Just one more step. He was about to jump right in. But just then, the sudden sound of rushing water snapped Song Yicheng back to his senses. He quickly pulled his foot back. Song Yicheng scoffed, muttering to himself, "Trying to trick me into that abyss so you can escape your ancient seal?" He fired his green scepter toward the lake's surface. In the blink of an eye, the sound of splashing water echoed his roar. "In your dreams." Meanwhile, a distant explosion could be heard from the school sports field. The students stared in horror in that direction, screaming their heads off. "Get back. Unbelievable. Looks like Song Yicheng is at it again, spreading rumors everywhere. This is bad. The school's sewer system just blew up." All 6 were taken down. Half an hour later, a line of fire trucks and police cars appeared on the mountain behind the school, surrounding the scene and spraying it down with water. A crowd of students gathered around, buzzing with gossip. "Jiao Shang really is a hero of the people. He even handles exploding sewers." Hearing this, his friend added, "I heard Jiao Shang's girlfriend goes to our school. He was probably just in the neighborhood doing a good deed." At that moment, the system sighed. Scientific researchers were using equipment to scan the lake. Song Yicheng stood nearby, discussing the situation with Zhao Ling. "The abyss is at the bottom of the lake. But for now, I have no way to probe any deeper. This abyss is unstable. You all need to be extremely careful." Zhao Ling blushed. "Jiao Shang is worried about me," she thought to herself, but she maintained a professional demeanor and replied, "I have to say, this is a golden opportunity to uncover the secrets of the abyss explosion. The special task force will give it everything we've got." Song Yicheng's car started down the road. His voice could be heard from inside. Before, the abyss would only appear for a moment. Its energy was unstable. Song Yicheng asked, a hint of doubt in his voice, "Could this situation really be a coincidence? In my estimations?" Hearing this, the system understood what he was asking. "You suspect someone is manipulating things from behind the scenes. Who would have that kind of power? And what could their purpose be?" Just then, a news report came on the car radio. Due to the widespread doomsday theories sparked by the transmigrator incidents, public order and security have been affected in many areas. The number of evil factions and gangs is on the rise. Song Yicheng couldn't help but sigh in response. "I only had you pegged as slightly better than cannon fodder. Their purpose? Who knows? People are the most unpredictable creatures of all." The moment he finished speaking, the system spoke as if pinching its nose. "Wait a sec. Something stinks." Leaving Song Yicheng speechless, a rustling sound came from the garbage truck they had just passed. Then, Yicheng said, a staff topped with a fish shot out of the truck, landing with a dull thud. An old man was seen staggering up from inside the dumpster. He mumbled, "Oof." The people nearby were stunned. Where did this old beggar come from? Then he was heard asking himself in a daze, "Where in the world am I? If you want to praise me, just spit it out." By nightfall, the old man was strolling down the street, humming a tune. Joseph crosses the road. On a night full of light, people passing by couldn't help but stare. Why isn't that guy wearing a mask? His sharp nose caught a faint fragrant scent from a distance. He walked toward an eatery on the side of the road. On the side of the road. I won't let it go to my head, muttering, "Oh, what the hell? Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it." As he entered the restaurant, he slammed his staff on the table with a loud thwack. Then, he boisterously called out his order. "Proprietor, bring me a jug of your finest wine, and half a chicken." The other customers were drawn in by his racket. Besides, they stared in disbelief at the old beggar. Some people didn't even try to hide their disgust. "Boss, with all these germs everywhere, how do you expect anyone to eat?" However, the owner simply replied softly, "Everyone who comes here is a guest. We ask for your understanding." Those people aggressively slammed their chopsticks onto the table. The reward for this mission had better be good, exclaiming, "This place is absolutely disgusting." With that, they quickly pushed their chairs back, turned around, and bolted. As they left, they feigned saying, "Not eating anymore. We're out of here." After they had fled, they even boasted, "Or else, save ourselves a meal." The owner hurried to stop them. "You haven't paid yet." The old man's hand lightly picked up a chopstick. He muttered, "Oomph." Then, he flicked the chopstick towards the next table. Thwack! The chopstick plunged straight into the soup bowl on the adjacent table. To his surprise, the system announced. The chicken leg inside immediately flew out. It whizzed straight into the old man's mouth. This extraordinary scene was witnessed entirely by the owner, who was clearing the adjacent table. She gently asked the old man, "Old master, are you hungry?" This old beggar is also a pitiful soul. "Don't eat leftovers anymore. I'll go get you a fresh bowl." He finished chewing the chicken leg. "I forgot to mention," and spat out the bones and skin. A second later, he angrily slammed his palm down, splitting the table in two. He roared, saying, "Are you disciples of that old venomous snake Ouyang Feng, here to poison people?" This old beggar knows with just one bite. This meat, from now on, it's all contaminated. The owner cried out in alarm. "If this mission fails, what's happening today?" She was answered by a childish voice. "We're not poisoning people." A little girl, about 3 years old, stomped out defiantly, refuting him. "How dare you slander others in front of this heroine? You, what crime do you deserve?" The old beggar stared blankly, turning to look. Seeing her, "The penalty is the forfeiture of all your rewards." He secretly sighed in admiration. "This clever little imp reminds me so much of Rong Error." He immediately softened his tone, saying, all right, little heroine, but this old Hong has never falsely accused good people. This old beggar has never been wrong in that regard. You and your mother don't seem like bad people, but the ingredients for this dish truly have a problem. Plus, you'll go bald for 3 years. The little girl still huffed angrily. Hearing this, the owner immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's it. Phew. Thank goodness it was just a misunderstanding." The old man used to only eat food grown by his own village. The owner continued to explain about her restaurant's ingredients. "In our city life, we avoid all kinds of greasy foods and toxic powdered milk. Our bodies haven't been exposed to these kinds of toxins for a long time. But don't worry, our humble establishment may be small, but all our ingredients are sourced from reputable suppliers." The little girl immediately looked at him proudly and said, "Humph. Now do you see how impressive we are?" The old man immediately bowed his head in apology. He didn't dare make any more demands. No one else was poisoned. It's just this old beggar's shallow knowledge. Perhaps I spoke too rashly. He continued to apologize to the mother and daughter. "Please rest assured, it was all a misunderstanding. It's all this Hong Qigong's fault. I will certainly make amends to you." Hearing this, the little girl knew he wasn't a bad person, and she even asked, "Grandpa?" He immediately snapped to attention. "Can you teach me Rong martial arts?" They had no idea. Someone was watching them from outside. Chuckles. The owner smiled and told her daughter, "Hurry and thank Grandpa." The little girl immediately replied, "Thank you, Grandpa." The old man then chuckled and said, My handsome, venerable leader, this old beggar's just happy to get some meat." The person outside couldn't help but inwardly chuckle. Found another decent little fish. In the following days, the stewed chicken restaurant continued to welcome customers and bid them farewell. The owner tallied up the bills. The owner stood at the door, smiling and greeting guests. "Thank you for coming. These past few days, Never mind going through hell and high water. A new employee wearing a pink apron had appeared in the restaurant. Hong Chi-gong was incredibly busy, working tirelessly. He zipped from table to table. Whoosh! All the bowls and plates were neatly stacked in his hands, sparkling clean. Little Dung Dung couldn't help but clap her hands in admiration. Wow! Grandpa's so amazing. Hong Chi-gong awkwardly replied. This humble servant guarantees I won't utter a single word of complaint. It's nothing really. At the same time, the owner watched the quickly washed stack of dishes. She couldn't help but sigh in wonder. I knew this old man wasn't ordinary. But he's just too incredible. A little later, little Dung Dung pressed the TV remote a few times, then said to Hong Chi-gong, the system got back to business. Grandpa, come over here. It's about to start. Hong Chi-gong picked up the little girl, sitting her on his lap. He naively asked, what's about to start? She's so excited about cartoons. Dung Dung excitedly asked him, Grandpa, guess what? The 30th? In that moment, Hong Chi-gong exclaimed in surprise. This is. Before his eyes were images and sounds emanating from the TV. Today, Xiao Feng is ready to fight a battle to the death with all the heroes in the world. The 18 dragons subduing palms. Hong Chi-gong stared in astonishment. He asked in disbelief, Clan Leader Xiao? 42nd and 37th floors have infected individuals. It's Clan Leader Xiao. Even Dung Dung watched intently. She exclaimed in amazement. Whoa, the 18 dragons subduing palms are so powerful. Hong Chi-gong became engrossed in the storyline. Hold on a minute. Ha. So the beggar sect exists in this world too. Maybe I can even find my way back to Peach Blossom Island. You have 20 minutes to complete the objective. Just then, a street vendor's call echoed from outside, punctuated by the rhythmic tapping of their tools. Sugar figures for sale. Mighty heroes. Superheroes. We've got 'em all. Dung Dung, watching TV, was immediately drawn in. She softly turned her head to look, then called out, Heroes. Finally, the queen is waiting for you on the top floor. Sugar figures. Dung Dung quickly pattered out. Sugar figures. Sugar figures. A little later, the owner lifted the curtain from inside and asked her daughter, Zung Zung, what do you want for dinner tonight? But she only saw Hong Chi-gong standing alone in the restaurant. Several bodies were already floating in the massive aquarium. The owner immediately panicked. Zung Zung, Dung Dung's gone missing. The owner immediately burst into tears. She clutched Hong Chi-gong's shoulders and asked, Elder Hong, did you see where Dung Dung went? She became increasingly distraught. Crying, she said, What do we do now? The queen inside the tank cried out incessantly. Lately, there have been some young men, calling themselves beggars, loitering around here. Dung Ni was taken away, trembling. Wa. Hong Bagong rushed to comfort her. If it truly was the beggar's sect disciples who did this, this old beggar, as the chief of the beggar's sect, will definitely find Dung Ni. I'll deal with those traitors myself. Don't worry too much, ma'am. Then, with a sudden whoosh, he flew out. So hungry. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind her. You're a woman. Just stay here at the inn. You, proprietress, should stay here at the inn. In her heart, she silently prayed. Dung Dung, please don't let anything happen to you. Mom will be waiting for you at home. That night, Tong Yicheng moved swiftly between buildings. So hungry, he muttered to himself. You found a transmigrator, but didn't say anything sooner? He turned his head to look at the system. He continued, and now you've even lost their trail? The system immediately retorted angrily. I clearly told you I'd smelled a transmigrator back then. You were the one who changed the subject to all that nonsense. Anyway, things were pretty stable then, so it wasn't a huge problem. Tong Yicheng couldn't help but think seriously. My children need more nutrients. The deep pit hasn't disappeared, and transmigrators keep appearing in the same city. Are all these things just coincidences? Suddenly, the system pointed ahead and exclaimed, Got a hit. Tong Yicheng immediately looked. Inside an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, a group of thugs stood guard. Inside the cell, there were only children with missing limbs or other disabilities. Everyone in the banquet hall finally turned to look at the glass tank. They lay weakly on the ground. Ugh, so hungry, so hungry. It hurts so much. With a thud, a young man holding colorful figurines in his hand opened the door and was about to step inside. He chuckled. The young man smiled and said, "Building 2. Upon seeing the queen, they screamed, "Here's some food for you all." The children, seeing someone enter, joyfully called out, "Big Brother Knock is back. We have food now, Brother Knock." But then the blonde guy, who had been following behind, kicked the young man to the ground. He shouted loudly, "Food, my ass. Don't you even know what time it is? Look, now hurry up and get out of here to pack up." He threw the figurines from the young man's hand onto the ground. Then he stomped and crushed them. He didn't forget to curse either. "You lazy, good-for-nothings. Even with your broken arms and legs, you can't beg for a few coins." He viciously shoved a child back into the cell. Seeing this, the other children couldn't help but cry out in pain and warn, "Careful! What is that thing?" But the brute only yelled viciously in response. "Later, when I package you all up, we'll get a good price. Huangzi, might even get credit from the sect leader for this, and live as a respected elder in leisure." As soon as he finished speaking, a few children came forward and begged him, "Brother Huangzi, this is what we earned today. Please don't sell us." Huangzi slapped the child hard across the face. "A monster." Then he said disdainfully, "These measly coins again? Do you expect me to starve?" The other children continued to plead. "We tried our best, but many places wouldn't let us in." Huangzi furiously roared, "Damn it! I should have just broken your other arm off a long time ago, you useless trash." The poor children could only sit there, crying helplessly. The queen slammed against the glass, causing it to splinter. "Someone, please save us. W.A." That night, Huangzi's henchmen grabbed the children by their heads and shoved them into a truck. "Don't dawdle. Hurry." Another group carried several children off in a different direction. An observer watching from a distance couldn't help but wonder, where are they taking these children? Upon closer inspection, a girl screamed. It was the group carrying Dung Ni that had gone in the other direction. "High-end goods go over here." A metal door suddenly burst open. With a deafening screech, Dumlook and his lackeys were completely stunned. "Who's that?" Another one of them shouted. On the other side, with a loud shunk, the roll-up door was thrown wide open. There, blocking their path, stood the imposing figure of Hong Bakong. "It's going to get out." Behind him were their own men, all unconscious on the ground. The bald guy screamed in shock. "You got a death wish. How dare you barge into the new clan master's territory?" Just then, they heard the sound of shattering glass from above. Looking up, they saw Song Yicheng leaping down. The bald guy panicked. "There's someone up there, too." The monster continued its chant. Song Yicheng landed gracefully amidst a shower of broken glass. A heavy thud echoed through the warehouse, making them all stumble back and fall to the ground. The staff in Hong Bakong's hand blurred into motion. In an instant, the men were knocked into a heap. He then roared, "You call yourselves disciples of the beggar's sect, and yet you're so utterly shameless. This old beggar will cleanse the sect of your filth today." With that, nutrients. His attention turned to where Song Yicheng stood. "I can't believe it. To think this corrupted beggar's sect could attract a master of his caliber. I have to take him down first. It's the only way to save the children." As he charged towards Song Yicheng, the man's info panel flashed before his eyes. Hong Bakong, Wuxiao World. More nutrients. C-rank mission. Seeing this, Song Yicheng couldn't quite believe it. Hong Qigong? Did he just transmigrate and immediately become the master of the beggar's sect? Then, Song Yicheng suddenly realized something. Wait a second. He just said he was going to cleanse the sect. Doesn't that mean he's not on the same side as these scumbags? But before he could process it, Hong Bakong lunged at him. Countless fissures spiderwebbed across the glass. "Take this." Song Yicheng quickly brought up his own staff to defend. A sharp clang rang out. He quickly tried to explain. "Old Master Hong, please calm down." But Hong Bakong didn't let up. He slammed his staff down with a loud crack. He followed with a swift kick to the knee, but Song Yicheng managed to dodge every single one of his attacks. This took him by surprise. As water poured onto the floor, the crowd shrieked in terror. He dodged all of that. At the same time, Song Yicheng's mind was racing. I know from the novels that Hong Qigong's martial arts are second to none, a champion of justice. Aside from his love of good food, he really is the hero the legends say he is. Hong Bakong leaped back, creating some distance. He roared, "The glass is going to break. You wretched brat, to have such incredible skill, and use it to walk this evil path. Today, This old master will rid the world of your evil for the good of the people. The wind whipped around them. The first move of the 18 dragon-subduing palms materialized before Song Yicheng. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Holy crap. In a voice filled with disbelief, Song Yicheng asked, Is that the legendary 18 dragon-subduing palms? Run for your lives. What do I do now? Part of me is terrified, but another part is incredibly excited. I almost want to fight back. In the middle of the tense standoff, Rong Rong's scream pierced the air. Gidge, help Rong Rong. Snapping out of their fight, both Song Yicheng and Hong Bakong whipped their heads around. They saw the blonde man grabbing the children and making a run for it. In an instant, he shouted frantically, Hurry up. We can't be late for the deal. The clan master is 10,000 times scarier than these two. Dumlook asked, dazed. Blondie, where are we going? Rong Rong sobbed uncontrollably. Grandpa, please save me. The water was already rising fast. Hong Bakong immediately called out to her, his voice full of concern. Rong Rong, it's okay. Don't be afraid. But then he saw Song Yicheng charge forward. He even called out a warning to the old man. Senior, be careful you don't suffer a cultivation deviation. The children's safety is what matters most. Hong Bagong yelled out. You rotten punk. But Song Yicheng was already gone in a flash. He could only watch as Song Yicheng laid into Huang Shu's goons with a flurry of punches and kicks. Many couldn't escape in time and were completely overwhelmed. They howled in agony. I was wrong. Seeing this, Hong Bagong was completely stunned. Could it be that kid's one of the good guys? Then he saw Song Yicheng leading the children over to him. He instructed, Chief Hong, you take good care of the kids. The matriarch lunged forward. I'm going after them. Rong Rong, like the other children, was crying uncontrollably. Grandpa, wow, no. Rong Rong immediately threw herself into Hong Bagong's arms. Grandpa, he held Rong Rong close, comforting her. It's okay, Rong Rong, don't be afraid. But his eyes were fixed on the scene outside, its tentacles coiled tightly around a young woman, watching as Song Yicheng fought relentlessly in the distance. So you like picking on children, huh? Then, Hong Bagong gently set the children down. He thought to himself, this old beggar can't stand by and let a good man be wronged. I can't let him fight alone. The little girl looked up at him. The perceptive child stepped forward and said, Rong Rong is a heroine. A heroine can protect everyone. Those who managed to get away screamed at the top of their lungs. Grandpa, hurry and go get the bad guys. Hong Bagong gently patted her on the head. He told her, Rong Rong, you lead everyone and hide somewhere safe. Grandpa will be right back. Rong Rong obediently nodded. Okay. Just as Hong Bagong was about to head out, he saw something that made him freeze. His eyes flew wide open. Help! He was rooted to the spot, utterly dumbfounded. He stammered in disbelief. Little brother, who in the world are you? The children behind him also gasped, their eyes wide with amazement. Just then, high up in the vast sky, Lan Ling and the other children appeared, riding on the back of a snow jade elephant dragon. They gazed down at the scene below. Song Yicheng had already made short work of Huang Shu's henchmen. Run, just run. They were wailing. Nine-fingered hero, spare us. As for Huang Shu himself, he was pinned under Song Yicheng's foot, covered in injuries. It was only then that Hong Bagong realized the truth. He's the nine-fingered hero. The children couldn't help but cheer with joy. It really is the nine-fingered hero. We can finally go home. So cool. The matriarch's tentacles shot out in all directions. Seeing the children's reaction, Hong Bagong let out a thoughtful oh. He smiled and stroked his beard, praising the young man. A true hero in the making. Excellent. Truly excellent. Song Yicheng turned to look at him and said, This isn't over yet. When you clean house, you have to be thorough, quickly snatching up everyone within its reach. He then asked pointedly, Right? Chief Hong. Then he whirled around and kicked Huang Shu square in the butt. He ordered, Now get this pack of dogs out of my sight. Huang Shu meekly replied, Yes. I know I was wrong. Meanwhile, a scene change begins. Horrific, blood-curdling screams echoed. On a highway, a suspicious-looking truck appears. The driver murmurs to himself, Little friend Song, these Orlin-style chicken wings are delicious. Ignoring the traffic signs, they speed on, tossing trash out the window. The driver continues, You absolutely have to take me to see that old geezer, KFC. The truck smashes into the guardrail, letting out a horrifying screech of metal throughout the vast space, but just keeps barreling down the road. A truck sped toward the harbor, blowing past a crushed signpost in its wake. Inside the port terminal, a group of men in black suits stood around a man lounging on a sofa. He finally spoke. The cargo hasn't been moved yet? What are you waiting for? With a woman in his left arm and another in his right? In another hallway, the leader drawled, the buyers from D country are coming in from international waters any minute now. Just then, a subordinate rushed in to report. Boss, Huangshu's men aren't here yet. We might have to wait a little longer. The leader took a long drag from his cigarette. He paused for a moment before TSSS, stubbing it out on his subordinate's face. Yicheng was sprinting, a blur of motion. He said coldly, or would you rather we wait until you're dead? The terrified subordinate stammered. And no, I'll get everything ready right away. He frantically waved his men over. Bring them all out here for me. Sort them by quality. Move it. The banquet hall is right up ahead. As the other men brought in the cargo, the subordinate began his presentation. 24 premium grade units. No injuries, no diseases. At the standard trafficker's rate, that's 80,000 a head. The air filled with the quiet sobs of children. It hurts. Sob, please don't sell me. But I'm too late. The leader stood up and inspected them one by one. Noticing his silence, the subordinate continued. 86 standard grade units. Minor injuries and illnesses. About 50,000 per head. And 208 subgrade units. Missing hands, missing feet. About 10,000 a pop. The leader then stopped to examine. He splashed through a pool of liquid on the floor. The face of a single, trembling child. He sneered. Is this all these Huaxia kids are worth? Jack up the price on all of them. Tenfold. A cruel smirk spread across his face as he spoke. These kids might be small, but every part of them is a treasure trove. The heart, the liver, bodies were strewn everywhere before him. The pancreas, the corneas, how could we possibly let them go for a measly 50,000? Ha ha! Suddenly, a truck screeched to a halt outside. The men all turned their heads. They're here. They're here. It's Huangshu's crew. He looked at the creature standing at the end of the hall. That son of a bitch. I'll show him what happens when you keep me waiting. But when ergo, Hong Bagong and Song Yijing stepped out of the truck. The thugs were all stunned. They muttered amongst themselves. Who the hell are these guys? I've never seen them before. One of the henchmen ran up to confront ergo. What took you so long? Get the cargo unloaded already. And Yicheng froze in shock. And where's your boss? Huangshu. But it was Song Yijing who answered. 50 combatants. 5 lieutenants. Lan Ling added. And 20 grunts to handle the rabble. Song Yijing scoffed. We can wrap this up in 10 minutes. Too long? Hong Bagong gently raised a hand, silencing them. Is this the matriarch? Then they heard him say, Hold on. Song Yijing looked confused. A thug aimed a vicious kick at Ergo's face. He yelled, What the hell are you freaks trying to pull? Where's the damn cargo? Suddenly, a cane shot out, blocking his leg. It let out a screech. With a powerful flick of his wrist, Hong Bagong sent the man flying. He raised his staff. The thug was instantly slammed to the ground. Before dealing with this scum, he turned and gave instructions to Song Yicheng. I need you two to hold the line. Keep the children safe. Song Yicheng turned to coordinate with Lan Ling. Brother Lan, let's split up. How about a little taste? Lan Ling immediately agreed. Got it. The two of them separated, each taking a side. Suddenly, a truck came speeding from the distance, aimed directly at the unconscious thug on the ground. Hong Bagong walked toward the gang of thugs. He growled in fury. A bunch of soulless degenerates. This bizarre half-shrimp, half-squid creature was the aberrant matriarch the system had announced. And you dare call yourselves members of the beggar's sect? As he spoke, the inferno of rage in his heart blazed to life. Hong Bagong roared out a challenge. Then let me, Hong Bagong, teach you a lesson. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of them. He beat every last one of them black and blue. He would make them remember the laws of the beggar's sect. The crisp, agonizing smack of his blows echoed through the air. Aberrant matriarch. The gang's leader saw things were going south. He cautiously backed away to save his own skin. Where the hell did this stinking old beggar come from? Boys, get your weapons. Kill him. with weapons in hand. The thugs felt a surge of courage. Fired up, they roared in unison. Kill him, the chaos bringer. One of them even taunted arrogantly. This knife of mine is coated in poison. The mob of men swarm Hong Bagong, relentlessly hacking at him with their sharp weapons. However, from beginning to end, he showed no sign of pain or injury. They found it bizarre. How is that possible? Our blades can't even cut him. Mission rank, C. What's more, every blade that struck Hong Bagong shattered into pieces. Hong Bagong's eyes were blood red, like those of a wild beast. He let out a maniacal laugh. Ridiculous. You think you can hurt this old beggar with this pile of scrap metal? With that, using only a slender wooden staff, he cleaved one of the thugs in two with a single strike. The man only had time to let out a horrified, blood-curdling scream. Iching tightened his grip on his spear. Hong Bagong was going to make these bastards remember the price for betraying their sect. He roared. The moment he spoke, several of the thugs burst apart in a spray of blood. Hong Bagong tossed them aside one by one like rag dolls. For betraying your sect, every man he struck collapsed to the ground. His assault grew ever more savage. For slaughtering the innocent, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Finally, the blur of his swinging staff became a deadly whirlwind. Wherever it went, death was sure to follow. For preying on the weak, those who tried to flee didn't stand a chance. He was lost in a murderous frenzy, repeating the charges over and over. Finally, the chaotic crowd fell deathly silent. Foul-smelling blood dripped, drop by drop, from the tip of his staff. It's your turn. Having finished off half the thugs, Hong Bagong advanced on the remaining few. They were scared out of their wits, stumbling backward as they trembled. Stay away. That's not a man. It's a monster. Each one stammered, begging for help. Hong Bagong raised his terrifying gaze and stared them down. All of their eyes went wide with terror. Bring it on. Their jaws hanging open. Is he the living king of hell? The others scrambled to turn and flee. Run for it. Somebody save us. While his men were being slaughtered, their leader had managed to hide in a corner. He was on the phone, reporting to his boss. Yes, someone ambushed the shipment. But unexpectedly, the monster just shook its head. They're asking for you to come down. My deepest thanks to you, my great saviors. He waited for a moment and saw the silhouette of his rescue ship appear. A sinister smile began to spread across his face. My reinforcements have just docked. Anyone who stands in my way is dead. A gunshot rang out. A green, ghost-headed blade sliced through the harbor railing. Song Yicheng tried to comfort the children. Its expression, don't be afraid, kids. He even created a protective barrier to shield them. You can all go home safely now. Because I'm here. They felt much safer. We're not afraid. Every child looked at him with eyes full of admiration. This golden light shield is amazing. They began to understand a certain truth. When a true master of the martial world makes a move, was one of pure contempt. It's on a completely different level. Meanwhile, Hong Bagong grabbed the thugs by the collar, interrogating them one by one. But each of them struggled and denied everything. I don't know where the gang leader is. He might have already sold out to those foreigners. Lan Ling was getting the children onto a truck, preparing to leave. Seeing the horrific, bloody scene, he couldn't help but remark, these people, their crimes are monstrous. It was still clutching a girl in its grasp. Under the laws of my homeland, even being drawn and quartered would be too good for them. Suddenly, he noticed something strange approaching. His eyes widened in shock. Thud! What is that? From a distance, a loud rumble near the shore. It was a large ship. Yicheng felt a flash of irritation, and on its deck were many unfamiliar faces. The ship was crewed by a group of big, brawny men. This time, they were equipped with heavy weaponry, and they were extremely confident. Have a taste of our cannons. Song Yicheng was stunned. He finally realized what these bastards were really up to. This damn gang. They were trying to sell the children to arms dealers. This matriarch has some serious nerve. He felt a sudden dread for Hong Bagong's safety. Damn it. Gang leader Hong, Song Yicheng couldn't just stand by any longer. He entrusted the task to Brother Lan Ling. I'm counting on you to protect the children. And with a flash, he shot off toward the danger. Lan Ling immediately accepted his orders. You can count on me. Whoosh. How dare it look down on me? Oomph. So these are the Western reinforcements you called for? Pathetic. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Hong Bagong's sharp eyes had also spotted the newcomers. He stood defiantly on the roof of the truck, openly taunting them without a shred of fear. It seems this old beggar underestimated you, worthless spawn. The men on the ship didn't hesitate to act. They fired several cannonballs in succession toward the shore. Song Yicheng rushed over at top speed. He shouted a warning to Hong Bagong. All right then, don't blame me for striking first. Gang leader Hong, look out. You can't block those. As he spoke, he quickly made his move, intercepting a cannonball flying toward him. Hong Bagong slowly began to channel his inner energy, summoning his dragon-subduing palm, but the cannonballs were still a few seconds faster. They slammed into him, causing him excruciating pain. He leaped high into the air. Gah! The cannons roared. Boom! 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 They even launched a missile to finish him off. The missile sped toward the truck. A deafening explosion rocked the entire dock. The truck was instantly vaporized. Fortunately, Song Yicheng was quick. He managed to get Hong Bagong out of there just in time. He gently laid the old man down. Aiming for its head, he hurled his long spear and called out to him in anguish. Gang leader Hong. Hong Bagong's entire body was riddled with grievous wounds, but he still struggled to force out each word. The Westerners, the children. Song Yicheng gently helped him lie back down. Leave it to me. After I wipe them out, I'll come right back to heal you. He stood alone, facing the giant warship. He roared. The golden light shield activated, enveloping him in its protection. At the back of the truck, Ku Xiong witnessed the terrifying power of the golden light. He was completely stunned. He mused, no wonder he dared to cause trouble in my beggar's sect territory. So he's that famous benevolent hero. Too bad he's an idiot who walked right into a death trap. There's no way he's getting out of this alive. However, you that hungry? He wasn't worried in the slightest. He casually lit a cigarette, ready to enjoy the show. I, Ku Xiong, managed to save my own precious skin. It'll just take a little while for me to make a full recovery. As he spoke, he burst out laughing. Aha! Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. A terrifying figure appeared before him. Then have a taste of my spear. Huh. On the truck above his head, Hong Bagong was standing up again. His entire body was engulfed in blazing flames. He let out a mighty roar. Dragon subduing. Ku Xiong's mind reeled. No, impossible. A dead man can't just get back up. Clang. An illusion. It has to be an illusion. Hong Bagong channeled his energy and roared. 18 palms. The flames erupted toward the heavens like a volcano. He had unleashed the move, the repentant dragon. A colossal dragon of fire materialized. Its presence was overwhelming. It looked as if it would devour him whole. Ku Xiong's eyes flooded with pure terror. The monster was completely unharmed. The color drained from his face. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This has to be an illusion. How can someone like this even exist in the world? And a technique like this? The fire dragon lunged toward him, its massive blood-red maw wide open. A horrifying scream tore through the air. Yicheng was in disbelief. Ku Xiong was swallowed by the dragon's flames. Writhing in searing agony, he begged for his life. Grandmaster, Grandmaster, spare me. The fire dragon soared into the sky, crushing the roof of the truck as it went. But once Hong Bagong's rage reached its peak, nothing could sway him. You shameless scum. My beggar's sect is the greatest in the world. Damn it. Our fame echoes throughout the entire martial world. Our might is legendary. And you dare defile our name? D. He swung his arm, slamming Ku Xiong down into the ground. In an instant, both the ground and the truck caved in from the impact. Tong Yicheng watched from distance, witnessing the fire dragon's rampage on the shore. Is its head made of solid iron or something? He couldn't help but marvel. Sect leader Hong is truly worthy of his title as one of the 5 greats of the realm. Incredible. The chaos grew, a cacophony of panicked shouts. Boom, boom, boom. A few survivors scrambled to their feet, using their last ounce of strength to flee. Run. They all screamed for their lives. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Suddenly, help. The explosions from the fire dragon echoed across the shore. Boom. The gunners on the ship started yelling to each other. They've got heavy artillery over there, too. All units, lay down suppressing fire. They immediately unleashed a barrage of shells onto the shore. D. Bang. Bang. It swung its arm, launching a counterattack. Amidst the hail of gunfire, they spotted a figure flying towards the ship with blinding speed. A subordinate reported, "We're under attack. Someone's coming this way." Tong Yicheng leaped high into the air, soaring toward the center of the ship. The men on board quickly drew their pistols and aimed at him. Bang! Bang! They gave the order. "Shoot him down." Shing. In his hand, he held the devil's trident. Razor sharp, it plunged straight down. "You're the ones asking to die." The 3 sharp prongs of the trident sank deep into the ship's deck. Crack! Without a moment's hesitation, he wrenched the trident. The deck began to split in two. Finally, the ship could no longer withstand the pressure. A razor-sharp claw raked across his chest. It erupted in a massive explosion. The men on board lost their footing. One by one, they fell into the river. They screamed in panic. The ship is sinking. One man desperately clung to a cannon for dear life. But, to his horror, the cannon toppled right over into a barrel of gunpowder. His eyes widened in terror. He let out a desperate scream. In that instant, leaving a deep gash, the 2 halves of the ship's hull blew apart. Asterisk, boom, 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 asterisk. Everything gradually came to an end. Elder Hong stood on the riverbank. He watched the burning ship slowly sink to the bottom. He sighed with satisfaction. Now, that was a satisfying fight. What a beautiful sight. His breathing began to even out. A pity, though. I Chung collapsed to the ground. Looks like I won't get to taste that legendary family-style chicken after all. Just then, Elder Hong's strength finally gave out. He coughed and spat out a huge mouthful of blood. Before his eyes, familiar faces began to appear. Rong Rong, that child. She's probably back in her mother's arms by now. The matriarch began to fly into a rage. And Ronger, my dear apprentice. His body slowly began to lose all feeling. Master, can't come back anymore. And I won't get to eat the roast chicken you make for me. Song Yicheng rushed toward him. Sect leader Hong. His body dissolved into nothingness, leaving only a bamboo staff that fell to the ground. He trembled as he stepped forward to pick it up. It started smashing and throwing things everywhere. His lips quivered uncontrollably. How? How did this happen? Song Yicheng cried out in anguish. Just a moment ago, you were able to unleash such a powerful ultimate move. At that moment, Xiao Tong appeared beside him to comfort him. She explained, no matter how powerful his martial arts were, it's nearly impossible for a mortal body to withstand that kind of heavy firepower. He scrambled for cover behind a large table. That final fatal blow, that kind of strength wasn't something you'd expect from a dying man. Looking at what he left behind, I believe he held on with everything he had. What was supporting him was probably that faith you're always talking about. Hearing that, an idea suddenly flashed through Song Yicheng's mind. He blurted out, "That's right. Damn." He immediately summoned the Soul Mirror Pearl. Zhong Kuei, get out here. Zhong Kuei's ethereal form materialized. Brother Song, how may I be of service? Song Yicheng frantically channeled his power. Quick, didn't you say the Soul Mirror Pearl can connect the realms of the living and the dead? Help me find Elder Hong's soul now. Compared to this matriarch. Hearing this, Zhong Kuei immediately got to work. No problem. A wave of energy spread out, searching the netherworld. A fragment of soul appeared from nowhere and flew into the Soul Mirror Pearl. Zhong Kuei reported his results. This king has summoned Elder Hong's soul. Unfortunately, he is not of this world. I cannot send him into the cycle of reincarnation. The newborn aberrations were nothing. Song Yicheng repeatedly questioned him. Are you sure you got the right person? After all, there must be a lot of wandering souls around here. A moment later, he peered into the Soul Mirror Pearl. Inside, he saw only a peacefully sleeping newborn baby. His eyes shot wide open. He stared at the infant in disbelief. This is System Alert. Sect Leader Hong? Zhong Kuei nodded and explained. Once a soul enters the Spirit Pearl, it returns to its original essence. Xiao Tong watched with curiosity. Is he asleep? Zhong Kuei reassured them. He was just so tired. It's only natural he need to rest for a while. He'll recover his strength within the Spirit Pearl. He'll probably wake up eventually. Host, there's no need to worry. Hearing this, Song Yicheng felt a great weight lift from his heart. So that's how it is. I hope that one day I can bring him back to his true home. Zhong Kuei then revealed another truth. The vital energy within Clan Master Hong's soul was clear and unobstructed. He passed on without a single regret. It seems each of the matriarch's attacks carries a corrosive property. Your weeping and wailing, Brother Song, goes against his final wishes. At these words, Song Yicheng had no choice but to push down his grief. He put on a brave face. I'm not crying. I'm Song Yicheng. Nothing gets to me. Why would I cry? Who saw me cry? Nobody. Zhong Kuei was temporarily relieved. Your body will require at least half an hour to achieve rapid recovery. Good to hear. With that, he prepared to depart. As it happens, I have urgent matters to attend to. You all made quite the commotion. And now old Zhong has to go clean up your mess. He levitated into the air, but before he left, Song Yicheng remembered an important instruction. Oh, right. Old Zhong, those ghosts that died by the river. Yicheng responded instantly. You can't just let them reincarnate, you hear? Upon hearing this, Zhong Kuei's eyes lit up. A sinister smile spread across his face. Excellent, excellent. Don't you worry. These heartless scoundrels may enter the 6 paths of reincarnation, but they'll have to take a long tour through the animal realm first. However, no good. On the way back, Lan Ling still felt the need to encourage him. Brother Song, you need to pull yourself together. He reminded him. These 300 children are counting on us. Song Yicheng nodded. Don't worry. Even so, his expression remained incredibly somber. In half an hour, its second reproduction cycle will already be finished. He confessed, I've already figured out a plan for the children. Hearing this, Lan Ling was quite surprised. Before he could explain, Song Yicheng took out the wine gourd and bamboo staff. He inscribed divine characters upon them. The mystical characters slowly began to float upwards, swirling around Song Yicheng. He stood there, stunned. Just then, this is the incantation for a cultivation technique. The characters began to merge into his body. His eyes shimmered with light. A moment later, the system sent him a notification. Martial cultivation realm increased to peak first class. New techniques learned. Dog beating staff technique. The thrumming sound of a helicopter grew closer. 9E manual. 18 dragon subduing palms. CI, Jiao umbrella. Only then did he understand that Master Hong's purpose was to help him level up. Realization dawned on Song Yicheng. Clan Master Hong, thank you. I swear I will carry on your legacy and be a true and righteous hero. Beside him, Lan Ling muttered quietly. That cop, she actually brought back up. Just had to announce it, didn't you? Meanwhile, a suspicious car pulled up in front of Song Yicheng's house. The car screeched to a halt at the gate. A strange figure walked up to his front door. A sinister smile crept across their face. Hith, finally found you. He placed a strange object on the doorstep and quickly scurried away. This little gift. The police reinforcements had arrived. I hope you like it. It's an unopened crate. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Lake Mountain building. This is the Dragon Lake Mountain group. Outside, numerous trucks were parked. A servant rushed to wake Zhang Qiulin. Heavenly Master, please, this way. Zhang Qiulin, still half asleep, followed the servant's lead. I have to lure it up to the rooftop. He grumbled nonstop. Who the hell woke me from my beautiful dream? The servant hastily reported. Your master is waiting for you in the large conference room. At this, Zhang Qiulin was so startled, he snapped awake. He widened his eyes. Master? What? He couldn't believe his cinema had been turned into a children's cartoon theater. Then, I just need to stall for time. That night, the children had all come here to watch movies. He saw a familiar figure looking after the children. It was Song Yicheng. He conjured an orb of electricity, and in a flash, performed a light magic show for the children. Their eyes were glued to it. I want to make a wish with Aladdin's genie too. The dazzling electricity suddenly transformed into shimmering golden threads, swirling through the air. Everyone looked up. They shouted in unison. He immediately activated his lightness skill, Wind Wheel. Look, everyone! The glowing threads drifted gently downward. The children reached out, trying to catch one. What is this? Everyone watched, captivated. This thread feels so cool and pleasant. Every child's mouth hung open. They exclaimed in astonishment. It's magical. He shot upward toward an opening above. What was even more extraordinary was this. The moment a thread touched their bodies, all their wounds vanished instantly. They suddenly cried out, my leg is healed. I saw it. My wish came true. This is amazing. Zhang Qiulin watched from outside. Hey, big octopus. His eyes gleamed like car headlights. Incredible. It was time for Song Yichen to leave. He handed everything over to Zhang Qiulin. These children have probably all been reported missing. Next, you're responsible for safely returning them home. My good disciple. Zhang Qiulin looked utterly bewildered, but still obediently nodded in agreement. He stretched. Come get me. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Tonight was really tiring. Gonna find somewhere to crash. His eyes were dark with exhaustion, yet his heart felt incredibly refreshed. The spiritual power seeds are finally all used up. What a truly meaningful day. Soon, it was the next day. The children were reunited with their families. And tearfully rushed into their mother's arms. Mommy, the mothers, seeing their children again, were also misty-eyed. She stroked her child's head, hugging him tightly. Let mommy see if you're hurt. The children, forgetting all their fears, eagerly told their mothers the story from last night. There was a super powerful immortal. He healed all our wounds. But as soon as he landed on the rooftop, Zhang Qiulin stepped forward to share in the parents' joy. All your children are able to return home safe and sound. This heavenly master is also overjoyed, but that child showed no mercy, looking at him warily, and then tattled to his parents. It was definitely not him. The mother froze, dumbfounded, speechless. Poor Zhang Qiulin was instantly deflated. A harsh command cut through the air, not knowing how to defend himself. Meanwhile, Song Yichen had already caught wind of the situation here. He let out a breath. Seeing this awkward scene, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Leaving this to that kid was truly the right decision. Not only did he complete the task, but he also provided a moment of amusement. Just then, freeze, don't move. His phone rang. Song Yichen opened it. He found the contents inside were a condom ad. It even came with a super eye-catching video, vividly demonstrating how to feel it on the spot. Wow, that's some serious detail. He tried to justify himself. I've been working overtime so much lately. Just one little peek won't hurt, right? And the result? Suspect from the former trade association. His deliberate hand gesture accidentally tapped the screen. The audio clicked on. The next second, he wasted no time pressing his face right up to the screen to check the info, the third hottest on the rankings. Suddenly, he accidentally saw something that shocked him so much he nearly dropped his phone. What the hell? He saw Tutu's live stream video. Drop your weapon now. In the video, she was live streaming an English lesson. Do you want a friend? Go on. You can tell everything to me. Below her stream was a flood of comments praising her beauty. I can't hold back anymore. I'm sending rockets. Someone even confessed their love right there in the live stream chat. I'll always love you, Teacher Tutu. Hands on your head. Others wistfully commented. If only my teachers were this pretty. Can I skip my homework today? If my teachers back in school had looked like this. The ever-increasing gifts and enthusiastic support from her audience made Tutu blush slightly. She gently reminded everyone, class, please study seriously. Don't send your teacher any rockets. Just now, many had gifted her golden rockets to show their support and admiration. Whoa, Yichen was taken aback. No sooner had she spoken, and this time it wasn't just a single rocket, but a gleaming golden yacht slammed onto her screen. A notification popped up in the live stream room. User, Big Gun, New Fun gifted a golden yacht. The yacht graphic was so huge, it covered Tutu's entire face. She had to lean aside. Whoa, someone actually sent a yacht. The gift giver was none other than Song Yichen. Behind him, on his end of the screen, he was relentlessly topping up his account. Recharge successful. Recharge successful. Recharge successful. Recharge successful. Recharge successful. 100,000 yuan was continuously being deducted. He couldn't stop showing off. Humph, humph. The barrels of multiple police rifles were aimed right at him. My love for Tutu. No one can compare to mine. Just as he was in high spirits, the automatic door outside suddenly slid open. Alert! Lan Ling walked in. Carrying a strange, large package, she asked Song Yichen, were you even home yesterday? A package this big was sitting right by the door, and you didn't notice it? He stood up, scratching his head. He quickly raised his hands, trying to explain, trying to remember. I don't think I bought anything online recently. What is it then? Before he could figure it out, Dodgy had already rushed over and was eagerly tearing into the package. Ryup, Ryup, Ryup. Inside, the cover of a book slowly emerged. Song Yicheng quickly read the title and exclaimed in surprise. Asterisk Cultivation Grand Experiment Log, asterisk. And it's the complete first edition. Well, hold on, guys. He was even faster than Dodgy, lunging to hug the package to his chest. He caressed it as if it were his own child. There's even a newest volume. Dodgy was abruptly kicked unceremoniously to the side. Song Yicheng eagerly tore it open and started reading. He realized this newest volume couldn't even be found online. It must be about to detail the conquest of the demonic tower. My precious, my precious, my precious. Maybe your superiors didn't give you the full briefing. This novel is titled Cultivation, Grand Realm of Horrors. He flipped to the first updated page and immediately cried out with joy. They've finally broken in. The greatest, most mysterious, go but never return forbidden land of the nether realm. The demon's suppressing pagoda. As he was engrossed in reading the novel, Lan Ling's incoming call notification flashed on his screen. But I'm not your enemy here. The phone rang relentlessly. One little duck, with two little wings. It goes quack, quack, quack. Someone said to Song Yicheng, your phone's going off. A voice came from the other end of the line. I knew something was wrong. Saw my boy. It's me. The squad leader remained unyielding. Old Zhao. He groggily answered the phone. General Zhao? What's the matter? Zhao Songxin's frantic voice came through. Ling. Something happened to her. She's gone missing inside the wormhole. Song Yicheng shot to his feet. The book in his hands clattered to the floor. This is your final warning. He didn't notice that something fell out from between its pages. A strange, coin-like object. Later, they arrived at the temporary wormhole research base. Zhao Songxin recounted the entire incident to Song Yicheng. In the end, we still haven't had a chance to explore inside the wormhole. Its structure is incredibly stable. So, while he had anticipated Zhao Linger might do something impulsive, he had still vehemently opposed it. If you do not drop your weapon. And so, she went in on her own. The captain of the special reconnaissance team, of all people, how could she be so reckless? He slammed his fist on the table in a rage. Slam! Just then, a strange hum echoed from the monitor. Even the plaque on the wall, which read, Learn from our comrade. The super cool rescue night, and be determined to crack the wormhole problem, came crashing down. We will open fire. Zhao Songxin sighed, his face etched with worry. That girl, she's always been a bit hot-headed, but she didn't go into the wormhole completely unprepared. At the same time, he also shared some good news with Song Yicheng. We've successfully developed the device for blocking the wormhole's interference. The only problem is the materials are extremely rare, so we can't mass-produce them yet. He opened a case, but we managed to build one complete unit. Yicheng cursed under his breath. And since the wormhole project is top secret, after hearing all this, Song Yicheng's expression finally softened. He assured Zhao Songxin, General Zhao, I understand. I was the one who asked Zhao Linger to start the wormhole research in the first place. I will take full responsibility for bringing her back safely. You have my word. He walked toward the small, gurgling pool in the room. Damn it all. Song Yicheng eagerly tried out the prototype device. Putting this on, I can really get close to the wormhole like normal. I just hope everything goes smoothly. With that, he jumped into the pool without a moment's hesitation. Splash. Bloop. In the temporary research base beneath the pool, Song Yicheng swam straight for the bottom. The matriarch is right behind me. The moment it hit the water, the collar around his neck began to activate. Vehemently, a grid of light was released, enveloping his body. Song Yicheng exclaimed in amazement. Whoa, awesome. He confidently swam toward the danger. Up close, he could see it at the bottom of the pool, the legendary wormhole. There's no time to explain. Song Yicheng shot forward without hesitation. The wormhole pulled him in with immense force. Song Yicheng passed through, as if entering another world. A fantastical space materialized before his eyes. He gasped in awe. It really is a whole other world on the other side. Song Yicheng flew swiftly toward a brilliant light that resembled a doorway. He prayed silently. Zhao Ling. He raised his long spear. You have to be okay. On the other side was a serene, primeval landscape as Song Yicheng stepped out of a portal in the trunk of a great tree. The surface of the water rippled with his every step. Splush. He scanned his surroundings, thinking to himself, is this Ku's homeworld? Now that he'd arrived, Song Yicheng deactivated the light grid. Suddenly, and charged straight toward them. He caught a faint glimpse of a figure on the water's surface nearby. Whoa, there's someone up ahead. Perfect, I can go ask for some information. Song Yicheng happily ran over to greet them. Hello, kills me. Do you? At the same time, Xiao Tong thought to himself, here I come. Maybe Kubus's hometown speaks Greek or something. You could just speak normally. The system will translate automatically. However, there are a few minor issues. But the problem right now isn't something that can be solved with words. Abnormal energy fluctuations radiated out in all directions. In other words, as the two of them ran closer, they discovered the person was bathing in the lake. Time to go for broke. They instinctively slammed on the brakes. The girl screamed in terror. She shyly rushed to cover herself. She blamed Song Yicheng. You! How dare you peep on me? Splash! A loud splash echoed through the air. A frantic Song Yicheng covered his eyes. The order to attack rang out instantly. He tried to explain himself to the girl. It wasn't me. You're the one who turned around. However, in reality, his mind wasn't filled with such pure intentions. He was even feeling a little smug. Hith. This classic protagonist-style encounter. It's finally my turn. Sure enough, he drove the tip of his spear into the ground. The sounds of their argument reached the ears of her senior brothers nearby. They quickly closed in and attacked Song Yicheng. You audacious pervert! How dare you spy on our junior sister while she's bathing? Unexpectedly, there were 4 senior brothers. They quickly gathered to challenge him. We, the 5 prodigies of Tianqing, will not stand for this. The bathing girl was now surrounded by 5 men, making her even more panicked than before. They interrogated Song Yicheng and launched himself high into the air. Who are you? What are you plotting, sneaking into the sacred grounds of our Tianqing sect? However, none of them could hide their lecherous gazes, stealing glances at the bathing girl as they spoke. So fair-skinned, the girl saw right through the lustful, filthy intentions filling the air. She hastily splashed water to drive them away. You creeps. Eldest brother. Every bullet was aimed at the broodmother. Second brother. Third brother. Fifth brother. You guys can't look either. Song Yicheng was completely bewildered by their strange questions. He wondered in a daze. The Tianqing sect? A cultivation world? Did I grab the wrong script? He also had to dodge the girl's attack. The moment they saw the monster. Splash. The senior brothers began to speculate. Look at how this fiend is dressed. He's most likely in league with that demoness who fell from the sky a few days ago. Brothers, use the heavenly stem 5 elements formation. Let's take him down in one go. The word struck Song Yicheng like a thunderclap. He was starting to piece things together. Heavenly stem 5 elements formation. The entire special ops team froze. Boom. This is a cultivation world. The wormhole connected to the wrong place. No way. For what they're saying, it's obvious Zhao Linger came here too. He turned to get a closer look and came to a conclusion. Now that I look closer, that girl is definitely the cultivation female lead, Wan Ming. What is that thing? If I'd known, I would have brought my phone to take a picture with her. But those swordsmen didn't give him much time to think. They were already charging at him with their swords drawn. You pervert. D. Song Yicheng was stunned. I thought they were kidding, but they're actually serious. You're really doing this? The group swarmed him. Real piece of work. Heavenly stem 5 elements formation. One of them flew at him, sword swinging. But he vanished from the surface of the water in a flash. Swoosh. He lightly tapped his toe on the man's back, using him as a springboard to vault into the air. The man lost his balance and tumbled into the lake. Meanwhile, Song Yicheng had safely broken through their encirclement. His fellow disciples rushed over in a panic to help. Careful. A perfect chance. Brother. Song Yicheng landed gracefully on a high branch. He jeered at them from above. Well. Looks like I knocked the core of your little formation senseless with one kick. So what if your formation is supposed to be so powerful? A bunch of chickens like you, and you think you can beat me? He's a man who has read the entire script of his cultivation world. The rest of them tumbled into the river. While the broodmother was distracted by the hail of bullets, they all cried out in alarm. Just who in the hell is this monster? Grab. They couldn't help but be impressed by his viciously precise move. How could someone strike so fast, so accurately, and so ruthlessly? Just then, Xiao Tong approached him and explained in detail. I wasn't finished explaining earlier. Since this is the origin world, he landed right on its head. The system will register the energy fluctuations from any living being here as an anomaly. In other words, hearing this, Song Yiqing's expression did a complete 180. They're all transmigrators, so killing them gets me rewards? Doesn't that mean I can treat this cultivation world like a dungeon to farm for loot? Kill anyone I meet, and kill any god I face? He plunged his spear deep into the red eye on top of its head. He started to imagine himself conquering the world, standing on a mountain of cash, laughing like a king. Ha ha! However, for the sake of common decency, he had to immediately squash that thought. No. That's just too evil. My dear fans would never let me do something so heinous. Song Yiqing turned and walked away, just as I thought, ignoring the small fry below, out in the open. His eyes were truly opened. Wow, the scenery all around him was so familiar. It was just like in the novels. Song Yiqing eagerly took in the sights. The mountain ranges of this other world stretched out before him. He could even see the Chunyu Tower clearly. Suddenly, its eye is the weak point. A bold idea sparked in his mind. That's right. Since I went through all the trouble to get here, the most important thing is obviously to tour all the famous landmarks. However, the author's inner voice suddenly cut in, smacking some sense back into him. Snap out of it. Song Yiqing was snapped back to reality. He clutched his face. I'll run this right through your brain. And started bawling. Wow. The most important thing is obviously finding Zhao Ling error. I'm going right now. 1 hour later, however, on the Fonlei Bridge, Song Yiqing was once again sidetracked by his fanboy impulses. He was busy taking selfies, having completely forgotten his main objective. The beautiful Fonlei Bridge, a classic spot in this world. Song Yiqing pushed with all his might. Checked in. After commemorating his visit, Song Yiqing finally started to ask around for information. Fonlei Bridge really is the most crowded place in this whole world. It's so lively. In the story, the protagonist shows up here all the time. He already had a script playing out in his head. So what I need to do is... The monster thrashed wildly. Wait for the protagonist to get picked on by some local thugs, and then I'll step in to save him. We'll become sworn brothers. I'll use my knowledge of the plot to help him cheat the system. He'll become the most powerful master in this world in no time. Then, I can use my connection to this powerful brother of mine to get all the information I need. There's no way I won't be able to find Zhao Ling. As he thought this, he couldn't help but praise his own genius. He was baffled. What a perfect plan. Just then, the sky suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning. A deafening crash shook the heavens. Seeing the sky turn dark, the townsfolk fled in a panic, shouting for everyone to run. The lightning is back. The thunder grew louder and louder. Rumble, how is it? A strange woman noticed Song Yiqing standing there, completely stunned. She urged him frantically, Young man, you have to run. Don't go any further. She anxiously grabbed his arm. Quick, find a place to hide. This isn't an ordinary storm. Song Yiqing still couldn't process what was happening. He just stared blankly. Still not dead? Based on my years of reading novels, I'm guessing this storm seems to be targeting the Wind Thunder Bridge specifically. Amidst the chaos, someone suddenly tripped and fell hard to the ground. Thud! Ack, he cried out in pain. But no one seemed to pay any attention to the fallen man. They even cursed him. You filthy beggar! Get out of my way! At that moment, the thunder roared in the sky above. Rumble! At that moment, a bolt of lightning shot down toward the beggar, who was still struggling to get up. Alarmed, Song Yiqing lunged forward. He'd rather die than stand by and watch an innocent person get hurt. Call it being a busybody if you want. Song Yiqing charged ahead, heedless of the danger. Whoosh! The instant he shoved the man aside, his stamina was dangerously low. The lightning struck him. Song Yiqing convulsed in agony. The person he had pushed away looked up. Seeing Song Yiqing get hit by the bolt, he was scared out of his wits. The face of the beggar was revealed. He was just a young boy. Song Yiqing's body went completely stiff. Oh crap. Damn it, Yiqing. I think I forgot something really important. An hour later, the sky was clear, the clouds had parted. On the Wind Thunder Bridge, people began to pour back into the street. gathering in a crowd. Whoa, hey, come look at this. Someone got struck by lightning and died here. They spoke with a mix of pity and blame. TCH, you shouldn't try to be a hero when you're running for your life. See, he got himself zapped. A few people approached Song Yijing's body. They caught a faint, fragrant aroma in the air. Smells like grilled meat. Wow. Seeing his body lying alone on a pile of straw, they let out a sigh. What a poor out-of-towner. He doesn't even have anyone to claim his body. I'm at my limit. How tragic. All the while, the young beggar boy sat beside the body, sobbing his heart out. Benefactor, please wake up. Even so, there were a few foodies in the crowd, who stood nearby, continuously sniffing the aroma coming from his charred body. Man, that grilled meat smells amazing. Just then, the motionless body's finger twitched. The special ops team unleashed a heavy barrage. A faint groan was heard. Song Yijing abruptly sat up. Everyone was scared out of their minds. The corpse is alive. They screamed. They thought he was a ghost. Quick, run and find a cultivator. What cultivator has time for this nonsense? What in the world is going on? Grenade launchers, get ready. Only the young beggar boy remained. His eyes were wide as he stared at him. He was ecstatic. Benefactor, you're not dead. He quickly wiped away the drool running down his chin. Song Yijing finally came to his senses. He looked at the boy warily. That star-shaped birthmark. It's him. Seeing this, wearily, Song Yijing asked the boy, "Are you Yang Qingyun?" Hearing his name, the young man's eyes lit up. Benefactor, how did you know? Could it be that we're... Song Yijing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he cursed himself internally. I can't believe I forgot the most important part of the opening arc for the great otherworld cultivator. Yang Qingyun had no idea what he was muttering about. In the original story, Song Yijing gasped in disbelief. Yang Qingyun, the protagonist of the manhwa, the great otherworld cultivator, was a destitute beggar. He never had enough to eat and was constantly bullied by everyone. At the age of 13, he was struck by lightning on the wind and thunder bridge. This activated the thunder spiritual root within his body. From that moment on, his fate was changed forever. He set foot on the path of cultivation. You're even bringing out the grenade launchers? That was the gist of the original plot. Back in the present. Right now, everything was playing out exactly as it should. The innocent Yang Qingyun sat beside him, trying to comfort him. Benefactor, why are you crying? Song Yijing didn't bother explaining. He just grabbed Yang Qingyun by the hand and pulled him along. Come on, big bro will take you to get a good meal. Do you guys even care if I live or die? All he could think about was his anxiety. I already stole his fated opportunity. The least I can do is buy him a decent meal. Just as they left, an immortal flew over. Blindly, he tried to stop them. Young man, please wait. But it was as if no one noticed him. In a flash, Song Yijing was deep in conversation with Yang Qingyun. Oh right, a few days ago, a demoness escaped from the Tianxing sect. Did you hear about it? Yang Qingyun was getting along with him splendidly. The two quickly fell into gossiping. I haven't. I don't think there was anything about it in the Daily Spirit News. The immortal had no choice but to use his arts to get their attention. Whoosh! As expected, he scrambled to get away. A strange sound buzzed in their ears. Song Yijing's eyes darted behind him. He moved like a flash of lightning, grabbing Yang Qingyun and making a break for it. Zap! His other hand instinctively shot out to block the bolt of lightning the immortal had fired at them. Where did that electricity come from? Song Yijing stopped in his tracks, staring at his own hand as it crackled and sparked with lightning. The next second, gotta bounce, gotta bounce. The system announced he had acquired the Thunder Palm skill. Song Yijing was completely dumbfounded. Another weird skill. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed one after another. Song Yijing watched the roaring flames. He figured, that should do it this time. A moment later, the special ops captain yelled, "Cease fire. All units, stay sharp." But suddenly, from within the thick smoke, several tentacles shot out. They wrapped tightly around the necks of the men in front. They had no time to dodge. All they could manage was a choked gurgle, before being dragged toward the broodmother's mouth. The monster let out a shriek. It swallowed one of them whole. Blood-curdling screams of AGH filled the air. Song Yijing rushed forward. Damn it! He used a spear to block a tentacle and pushed the security officer away. All of you fall back. He spun his long spear like a whirlwind, fending off the broodmother's attacks. Too many tentacles. I can't handle this alone. The monster seized the opportunity, using its other tentacles to snatch more people. An announcement came over the helicopter's loudspeaker. Fall back. Just try to hold on. The helicopter is here for support. Song Yicheng saw Zhao Ling inside. He recognized her immediately. The helicopter began a strafing run on the broodmother. Suddenly, Song Yicheng grew suspicious. Why is it just staring at the helicopter, not moving? He asked the system. How intelligent is this mutant broodmother? The system replied. In the world of monsters, it is considered high tier. In the human world, it would be considered sentient. Song Yicheng asked again. How long until its second spawning? The system replied. Less than 5 minutes. Panic flared in his chest. This is bad. He screamed. Get the helicopter out of here now. The broodmother is trying to use it to escape. And, just as he predicted, the monster leaped into the air and latched onto the helicopter's landing skids. The chopper lurched violently. The force knocked Zhao Ling off her feet. The system immediately issued a danger warning. Song Yicheng was terrified. If that broodmother releases its parasites from the air, the consequences for Mado will be unimaginable. The helicopter has lost its balance. This is my last chance to stop it. I have to make this count. He gathered all his strength and leaped, charging straight for the queen beast. The monster commanded its tentacles to block his path. As he got closer, Yicheng noticed that a section of tentacles on its abdomen wasn't attacking. Could it be? He slashed through the tentacles in front of him with his spear. I found its weak spot. Let's see you handle this. He unleashed the Azure Dragon Emerges technique, stabbing straight into its belly. A torrent of green fluid gushed out. The queen beast shrieked, thrashing wildly. It sent the helicopter spiraling out of control. The security personnel screamed. What's happening? This is bad. We're going down. Suddenly, the helicopter erupted in a massive explosion. The world seemed to fall apart. In a hotel room, someone was huddled completely under a blanket. Their voice trembled with fear. Sob, they say the giant spear killer came to this hotel to murder people. I'm at the Cunnel Hotel. It's 5 in the morning right now. I don't know if I'll live to see the sunrise. Under the blanket, a girl with tear-filled eyes was live streaming. Hey, everyone, before I die, can you guys give me a few more likes? Wow. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The girl flinched. What was that sound? Crash. The glass door shattered into pieces. Yicheng burst into the room, carrying Zhao Ling in his arms. He commanded, 9 snow spear. The girl rolled onto the floor. Hiding. She squinted, peeking out from her hiding spot. Is that him? The crazy, perverted giant spear killer from the internet? He's holding a policewoman. What is he planning to do? Yicheng placed the woman on the bed. He gently shook her, calling out, Are you okay? Wake up. He wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a heavy sigh. Looks like she's completely unconscious. System. What's her condition? System diagnosis. Severe head trauma resulting in intracranial hemorrhage. Multiple fractured ribs. Even if transported to the nearest hospital, survival would only be possible in a permanent vegetative state. Yicheng spoke. She ended up this way trying to save me. Isn't there another way? I refuse to watch someone else die in front of me ever again. The system replied. There is one way. For the successful completion of the Intercept High-Level Anomaly mission, the reward is 3 supernatural seeds. He asked, stunned. A supernatural seed can save her? The system confirmed. Correct. However, supernatural seeds are exceedingly rare. To put in your human terms, it is an SSS-class treasure. It would almost certainly be needed to save the host's own life in the future. Yicheng cut in impatiently. Cut the crap. Give me the reward. I'm saving her. A notification sound echoed. Received, 1 million. Learned, Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. Weapon, 9 Snow Spear has been upgraded to Overlord Spear. Rank, Martial Artist has advanced to 2nd Tier Master. He couldn't hide his exhilaration. Alright, wahahaha. Seeing this, the girl hiding in the corner grew even more terrified. He really is a total psycho. Yicheng quickly selected, use Supernatural Seed. A brilliant green aura materialized. It was a breathtakingly mystical sight. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. What is that? It's like real magic. I have to record this. She thought. She took out her phone and started recording. Energy from the orb of light poured into Zhao Ling's body. Seeing the color, slowly returned to the girl's face. He murmured, "Looks like it's working. She should be fine now." This divine power seed really is something else. Wiping the sweat from his brow, I Ching said, "Captain, I've healed you. So, please don't come after me anymore, okay?" With that, he leaped through the shattered glass wall and fled. But something felt strange. Is it just my imagination? It feels like someone is watching me. Down below the hotel, firefighters were working tirelessly. Evacuate. Now. Terrified civilians scrambled to get away. Run. From a rooftop above, I Ching watched it all. It's finally over. After an explosion that big, everyone probably thinks I'm dead. Suddenly, the system prompted, "Host, you use your internal energy while severely injured. The wound on your chest will require at least 2 weeks to recover. It is recommended that the host find a quiet place to recuperate immediately." He nodded. Time to go home. Later that day, Song I Ching moved into the Imperial Tiger Villa in Yanzhou City. As his car pulled up to the gate, a guard shouted, "Welcome home." He stared at the massive, modern villa. He let out a long sigh. Never thought the day would come when Song I Ching would live in a place like this. He stepped inside and took it all in. The interior was exquisite. Fatty Song really outdid himself. I Ching sprawled out on the sofa. He mumbled, "Everything here is so perfect. But why doesn't it feel like a home?" He turned on the TV. Maybe a little noise will make it feel less empty. The news was on. According to reports, this latest attack is linked to a man known as the Old Merchant. The death toll has now risen to 200. Nations around the world have expressed their deepest concern and support for the police in this case. I Ching scoffed. So they completely covered up the truth about the aberrations. And just like that, the Old Merchant's name is dragged even deeper through the mud. He stared up at the ceiling. "I'm so exhausted." At some point, he drifted off to sleep until a rustling sound woke him. It was followed by a sharp knock on the door. "Knock, knock." I Ching sat up. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "Who is it?" "Coming, I'm coming." The knocking grew more urgent. Asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk. Then, an angry roar from outside. "Is a murderer in there? Did you pay for this fancy house with people's lives?" A mob had somehow found his home. They were screaming, trying to break down the door. I Ching threw his weight against it. The crowd outside yelled, "Why aren't you answering?" He shouted back desperately, "I didn't do it. I didn't kill anyone." They were infected by aberrations. Suddenly, a window shattered. A skull rolled into the room. It belonged to one of the people he had killed. Its jaw creaked open. "Why me? I had a family. Why?" I Ching was struck with terror. Clutching his head, he screamed, "No! I did it to save you. All of you." The TV screen flickered on. Behind the angry mob stood the Mother Empress, a triumphant smirk on her face. And the people, they wouldn't stop accusing him. "Murderer! He's the one. The killer." Countless voices condemned him. "Murderer! Pay with your life." Countless hands reached out, tearing him to pieces. I Ching felt himself drowning in a mountain of seething hatred. He screamed, "Stay away." "Huh." He jolted awake. Bolting upright, he realized he was still on the sofa. A nightmare. His phone suddenly buzzed. He opened it to check the message. It was from the Song Family Manor group chat. "Hey, reunion next week. Still waiting on 2 people to confirm. RSVP ASAP." The 1,000-mile hero laughed. He chimed in. "I don't care about old Song. What's important is making sure our class beauty shows up. See, mission accepted. You got it. It's been so many years. All of you, get your asses back here." I Ching smiled. These guys are still as rowdy as ever. My life lately has been anything but normal. Maybe I should go home for a few days. He typed a reply. "Fine then. This great hero will make the trip." His friends immediately fired back. "It's so obvious. He's only going because the class beauty will be there." I knew it. Those 2 definitely had a thing back in the day. I Ching walked to the window and looked out. A high school reunion. It's been a long time. Zhang Yishao. I wonder if she'll be there. He drove home, singing cheerfully along the way. My home is in that village. I live in this village. Born and raised right here. The system said impatiently. If you can't sing in tune, can you just not sing at all? I Ching chuckled. Hey, I can't help it if I'm in a good mood today. Besides, I'm supposed to be recovering right now. And I don't have any missions. It's the perfect chance to go home and see my goddess, Ishao. The system retorted sarcastically. Right? On one hand, the innocent class beauty. On the other, the fiery overlord flower. How do you plan on juggling them? Host? He roared. Oomph. It's not like either of them would even give me the time of day. Besides, aren't you supposed to be a system? Since when are you so into gossip? Meanwhile, at the Special Investigations Unit, Zhao Ling strode into the office. An agent saw her and asked, Captain, you're back so soon? Are you feeling all right? Her reply was curt. I'm fine. Zhao Ling thought to herself. When the world happened back there, all I remember is passing out after the explosion. In the haze, I felt someone saving me. When I woke up, I didn't have a single scratch on me. Could it be? A young agent suddenly spoke up. The video you just had me pull up. On screen, a video played of Yi Cheng healing Zhao Ling. This video is real. It's gone viral, and the public is fired up. The old wound hero isn't dead. This is incredible. I told you, the old wound hero isn't a bad guy. We can't let a hero be brought down by the media's lies. I hope the old wound hero is still alive. The people he killed were infected with the virus, and the ones who were hunting him, he saved all of them. It all clicked for Zhao Ling. Incredible. So that's why my injuries vanished. He saved me. He saved everyone. The officer asked, Captain, ma'am, should we take this video down? The woman replied, that won't be necessary. Just block all comments about the old brand. The man hesitated. But the general, Zhao Ling ordered, execute immediately. I'll take full responsibility for everything else. He immediately replied, understood. He then quickly left the room. Once she was alone in the room, a happy smile spread across Zhao Ling's face. She thought to herself, you're my comrade, aren't you? Meanwhile, Song Yicheng had arrived in the downtown commercial district of Songjia Town. He'd combed his hair, slicked it with gel, used mouthwash 3 times, and put on a suit so expensive you couldn't even tell it was new. He even wore his lucky underwear. Song Yicheng thought to himself, for years since graduation, I finally get to see her again. The cranky system spoke up, getting this dressed up for a class reunion? Don't tell me you're planning to confess to the campus queen. He jumped. Are you kidding me? Who said anything about confessing? Suddenly, a voice called out, Song Yicheng. Long time no see. It was his class president, Ning Taishan. Yicheng ran over, saying cheerfully, Class President Ning, it's been years. You're looking as sharp as ever. But Taishan replied humbly, I'm just a poor village teacher. How could I compare to you, Song? Sounds like business in the city has been treating you well. You even bought a gas-powered car. He gave a wry smile. Stop teasing me. Let's head on up. Taishan opened the door. Looking at the people inside, he announced, Lao Mai, Lao Lu is waiting for you. As soon as he sat down, Lao Ming threw an arm around his shoulders, laughing heartily. Lao Song, I can't believe it. The whole room 419 crew is back together. Huh. Just as Yi Cheng glanced toward the next table, Lao Ming pulled his head back. Who are you looking for? Don't go chasing girls and forgetting about your bros. Huh. He chuckled sheepishly and asked in a low voice, Zhang Yixiao. She didn't come? Ning Taishan said, sorry man. Yixiao actually texted me that she couldn't make it. Seems like she's been really busy lately. So I didn't push it. Yi Cheng lowered his head and replied, oh, I see. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Puffed. Song Yicheng, a broke-ass loser like you is still fantasizing about our campus queen? Sun Xiangqui, with his rich kid swagger, asked in a condescending tone, have you looked in a mirror? Do you really think you're worthy? Yicheng shot to his feet. Sun Xiangqui again? He thought. I always hated that sleazy attitude of his. He was always stuck to Zhang Yixiao like glue. Sensing the tension, Taishan quickly stepped in. Lao Sun, come on, it's a class reunion today. Can you just drop it? To everyone's surprise, he grabbed Taishan by the collar and yelled, you penniless teacher, I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Your damn elementary school has been squatting on my land for years. Yicheng scowled. Sun Xiangqui. He shoves Ning Taishan aside. Then he turns and grabs Yicheng by the collar, his voice dripping with sarcasm. And you, Song Yicheng, heard you were doing so well for yourself after graduation. Showing up to see my Yixiao dressed in this cheap crap? No money for clothes? Here, I'll spot you some cash. You can keep it. He couldn't be bothered to argue with such a blind fool. He threw a heavy punch. Sun Xiang Kuei went flying out into the hallway. A murmur went through the other classmates. What happened? What's going on? Did Song Yicheng start another fight? Just then, a girl walked in. Everyone gasped in surprise. Look, it's Zhang Yixiao. The girl wore a pale, purple dress. Her aura was as beautiful as the dawn. Yicheng felt his heart skip a beat. His cheeks flushed. Sun Xiangkui, still on the floor, craned his neck and said, Yixiao, you're here. Song Yicheng's business went belly up. You have to be careful of him. The girl replied coldly. I'd appreciate a little respect. Please don't talk like we're that close. Yicheng stammered nervously. Yixiao. Lao Meng shouted. The belle of the ball has arrived. Taishan gestured for him to be quiet. That was a close one. Yixiao greeted him with a warm smile. Song Yicheng. It's been a long time. You haven't changed a bit. He immediately replied. Yixiao. You haven't changed either. From that moment on, everything fell silent. The noise and teasing of the class reunion faded away. In my eyes, all that was left was her smile, just like it always was. Soon, the party was in full swing. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted happily. Night falls. At the burial ground behind the Song family village. The ground suddenly trembles as a hand shoots up from the earth. The transmigrator, Xiao Qian, has appeared. She walks into a nearby village and stops in front of a house. Inside, Xiao Wang is sitting, drinking a beer and scrolling on his phone. He watches the scene where the young master arrives. That guy is so wicked. He sighs. No wonder they call it a Chinese ghost story. Even her ghost form is this beautiful. I wouldn't even mind being killed by her. Haha. Suddenly, the door creaks open. Xiao Wang's eyes are still glued to his phone. Man, I can't take this. A girl steps into the house. He asks, Huh? Who are you? Xiao Qian says shyly. I'm afraid I've lost my way, sir. Could I possibly trouble you for a place to stay for the night? Xiao Wang tosses his beer can aside. He stammers. Of course. Xiao Qian sits primly on the edge of the bed. She says, Sir, it's getting late. Shall we rest for the night? His eyes light up. His heart pounds. No way. Am I really getting this lucky tonight? He thinks to himself. Xiao Wang replies with a slick grin. Don't you worry, little miss. I'll be very gentle. With that, he shoves the girl down onto the bed. Xiao Qian cries out in alarm. Sir, she thought to herself. Men really are all the same. The moment the young master pushed her down, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Yicheng's class reunion had just ended. Old Meng helped a dead-drunk old Lu to the car. He was stumbling but still shouting loudly. Tonight was a blast. Next time, I've got to have another round with old Song. Yicheng sighed wistfully. I can't believe it's been so many years, but everyone's still as wild as ever. Taishan replied, Tell me about it. He suddenly felt like a third wheel. So he said, Hey, how about this? Yicheng, you take Yixiao home. I'll just go catch the bus over there. He replied, It's on my way. I'll give you a ride too. Taisha made a run for it. No, don't worry about it. I'm heading out. Yicheng looked at Yixiao shyly and said, Well, shall we go? Blushing, the girl agreed. Watching from the side of the road, Taishan lamented. Must be nice. Ning Taishan. Oh, Ning Taishan. Where's your one true love? Ah, forget it. I'm just a poor teacher. No house, no car. I'd better get back to preparing lessons for the kids. Just as he turned, he bumped right into a girl. Taishan quickly asked, Miss, are you okay? The girl looked terrified and cried out, Sir, please save me. Meanwhile, Yicheng had driven to Zhang Yixiao's house. The girl said, I can't believe you still remember where I live. He thought to himself, back in school, I used to wander over here all the time, just hoping for a chance to run into her. Her phone number, even though I never had the guts to call. I never once forgot it. Yicheng's eyes fell on her hand. She's still using the keychain I gave her? Suddenly, they both spoke at the same time. The girl said, You go first. Yicheng didn't miss his chance. He looked straight into her eyes and said with deep affection, Yixiao, I like you. Will you go out with me? The girl blushed, a smile blooming on her face. He reached out to caress her cheek. Just as he leaned in for a kiss, a system notification popped up. Host, you have a new message. He slammed his fist against the car door. This damn system. Is it trying to rebel against me? Whatever. It's not like it's urgent, anyway. I'm not about to sit here and watch this lovey-dovey crap. At that moment, Taishan had brought Xiao Qian back to his apartment. He said awkwardly, it's a bit of a dump, but I hope you don't mind. Xiao Qian quickly stepped forward, caressing him, and said, Sir, it's getting late. Let Xiao Qian. But Taishin replied, You can sleep on the bed tonight. I'll be fine on the floor. She was stunned. She thought, TCH, he brings me all the way back to his place, and now he's going to play the gentleman? Middle of the night. Xiao Shan woke up. She thought to herself, a perfect chance. Sharp claws emerged. Now's my chance to drain his essence dry. Ning Taishin suddenly stirred. He muttered in his sleep, Naya, reading confiscated comics during class again. Xiao Shan jumped onto the bed. She questioned herself. What am I afraid of? Why haven't I made my move? Suddenly, she felt Ning Taishin move closer to her. She thought, Go on. This is a man's true nature. But then, he pulled the blanket over her legs. He mumbled, It's so cold, and you didn't even cover yourself. Poor girl. She must have gone through so much hardship. Long Xiaoshan was utterly flustered. What kind of man is he, really? Lost in thought, she eventually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the children burst into the room. Seeing Xiao Shan asleep in the teacher's bed, they started to whisper. Mom says if a boy and a girl sleep together, they'll have a baby. Teacher Ning finally has a girlfriend? A boy reminded them. That's great. Keep your voices down. Xiao Shan suddenly woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw 3 children staring intently at her. She yelped in surprise. Hearing the yell, Ning Taishin entered the room and asked, What's wrong? He scolded loudly. You little devils. Instead of being in class, what are you doing running in here? He grabbed the children and awkwardly said, I apologize. It was too late last night, so I didn't get a chance to introduce myself. This row of houses is the village elementary school. I'm a teacher here. Ning Taishin, a little girl added. He's also the only teacher. He instructed her. You can eat some of the breakfast I left on the table. I'll be right back after school lets out. The teacher and students hurried off. But Taishin muttered, These little devils. Seems like they don't have enough homework. Right? The students pleaded. No, teacher, please. Xiao Shan mused. What kind of place is a village elementary school? And why do people here dress so strangely? Ning Taishin looked out into the yard. Xiao Shan was playing with the children. This sight was even more enchanting. It was Xiao Shan's first time here, yet she quickly adapted to life and the children. She's so kind, but she also often does strange things. For instance, she gets terrified of ghosts when watching movies. And sometimes, she'll catch a mouse, intending to make it into a mukbang, which made him shout, You can't eat that. Xiao Shan isn't like other girls. She doesn't shun me just because I'm poor. Her smile is so pure, untouched by the dust of the mortal world. She's never talked about her past, but somehow, in the melodic sound of her flute, I feel like I can read everything about her. Ning Taishin thought to himself, I'll protect this fairy-like girl forever. One day, he had to go out. On his way back, he bought Xiao Shan a cup of bubble tea. Oh good. Xiao Shan has never had bubble tea before. She'll definitely be delighted. But when he returned to the village, he saw an ambulance parked outside. A commotion of hushed voices reached him. He thought to himself, Isn't that Sister Zhang talking to the police? I don't know. He was a week late on rent. I only found out when I came to collect. Kaishin thought to himself, something's happened to Wang Erhua. Xiaola guessed. Looks like he died on the night of the 8th. Xiao Jia said, but that was only a few days ago. How'd the body get like that? Jing Ku. Could be a ghost? Xiaola paused. Oh, come on. Don't talk nonsense. But Kaishan remembered the night of the 8th. That was the night Xiao Qian appeared. Looking at Wang Erhua's shriveled arm, Kaishan suddenly dropped his bubble tea. He thought, could it be? But Kaishan turned and ran. Wang Erhua was killed the very same night Xiao Qian appeared. If Xiao Qian really is a demon, what do I do? He rushed back toward the school. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Scholar Ning. Well, if it isn't Scholar Ning, how have you been, old classmate? Kaishan thought. Sun Xiang Kue. Why did he bring the village chief here? He announced loudly. We're starting demolition tomorrow. We're just here to give you a heads up. He looked at the graffiti scrawled on the wall. He blurted out. What? Sun Xiang Kue. You're shameless. This is a school. Sun Xiang Kue grabbed him by the collar and roared. Scholar Ning, this is your last warning. Get lost, or you can wait to be buried alive with those little animals. Ning Kai-shun turned to village chief's son and begged. This is the only place for the poor children in this village to get an education. Please, just give us a little more time. The village chief replied. The tourist village project has to start tomorrow. Whether you want to move or not is your problem. After saying that, he ignored Ning Kai-shun's calls and hurried away. Sun Xiang Kuei sneered. Scholar, I'd advise you to drop the high and mighty act. Earlier, I saw you hiding a pretty girl in that little hovel of yours. How about you bring her over tonight? This young master might consider leaving you a single toilet. Ha ha ha. With that, he turned and left. But Kai-shun clenched his fists. That evening, he said to Xiao Qian, don't be afraid. Zhang Yi Xiao is a friend of mine. Go stay with her for a few days, and I'll come get you when it's safe. The girl suddenly asked, why are you making me leave? Are you getting rid of me? Kai-shun replied, it's not that. Huh? Xiao Qian said, is it because I lied to you? He looked at her intently. Could it be? Xiao Qian. The girl lowered her head and replied, the truth is, I'm not human. I'm a demon who preys on the life essence of men. But it's all because of Rakshasa Grandma. Ever since I was little, she told me that all men are wicked. If I don't kill them, they'll kill me. As she spoke, she covered her face and began to sob. He wiped away her tears and comforted her. Don't say any more. I already know. Xiao Qian pleaded. Ning, please, don't send me away, okay? I won't do anything bad ever again. He took the girl's hand and said, I don't blame you, but you have to leave this place. It's not safe here. Trust me. We'll definitely see each other again. Xiao Shan lowered her head and replied, okay, I only have one request. Please, let me be your wife. I'll dedicate my entire life to serving you. Ning Taishin smiled and said, I promise. Back at home, Zhang Yixiao was startled by a sudden knock at the door. She hurried to open it. Coming. You're here. Su Shan. Come on in. Where's your cousin? Why are you alone? Su Shan looked down and answered. Xiao Ning. He took a car back. Seemed like he was in a hurry to tell the kids something. Also, Xiao Ning isn't my cousin. He's my husband. Yixiao burst out laughing. I figured that out a long time ago. She led Xiao Shan into the bedroom. You can crash with me tonight, okay? Tomorrow, I'll take you out and show you the city. The girl gazed out the window. Her heart called out silently. Xiao Ning. The next day, Yi Cheng was practicing with his spear, though it looked more like he was dancing with a broom. Secret art. Overlord Spear, the 18 strikes of the Phoenix. This spear technique, created by Xiang Yu, is truly something else. I've only reached the second level, but my injuries have already completely healed. After some maneuvering, the former spear saint had once again become a hero in the eyes of the netizens. Most importantly, the goddess he'd had a secret crush on for 8 years had finally agreed to go on a date with him. Mrs. Song was hanging laundry. She saw his dog muzzle mask and said, Xiao Cheng, you're a grown man. Why are you still playing with childish things like this? No wonder none of the girls like you. He quickly snatched the mask back, crying out, Mom, you went through my stuff again. He thought to himself, good thing Mom doesn't go online. She'd have no idea this is the former spear saint's mask. He pulled out his phone to show off. Besides, I've got plenty of girls chasing after me. He thought, completely full of himself. There's Yi Xiao for one, plus the mayor's daughter I saved the other day. So that's at least 2. Mrs. Song looked at the photo on his phone. She was stunned. Oh my, these 2 girls are so pretty. I'd be happy with whichever one you bring home, son. Even better if you get married this year. Hearing his mom say that, he was a little surprised. 2 people in the photo? Isn't just Yi Xiao? The photo in the post was of Yi Xiao and Xiao Shan, with the caption, first time eating ice cream, transforming into cute little animals. He blurted out, no way, Class President Ning's girlfriend. I think her name is Xiao Shan. Just then, the system's voice spoke up. Host, you were a bit preoccupied with your love life at the time, so I didn't get a chance to tell you. Su Shan is the transmigrator I detected a few days ago. Yi Cheng yelled. What? She's a transmigrator? Doesn't that mean Yi Xiao is in danger? Mrs. Song, standing nearby, heard her son shouting. She patted his head and asked, Trans what now? Are you feeling sick, son? Suddenly, a call came in from Yi Xiao. Ring, ring, ring. He answered immediately. Yi Xiao, I was just about to call you. Are you okay? The girl replied. I'm fine, but Xiao Ning's cousin is missing, and I can't get in touch with Xiao Ning either. Tong Yicheng quickly reassured her. Don't you worry about this. I'm on my way now. With that, he rushed out the door. I'm heading out for a bit. As Yicheng drove, his mind raced. Taichun isn't the type to just fall off the map. I just hope nothing happened to him. Meanwhile, at the school, Sun Xiangkui was yelling at the top of his lungs. What's the holdup? Why haven't you started yet? Do you have any idea how much this machinery costs per day? You think you can afford to pay for these delays? A worker quickly replied, We're starting right now. Right now. The man next to him asked, Isn't Teacher Ning still in there? He pointed to the children in the distance. He's probably already out. Aren't those his kids, right over there? Seeing their school being torn down, the students sobbed uncontrollably. An older student tried to comfort them. Don't cry. Teacher Ning said he'd find a new school for us. But the children wouldn't stop crying. The older student led the younger ones. Grab Teacher Ning's supplies. Let's go study under that big tree over there. At that moment, inside the faculty office, Ning Taichun was packing things up. This should be enough. Thump. The wall scrolls. And he suddenly remembered. The colored chalk. Outside, Sun Xiangkui had lost his patience. He climbed into the excavator. A worker rushed to stop him. Boss Sun, wait. Let us do one last check before we start. TCH. Check my ass. What a waste of time. Get out of the way. I'll do it myself. The worker yelled desperately. Boss Sun. He started the excavator and drove it toward the school building. The demolition began. With a loud crash, glass shattered and dust filled the air. The students saw it happen. They screamed. Teacher Ning. From a distance, a thick cloud of dust could be seen rising from the school. Further away, two women on their way from the market noticed and began to talk. What's going on at the elementary school? The other replied. Looks like they're tearing it down for that new tourist village project. They continued their conversation. Then what about the kids and Teacher Ning? The other answered. In this day and age, what do poor folks like us do but grit our teeth and bear it? Little did they know, Xiao Shan had been standing atop a high pillar the entire time. She bent her knees and leaped to another spot. Just then, the two women finally noticed Xiao Shan. A towering sign crashed to the ground. Startling them, Xiao Shan moved swiftly, flying across the rooftops. Meanwhile, inside the building destroyed by the excavator, the children huddled around Taichun. They sobbed his name. Teacher Ning, please wake up. Teacher Ning. He lay unconscious on the ground. His glasses shattered. The children cried their hearts out. Teacher Ning, you promised you would keep teaching us. As the children cried in a heap. On the other side, the adults were gathered discussing what to do. Village Chief Sun said worriedly, Boss Sun, this seems to be getting a little out of hand. Old Zhang chimed in. With so many people watching, this isn't going to be simple. Xiang Kui nervously bit his nails, muttering over and over. Not simple. Not simple at all. Then one of the workers gave him a sudden idea. He'd found a scapegoat. Xiang Kui kicked the man, sending him sprawling to the ground. He shouted, This is all your fault. You operated the machinery wrong. You even got someone killed. He added maliciously, If you get rid of the body right now, we can forget this ever happened. We won't hold you responsible. The color drained from the worker's face. He panicked. He quickly clasped his hands and begged, Boss, please give me a way out of this. The worker knelt on the ground, kowtowing as he spoke. I've been an honest man my whole life. I've never done anything so wicked. Xiang Kui turned to Old Zhang. Old Zhang, you're a foreman. You show him how it's done. He glanced at the crying children and replied with a smile. All right. A little boy wearing a red scarf asked, What are you going to do to Teacher Ning? A hand gently rested on the boy's shoulder. Somehow, Ci Shan had appeared. She ordered, Take Xiao Fan and the others and get them away from here. And don't look back. On the other side of the site, a foot stepped out of a car. Yishao rushed over, her heart filled with dread. Xiao Ning, Ci Shan, please be okay. She had just reached the gate when a worker stopped her. Construction site. No entry. Without a trace of fear, Yishao pushed him aside. She said, Sorry, this is an emergency. The caution tape suddenly snapped. A plume of black smoke billowed upwards, causing everyone outside to look up in shock. What in the world is that? Yishao knew at a glance. It was Xiao Shan. She saw Xiao Shan floating in the middle of a whirlwind. The wicked construction workers were being swept up into the vortex she had created. The worker who had been framed sat on the ground, stunned. Xiang Kuei was lifted into the air, screaming and begging for his life. "Goddess, spare me." Debris flew everywhere. His cries grew louder. "I'll give you money. Just let me go." A stray rock struck Yi Xiao on the head. Xiang Kuei continued to plead. "Spare my life. I'll pay you. I have a lot of money." Xi Shan remained silent, unleashing her immense power. A moment later, the three men were bound together, screaming in terror. Their faces smashed violently against one another, making them cry out in horror. "It hurts. Please no." Xi Shan focused on casting her spell. "Xiaoning, Xiaoning." She promised herself. "Xiaoning, wait for me. I'm almost done." A giant fist suddenly crushed Xiao Shan's demonic energy. The scene erupted in a flash of red, consumed by darkness as a sinister power exploded outward. An unknown amount of time passed. Yi Xiao was lying unconscious on the ground. A few drops of red liquid dripped down. It seemed the blow to her head from the rock earlier had finally caused her to pass out. Yicheng arrived. He rushed toward Yi Xiao. "Yi Xiao! Yi Xiao!" Yicheng quickly caught her in his arms. He let out a sigh of relief. "Thank God, she just fainted." He gently propped her against a corner wall. He said, "I'm sorry. I'll be right back." Then, Yicheng sprinted away, scepter in hand. He stared in horror at the carnage Xi Shan was unleashing. A system window materialized before him. Xi Shan, transmigrator from Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. D-rank mission. The system's voice was sharp with urgency. "Host, what are you just standing there for?" Xi Shan has gone completely berserk from all the killing. She's about to go on a massive killing spree. Yicheng slipped on a strange, dog muzzle-like mask. He murmured, She's the one Xiao Ning loves." How did it come to this? The system reminded him. It doesn't matter who she was before. Right now, she is a dangerous transmigrator. His eyes narrowed. He's right. Yicheng leaped high into the air. He thought, stopping transmigrators is my mission. He swiftly moved behind Xi Shan. His resolve hardened. I have to take her down before anyone else gets hurt. Yicheng dove from above, aiming his scepter for her neck. Xi Shan hadn't sensed his presence at all, but just behind her, a single tear traced a path down her cheek. It was a sight that made him pause. Yicheng faltered midair. Tears. In the split second before the scepter struck, he changed his mind. I can't do it. And so, Yicheng clenched his jaw, trying to halt his momentum. But it was too late. The scepter still pierced clean through Xi Shan's side. A trickle of red began to flow. Her spell dissipated. She collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the system cried out in frustration. Host, what in the world are you doing? You could have finished her in a single, clean strike. He retorted, but I couldn't go through with it, because I'm not some heartless killing machine. I'm a human being. Yicheng walked over to the fallen Xi Shan. Xi Shan, tell me what happened. She glanced up at him. It's you. I've seen you in Xiao Ning's photo album. Xi Shan offered him a faint, gentle smile. He told me you were a good person. In Xiao Ning's eyes, everyone was a good person. Her voice broke, turning into a sob of pure anguish. I never knew this world could hold so many monsters. Xiao Ning. Yicheng's brow furrowed as he pressed her urgently. What happened to Xiao Ning? Where is he? At that moment, a cold rain began to fall. Nearby, a small crowd was gathered around Xiao Ning's body. The system spoke up, its tone uncharacteristically sheepish. My apologies, host. My rejuvenation skills only work on the living. In this case, my hands are tied. Xi Shan cradled Xiao Ning's head in her lap. Tears streamed down her face in silence. Xiao Ning, didn't you promise you'd marry me? That you'd let me take care of you for the rest of our lives? She gently caressed his cheek. She whispered, Xiao Ning, did you even know? The time I spent with you was the most beautiful time in my 500 years of life. Yicheng couldn't hold back his tears. He said, his voice thick with regret. I'm sorry. Leader, I'm late. He turned his head and asked, is there anything else I can do for you too? Xiao Shan slowly raised a hand, her sharp claws extended. She replied slowly, that would be. She looked up at the sky and spoke her final wish. Bury us together. Yicheng spun around in shock, shouting, Xiao Shan. The children also cried out her name, Sister Xiao Shan. But Xiao Shan had already drawn her sharp claws across her own neck. She collapsed beside the one she loved most. I Ching resolved himself. He thought to himself, I promise you. A new day dawned. Two figures walked towards a destination. They arrived at the construction site for the Ning Taishan Hope Primary School. It was I Ching and I Xiao, standing before a small grave beneath a tree. It was clearly the grave of Xiaoshan and Taishan. They laid down a bouquet of chrysanthemums. I Xiao said sadly, Little Ning and Xiaoshan. They're finally together. I Ching quietly hummed in agreement. His heart, however, was in turmoil. I'll face many more dangers in the future. If I Xiao stays by my side, he thought anxiously, she might be dragged into danger. Their hands slowly reached for each other and intertwined. They turned and walked away. I Xiao changed the subject. Oh, by the way, why don't you come over for dinner tonight? My mom keeps asking about you. But I Ching declined. No, I can't. I have to return to Yin Zhao. There's some urgent business. He thought to himself, I need to become stronger to protect her. The system watched their retreating figures. It thought furiously, humans just love to lie. Sentimental, stupid, easily killed. This system is clearly superior. It recalled I Ching's words from the previous battle. Because I'm not a killing machine. I'm a human with humanity. The system suddenly felt confused. It's just, why did that sound so cool? When he said it, after burying Xiaoshan and Little Ning, I left Song Family Village. To protect I Xiao. To keep her from harm, I had to become stronger. Sometime later, I frenetically completed various interception missions. In Tokyo, I Ching used his dimensional twin blades to dispatch his enemy. In New York, he defeated a giant ape with a single, ordinary punch. On Changbai Mountain, I Ching transformed into a monk. He chattered incessantly. How many times have I told you? Don't just throw your chainsaws around randomly. Chainsaws are dangerous. They'll harm the environment. What if it hits the baby bear on the head? Even if it doesn't hit a baby bear, sticking into the flowers and grass isn't good either. The worker, headaches from listening, begged, Please, venerable sir, stop chanting. I'm going to lose my mind. My desk was piled high with spoils of war. I received a heap of rewards. My movement technique also grew much stronger than before. The character system panel displayed. Learned the reverting fat smoke annihilation palm. Obtained 30 million gold. Name, I Ching. Rank, martial cultivation increased to first-rate master. The reputation of the old pro was spreading like wildfire. A fan club even popped up. People were even cashing in, selling my merch on Taobao. Making a killing. I was absolutely loving the feeling. I was even getting a little high on it. But behind all the glory, I felt it clearly. Being number one is so damn lonely. But what can you do? I'm who I am. You're pretty quick on the draw, kid. Just then, the scene shifts to the capital of Huaxia. The infinity gauntlet is raised under the blazing sun. A purple-skinned man sits high above, looking down on the world below. He sighs in boredom. Nothing but humans. Just as I thought. Another boring world. What he doesn't know is that behind a wall, I Ching is preparing a sneak attack. He asks the system, You ready? The system replies, Affirmative. A moment later, I Ching calmly steps out and says, They might be boring, but hey, what's the point of being alive anyway? That purple sweet potato-looking freak, Thanos. Turn around. Thanos, the purple sweet potato freak. Accept? S-Ring mission. He asks in surprise. Well, I didn't expect to run into someone I know in this world. Tell me, which alliance are you with? Then Thanos continues. Actually, it doesn't matter anymore. He looks down at his infinity gauntlet and says with confidence, A new world is about to begin. With a single snap of my fingers, Thanos points forward and declares, Everyone will turn to dust. You'd think he was joking, but this guy wasn't playing around. He snaps his fingers the moment the words leave his mouth. Down below, I Ching's fans are happily taking pictures. A dog that just woke up is stretching. After Thanos' snap, the world remains exactly the same. Nothing has changed. He's completely baffled, unwilling to accept it. He snaps his fingers again and again. He yells in frustration. How can this be? My precious stones that I spent years collecting are suddenly useless? Just then, the gauntlet shatters into pieces. Turns out, it was just a cosplay prop he bought on Taobao. At that moment, I Ching raises a flaming hand and says, The Infinity Stones. You mean these, right? A real Infinity Gauntlet is on his hand. He looks at it and remarks, I hear a single snap can grant any wish. Way better than this damn system of mine. Seeing his treasure stolen, Thanos' face contorts with rage. He leaps into the air and charges toward I-Chang. I-Chang snaps his fingers and says, I wish Thanos was back on his home planet. In a blink of an eye, the top half of Thanos' body, his fist still mid-swing, vanishes into thin air as he fades from existence. Memories flood his mind. 1 hour earlier, a beautiful girl had approached Thanos to talk. Hey, handsome, want to take a picture with me? At the time, he was stunned. How could this be happening? As they both made a heart shape with their hands. The girl with the sausage lips, who called herself the cross-dressing big shot, Song Urshi, had praised Thanos. Wow, look at those bulging muscles. So impressive. He remembered all now and realized that girl was him. Before he completely vanished, he could only scream in fury. The system's question popped up. How'd you manage to swipe the gauntlet from that sweet potato goblin? I-Chang laughed and replied, Hith hith. Even Third Annie is a man, and all men have their weaknesses. He turned and walked away, tossing a pair of false eyelashes aside as he went. The false lashes fluttered gently through the street and landed perfectly on the eye of a dog in a poster. A seamless fit. Meanwhile, I-Chang had returned home. He sighed. Finally, time to relax. He sprawled out on the sofa and said, Little system, didn't you say this reward was supposed to be something special, that you'd tell me about it later? Well, it's later, so can you tell me now? He replied, Come here. Follow me into the sea of consciousness. Immediately after, the system pulled I-Chang into a virtual space. He asked, Do you really have to be so mysterious about it? It answered, The transmigrator suppression system is far more powerful than you imagine. The system pointed to a control panel and explained, Each time you complete a suppression mission, the system absorbs the transmigrator's energy. 1/3 of that becomes the host's reward. 1/3 is put into storage, and the final third is used to upgrade the system. I-Chang took out a pen and paper, carefully taking notes. I see. The moment he finished scribbling, he tossed the notebook away. He yelled, Why am I even writing this down? Just get to the point. The system then said. To put it simply, the upgraded system has a new feature. I-Chang was confused. An upgrade? A new feature? A claw machine appeared in front of him. The system said, This is it. I-Chang pressed his hands against the glass. He said excitedly, Whoa, this is so cool. Let me give it a try. Then he turned his head and asked, Does it cost anything? The system replied, Just a fingerprint scan. 100,000 huaxia coins per try. A real bargain, isn't it? I-Chang shook his head in contempt. Too cheap. A game like this is beneath a man of my distinguished status. Are there any other new features? The system announced loudly. Then behold, I-Chang looked up. A towering pagoda had appeared beside him out of nowhere. He yelled, Holy crap, what is this? I-Chang read the sign in front of the tower's entrance. The Infinite Hero Tower. Sounds pretty badass. The two of them then stepped inside the tower. Along the way, the system began its tutorial. This is the system's expanded space. The first floor is for displaying your weapons, equipment, and items. On the second floor, they arrived in a high-tech hallway. In the distance, a golden light flickered. The system immediately announced, Preparing to subdue the transmigrator. I-Chang was instantly suspicious. Subdue the transmigrator? Wait, does that mean I have to recruit them as my underlings? The system replied, Correct. Some of the more benevolent transmigrators could even become your powerful allies. By bringing them into this tower, they will no longer be affected by the parallel energies of the outside world. Furthermore, they can exist here long-term. Realization dawned on I-Chang. No way. I never should have brought I to my place. I regret this so much. He's actually really powerful. It'd be great if I could just trap him in this tower. The system immediately denied. No, I can't just take in any beggar off the street. It said, its voice softening. Whatever. We'll analyze this in detail later. Anyway, just as the system opened its eyes, it discovered I-Chang had vanished. It screamed, Where'd he go? Turns out he was completely absorbed in a claw machine game. He was even muttering to himself, Heavenly Demon Cloak. Heavenly Demon Cloak? The red and gold orb he was trying to grab was the Heavenly Demon Cloak. Boost defense. Grants immunity to fire and water. Allows flight. Unfortunately, just as the orb was about to drop into the prize chute, it slipped out of the claw. But Ichung didn't give up. He tried again. I'll definitely get it this time. Beside him was a huge pile of prizes he'd already won. Ichung gripped the joystick with both hands, moving it with expert precision. Just as he was getting into it, muttering, "Oh, baby," Ichung's real-world cell phone started to ring. At that exact moment, he successfully nabbed the red orb. Ichung threw his hands in the air, letting out a triumphant cheer. Hard work pays off. It was only then that he noticed his phone ringing nonstop. Ichung answered. "Hello, Fatty Chong. What's up?" On the other end of the line, Fatty Chong wasted no time. "Boss, that movie I invested in is about to start filming. Want to come visit the set? We can go together." Ichung teased him. "Since when did you get into show business? Aren't you afraid of getting in over your head?" On the other end, Fatty Chong casually replied while picking his nose. "I was bored. Anyway, I heard Xiaomi and Xiaori will be there today. Even the legendary male lead, the one they say is prettier than a goddess, is supposed to show up. If you don't go, I'm going by myself." Ichung clutched his head in despair, shouting, "Fatty Chong, this." His expression instantly changed. "Of course I'm going." A director's clapperboard snapped shut with a clack. The announcement echoed across the set. "A beauty smile is worth 1,000 gold. Scene 1. The Beauty's Bath. Take 1. Action." On the set, a long-haired woman stood with her back to the camera. She gently let the robe slip from her shoulders. A staffer with orange hair hurried in, calling out to her. "Xia Xia, what are you doing here? Aren't we supposed to be rolling?" Xia Xia asked in surprise. "What? The call sheet was changed last night. Who is the director filming then?" The orange-haired staffer led her backstage. Just then, all the cameras were focused on a purple-haired figure soaking in a wooden tub. The person turned around, revealing a young man. He whispered, "Where is this?" The orange-haired staffer clasped her hands together, swooning. "So beautiful." Xia Xia was also taken aback by his beauty. She blurted out, "Who is she?" The cinematographer suddenly turned to the director. "Sir, isn't this a mistake?" The director just waved him off, ignoring it. Directing. Jungle camera. Keep filming. Brightest light. Blinding lights shone directly into the purple-haired young man's face, forcing him to shield his eyes with his hand. The young man suddenly rose from the water. He shot up. His long, drenched hair cascaded down. A strong, toned physique. The robust build of a young man. A stark contrast to his soft, long purple hair and exceptionally handsome face. The entire film crew gasped and cried out, "Oh my God, that's impossible." He gazed coldly at everyone and said, "Who are you people? Could you be assassins from the western regions, daring to assassinate the Lanling king while he bathes? Shameless scoundrels." The entire film crew, along with the director, were stunned speechless. Assassins? Is that in the script? Then the director burst out laughing, clapping his hands loudly, clearly delighted. He stood up, pointing at the purple-haired young man, and shouted excitedly, "Brilliant! You're the lead actor for my next film." The young man looked bewildered. "Lead actor? What's that?" The photo of the Lanling king rising from the bath went viral online, accompanied by a flurry of praise. Not long after, the new beauty's striking debut was posted online, causing a frenzy of public discussion and shares. Soon after, he was invited to various important events. The Lanling king's emergence, mini-event captured the hearts of countless young men and women. His unique aura captivated director Zhang Xiaojiang, who officially invited him to star in the big-budget historical drama, Lanling Enters the Fray. Outside the Hengshan film studio, crowds of female fans shrieked with excitement as the Lanling king stepped out. "Lanling! Lanling! We love you!" Everywhere he went, the screams followed. "Lanling! He's here!" The Lanling king, however, looked annoyed. "You people again?" He looked at these frantic youngsters and solemnly said, "Shouldn't you be home caring for your husbands and raising your children, working diligently, spending all day in such frivolous fantasies? How lamentable." The fans continued to shriek without pause. "Lord Lan is so cultured. He's so right." His manager behind him reminded him, "President Chong, the investor, is visiting the set today. You need to go greet him." He turned around, waving at his fans, and said, regarding reflecting on the virtues of Lord Lon. We'll discuss it next time. They still yelled loudly. Go, Lonling. Lonling, my love. We'll support you. At this moment, the Lonling king then raised his voice in exasperation. It's been a month already, and you still haven't helped me find a way home. The manager casually replied, a way home? What are you talking about? Didn't I tell you? In our world, it's easier to get things done once you're famous. The manager then put an arm around the Lonling king's shoulder, pleading, come on, let's go meet the investor. He thought with disgust, this dreary place. I don't want to stay here another day. Amidst the fervent crowd, a girl wearing a hat pulled low, smirked. Oh, perfect. My darling husband. We'll meet very soon. Just then, at the film studio gate, a luxurious car arrived. A security guard respectfully opened the car door and said, President Chong, please step out. The person who stepped out was none other than Fatty Chong, and beside him was Yi Chung. TSK. Not bad. He's got a bit of a boss's aura. He turned to Fatty Chong and asked, be honest, did you only invest in this movie to meet the stars? He retorted defensively, I carefully selected this project. From the main leads to the supporting cast, they're all A-list actors. The total investment is 200 million. I'm just one of the minor backers, that's all. I Ching looked up at the fortress and asked, was this entire fortress built just for the movie? A voice called out from inside. President Shang, you're here. A graceful man with pink hair stepped out, waving in welcome. Welcome. He was the producer, Deji. Deji leaned in close to Fatty Shang. Xiaomi and Xiao Ri are on their way to greet you. President Shang. A moment later, two young women waved at Fatty Shang. Hello, President Shang. He froze, captivated by the two beauties. His face flushed bright red, but he still managed to ask, you've both been working hard. Is the shoot going well? All right, let me introduce you. This is my friend. As Fatty Shang pointed to where I Ching had been standing, he realized he'd vanished at some point. Confused, he thought, Song I Ching? Hey, where'd he go? The purple-haired girl spoke up. Oh, President Shang, would you and your friend like to make a cameo? Deji replied, that's a great idea. I'll arrange it. Unbeknownst to them, I Ching was hiding behind a piece of the set. He anxiously asked his system, little system, you're sure about this, right? Why is there a transmigrator here? It replied, of course I'm sure. He is at your 2 o'clock. I Ching was bewildered. Him, his gaze locked on the Prince of Lonling standing right in front of him. Just then, the Prince of Lonling was stroking a horse. He murmured, a man who should be charging across battlefields is now stuck here, acting in a movie. I bet you're just as unwilling as I am, aren't you? I Ching observed the seemingly harmless Prince of Lonling. He doesn't look like a bad guy. Doesn't seem hostile at all. The system then said, which is why this mission isn't about elimination. It's about. He immediately grew excited. Recruitment. Huh. My Infinite Hero Tower is finally about to get its first hero. Meanwhile, Fatty Shang was taking pictures with Xiaomi and Xiao Ri. The girl said cheerfully, okay, smile. Fatty Shang grinned along with them. But inside he wondered, where did Big Bro go? He turned his head and saw I Ching walking toward the Prince of Lonling. A suspicion bloomed in his mind. No way. With all these gorgeous women around. He's still in a min? I Ching walked right up to the Prince of Lonling. He waved. Hey there. Can we talk for a minute? The Prince of Lonling's manager whispered a reminder to him. This guy seems to be President Shang's friend. You can't afford to offend him. He then pulled the mask off the prince's face, saying, it's rude to wear a mask like this. I Ching's eyes immediately went wide. He stared at the Prince of Lonling's face, absolutely stunned. So this is the level of one of the 4 great beauties from before plastic surgery. Before Photoshop? Absolutely stunning. The Prince of Lonling spoke coldly. What do you want? I Ching's jaw dropped. He was still in a daze. The manager quickly spoke up. I'll be on my way. You two take your time. He cleared his throat and said, ahem. You're the Prince of Lonling? I Chang remembered something. I've heard the legends about the Prince of Lonling. The Prince of Lonling may have been the most beautiful man in the land, but he hated his own face. He even wore a mask on the battlefield to keep his devastating beauty from distracting his troops and sowing chaos. As I Chang thought of this, a smug look spread across his face. Oh man, it's a perfect match. The Jioshan Guild. Asteriski. Then, He pointed to himself. He said arrogantly, "Brother Lon, I came here today to make you an offer. From now on, you should work for me and my Jiushang guild." In the Prince of Lamling's mind, however, Icheng sounded like a sleazy, rich old man barking orders. "Come to daddy. I'll make you a star, baby." He thought to himself. Good thing I know people in this world love to be suggestive. Icheng tried to persuade the Prince of Lanling with perks from the future. You'll have access to the Infinite Hero Tower. You can use any of my weapons. Besides, you're a renowned general. Don't waste your talents here, selling your smiles. If we team up, you'll have plenty of chances to show off your skills. To fight with true glory. But in the Prince of Lamling's mind, this all translated to, I have a 200-meter wide bed. More than enough room for me to keep you. Shoes are optional, but if you're into playing all kinds of games with me. Even the system could see the flames of rage igniting in the Prince of Lamling's eyes. Yet Icheng remained completely oblivious. The system thought, exasperated. Ugh, this is so embarrassing. So cringe. Next time, I suggest you just punch him from the start. Icheng said calmly. No need to get so worked up. Bro. Veins bulged on the Prince of Lamling's forehead. He retorted, one more outrageous word from you, and I will end you. He was suddenly overcome with rage. A single thought consumed his mind. Eradicate him completely. A status screen appeared. Prince of Lamling. Applicant. Not granted the rank of king. Mission rank B. Icheng slung an arm around the Prince of Lamling's shoulders. He said cheerfully, so what do you say? You'll come with me, right? I'll show you my Infinite Hero Tower. Which, in the Prince of Lamling's twisted interpretation, meant, he gritted his teeth and replied, You utter filth. I'll make you. His fury blazed. His hair seemed to stand on end with rage. His mind was consumed by a single thought. Eradicate him completely. Suddenly, the Prince of Lamling seized Icheng's wrist. With a powerful shout, he effortlessly tossed Icheng into the air. For a split second, Icheng was stunned. He had no idea what was happening. He quickly flipped in midair, breaking free from the prince's grip. After landing, Icheng put some distance between them. He struck a challenging pose. Brother Lon, so you wanted to spar a little, huh? Seeing his formidable stance, the Prince of Lamling was slightly surprised. So you're a martial artist too? Then the Prince of Lamling looked away, his tone filled with reproach. A true man, with no desire to serve his country. All you think about is dirty stuff. He suddenly turned and walked away. Say it. That's preposterous. He even gave him the middle finger, provoking Icheng to the fullest. Hearing these words, Icheng was instantly dumbfounded. What dirty stuff? The system, helpless, just sighed. Just then, the camera shifted to the film set. A staff member was seen yelling into a megaphone. Actors, get ready for makeup. He announced that the next scene was about to begin. The entire set was bustling, arranging the backdrop. Icheng was pulled by the hand by a girl with pink hair. He asked, bewildered, Why do I need makeup too? She replied, Oh, don't be shy now. Boss Chong already arranged it for you. Guest appearances don't come around often, you know. A staff member then handed him a script, instructing him. Later, you'll be playing the city-defending general of White Wolf City. You just need to stand here later. All you have to do is smile coldly, but not rudely, and you're good. It's really simple. The pink-haired girl pinched Icheng's cheek playfully, thinking to herself, Such smooth skin, isn't it? Fatty Chong was walking with the G. He gave Icheng a thumbs up, muttering, Bro, don't get outshined by him. I have high hopes for you. Icheng was instantly flustered and angry. You damn bastard. Who said I wanted to act? A staff member clapped the clapperboard with a clap, shouting loudly, Action! The actors playing the guards immediately blew their horns. Icheng, already in his general's attire, crossed his arms, thinking contentedly, Excellent. I've truly become the character. He closed his eyes, looking very pleased with himself. I'm a confident enemy general. Defending the city is a mission more important than my own life. At this moment, below the city walls, a cavalry troop galloped into view. The one leading them was none other than the Lanling King. Icheng thought to himself, but of course, he's the male lead. He imagined the Lanling King stepping over a defeated nobody like him. Musing, I'd better just meekly offer my head. To highlight the male lead's formidable prowess in battle. That's the mission of an extra. Yi-chung casually scratched his nose, complaining, "Ugh, how pathetic." Meanwhile, a voice echoed from outside. "Boss Chong." He looked at the magnificent scene on the city wall. Below the city walls, Deji and Fatty Chong were sitting under a sunshade. Deji spoke up. "Actually, it's only half built. Isn't that super economical of me? Hurry up and praise me." Fatty Chong could only reply, "Not bad." But he looked up at the city wall, worrying to himself. He's in costume and makeup now. No one will recognize him. Big bro won't think I'm messing with him, will he? Meanwhile, on the Lanling King's side, they were also preparing for the scene. The staff member in front loudly instructed, "Later, when you hear my signal, everyone, follow the Lanling King and charge on horseback." From behind the Lanling King, a voice echoed, "Ooh, he's really close." It turned out to be a girl with a mole at the corner of her mouth. She was also one of the actors, secretly taking photos of him. Faunacing, "It feels like I'm sleeping in the same bed as him." Hee, just as she was absorbed in her enjoyment. A staff member suddenly strode over, yelling, "Pay attention. We're about to film." He then turned to her. Do you even know how to ride a horse? Don't go causing trouble for me." The girl fumed. This damn casting director pays next to nothing and still makes all these demands. The casting director was the one in charge of hiring the extras. She thought to herself, how hard can riding a horse be? You just hold the reins tight, right? I've seen it on TV 100 times. Once all the actors were in position, a crew member shouted, "Places," with the command to charge. The entire stable of horses thundered forward. Up on the city wall, Yi-chung was in the middle of his own scene. He commanded, "Hold the city gates. Archers, ready your flaming arrows." The soldiers replied, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, he whipped his head around, a puzzled look on his face. Yi-chung peered down from the wall. His eyes widened as he let out a gasp. The camera perfectly captured Yi-chung's look of utter shock. The director spun around, furiously chewing out a crew member. Who the hell cast this extra? She's way overacting. Just then, another staffer came running in, shouting, "Director, we got a problem. I think one of the horses is out of control." The director and everyone else froze in panic. What? The girl with the beauty mark had completely lost control of her horse. She was thrown from the saddle. She slammed hard onto the ground. The Prince of Lanling caught sight of the figure falling behind him. He instantly kicked his feet free from the stirrups. The Prince of Lanling launched himself off his mount, soaring through the air. He landed gracefully beside the fallen girl. The Prince of Lanling gently cradled her head. Her exquisite makeup was now smudged and scratched. She groggily opened her eyes. Before she could even react, a sound escaped her lips. There in front of her was an impossibly handsome man asking if she was okay. "Are you all right?" An unreal fantasy flashed through her mind. "If my lord is my love, then I am mad for him. Our love will last for all eternity." She began to drool, mumbling deliriously, "Until the mountains are no more, and heaven and earth collide. Only then shall my love for you die." The Prince of Lanling stared at her and made his assessment. She seems fine. He then coldly hoisted the woman onto another rider's horse. The Prince of Lanling's attention was suddenly drawn elsewhere. He frowned. Ahead of him, a horse's reins were snagged on a wooden beam protruding from the city wall. The horse thrashed wildly, trying to break free, causing a crack to splinter across the wall. The Prince of Lanling knew this was bad. He immediately vaulted onto a horse, shouting the warning, "Look out! Everyone get to the sides! Now!" The soldiers standing before the crumbling gate exchanged panicked glances. "What's happening? What was that sound?" A guard on the roof screamed. "Danger! The wall is about to collapse." At that moment, the Prince of Lanling was closing in on the trapped horse. He swung his sword, slicing the reins clean through. Suddenly, a voice echoed from out of nowhere, catching his attention. "Help me." He instantly wheeled his horse around, galloping toward the cry for help. At that very moment, the city wall was tilting. It looked like it was about to collapse. The director watched his masterpiece crumble before his eyes. He buried his face in his hands, utterly devastated. "It's over. It's all over," he screamed. 200 million in investments. It won't be enough to cover this." Chong Peng, frantic with worry, tried to rush forward, but he was held back. "Don't stop me. My brother's up there," he said, his eyes welling up with tears. "He just got a girlfriend." His life was just getting started. Nearby, a bald man suddenly cried out, "Wait, what's that?" Chong Pang's jaw dropped in astonishment. Before everyone's eyes, a figure shot into the sky, soaring past the watchtower. He left everyone completely stunned. A Superman. A look of pure adoration flashed in Chong Pang's eyes. "That's my hero from Huaxia." Yicheng flew into the air, unleashing the signature move of the Jiushang hero. Even Lanling Wang couldn't help but look up intrigued. A purple cape billowed behind him, accompanied by a voice. The Phantom Cape, a must-have item. Yicheng used a rope to bind all the soldiers, lifting them into the air. He said, "Now that I can fly, I'm the complete Jiushang hero." Yicheng quickly lowered the actor soldiers to a safe area, and they erupted in joyous cheers. "We're saved." He dug his fingers into the wall. Yicheng looked down and said to Lanling Wang, "Brother Lan, I'll hold up the wall. You evacuate the crowd quickly." Lanling Wang immediately spurred his horse and replied, "Of course." The system immediately appeared, mocking Yicheng. "Stop showing off. As if I don't know you can only hold this for a few seconds." He watched as Lanling Wang directed the evacuation. His mind raced. If this wall comes down, hundreds of people could be killed or injured. If only I could just make it disappear. Yicheng suddenly remembered a move he had just learned. "That's it. I'll use the annihilation field." He immediately got into position. He threw his arm back and shouted, "Here it comes. This is annihilation." Yicheng launched a powerful punch directly at the watchtower. Thick smoke billowed from the cracks in the wall. Yicheng braced himself, looking up to the sky and declaring smugly, "It worked. The Jiushang hero truly is invincible." The system suddenly reminded him, "Snap out of it." Yicheng froze. He was standing in front of a small hole in the wall. It turned out he had only punched a tiny hole through it. Yicheng slammed his fist against the wall and yelled, "Little system, give me the divine power seed." It replied, coming right up. The system immediately shot out a stream of power, pouring it into the center of Yicheng's forehead. A surge of divine power flowed into him. He instantly shot into the air. Yicheng raised his hands, which now pulsed with immense energy. He thrust his palms downward through the air. Yicheng unleashed countless force fields, roaring the name of the technique, Annihilation Field. Everyone ducked down, covering their heads to shield themselves from falling rocks. Lanling Wang appeared like a guardian angel, slashing through the giant boulders. He shouted to the crowd, "What are you all waiting for? Go now." High in the sky, Yicheng desperately unleashed a barrage of palm strikes. He steeled himself with a single, determined thought. "I have to make this work." Yicheng struck the tower with an even greater force. The tower instantly split in two. He roared, crumbled to dust. In the next moment, the tower was reduced to a pile of rubble. A thick cloud of dust filled the air. Everyone watching the chaotic scene from a distance erupted in cheers. The tower is gone. I can't believe Jiushang Xie destroyed it with a single blow. We're saved." The director clasped his hands together, praying devoutly. "Oh, my miraculous savior. Please bless my next film and make it a box office hit." All eyes turned to the sky, praising him endlessly. So this is the flame that sets a maiden's heart alight, the beacon that illuminates our lives. Yicheng's feet hovered in midair. He slowly descended to the ground. His cape billowed behind him, making him look like a true god. The crowd chanted, "Jiushang Xie, Jiushang Xie, Jiushang Xie." The system's voice chimed in. "Pretty cool, huh?" Yicheng blushed and said with excitement, "It'd be a lie to say it doesn't feel amazing." The system bonked him on the head, scolding him. "Your first priority is recruiting Lanling Wang. I didn't bring you here to show off." Yicheng rubbed his head, grumbling, "Come on, system. Would it kill you not to be a buzzkill?" Just then, a girl in the crowd suddenly cried out, "Everyone look! It's Lanling Wang." In the distance, through the hazy dust, a figure could be seen approaching. As he drew closer, it was none other than Lanling Wang. He was carrying two people over his shoulders. The two of them were still in a daze. I'm still alive? Just now? Was that a god descending from the heavens?" As Lanling Wang came to stand beside Yicheng, the crowd erupted in praise once more. Jiushang Xie was so dazzling. We almost forgot the huge part Lanling Wang played. The Shao sisters gushed as well. Two absolute gods standing side by side. It's too much. But suddenly, amidst the joyous atmosphere, Fatty Chang's face fell, as he remembered something. Huh. Wait a minute. I think I forgot something really important. Big Bro Song Dong. He remembered watching Iching a moment ago. He was on top of the tower wall. The tower collapsed. Jiu Shang Xie flew down from it. And I didn't see Big Bro Song anywhere. Fatty Chong clutched his face, screaming in horror. No way. Lanling Wang turned to Yi Cheng. It was you, wasn't it? The person who spoke with me this afternoon. Yi Cheng replied. As expected of the great Lanling Wang. Nothing gets past you. Lanling Wang paused for a moment. Then he said, I made my decision. Until I find my way back home, he extended a hand to Yi Cheng, proposing, I will join your team. And together, we will uphold justice. Yi Cheng was so moved he nearly burst into tears. He said, Brother Lan. He joyfully slapped Lanling Wang on the shoulder, gushing, I knew we were kindred spirits. You're handsome. You're powerful. We're both a cut above the rest. So with great power comes great responsibility. Their hands clasped together, sealing a long-term partnership for the future. They raised their joined hands high, united as one. We must do our best to make the world a better place. The crowd around them erupted in cheers. So handsome. Yeah. The scene shifts to Longshan, Xiangxi, in the middle of a forest. A man was digging a hole with a shovel. Suddenly, his shovel struck something hard. He immediately tossed the shovel aside, staring at the strange, dark red log. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, I finally found you. 1,000-year goo wood. I've struck it rich. I, Wang Baojian, am finally going to be a rich man. A crack on the log suddenly flashed with light, startling him. He nervously touched the log. What's happening to my 1,000-year wood? All of a sudden, a coarse hand shot out from the log and grabbed him by the throat. It stood up, slamming him hard against a tree. The man clawed at the hand. What? What kind of monster are you? Don't. The Jiangshi opened its mouth and bit into his neck. The man screamed in agony. A moment later, the Jiangshi walked away, leaving the man's shriveled corpse completely drained of blood. Not long after, the police arrived and cordoned off the crime scene where the man was attacked. A reporter began her broadcast. The victim, a man surnamed Wang, was a local lumber merchant. The cause of death is believed to be an attack by a large, ferocious animal. On the Xiangxi 24-hour news channel, a bizarre murder case had occurred in Longshan village. The female reporter stood before the camera, narrating. We are now showing live footage from a scene provided by Xiangxi headlines. But then, something unexpected happened. As the paramedics moved the victim's body, a dark figure shot up. The blood-drained corpse suddenly lunged at the female reporter, biting into her neck. The horrified paramedics screamed. The corpse is moving. Qingqing was watching TV when she saw the scene. She covered her face and screamed. That's terrifying. Hong Yi, who was smoking nearby, explained calmly. That's a Jiangshi. Qingqing stammered in disbelief. A Jiangshi? She spun around and barraged her grandfather with questions. What are you talking about? This is ridiculous and tragic. I just came back to the countryside to get some rest. How'd I get tangled up in something so bizarre? But Hong Yi just spoke to Qingqing with excitement. It's finally time for our Hong family of the Xiangxi Maoshan sect to show what we're made of. They could even hear his booming laughter echoing from outside the house. Elsewhere, a system detected an anomaly. It spoke. Abnormal energy fluctuation detected. Could it be the Jiangshi king? After the monumental handshake between Yi Cheng and the Prince of Lanling, they entering the battlefield of Lanling, affair was perfectly resolved thanks to the appearance of the Old Shang Association. The incident sparked heated discussions among the public for some time. In the end, filming for the movie could not continue. A news reporter announced. After this, the handsome Prince of Lanling never appeared in public again. This has left many of his fans utterly heartbroken. Behind her, many people were clutching their faces, sobbing uncontrollably. I can't live without the Prince of Lanling. Mom, I'm going to be single forever. How am I supposed to face the world now? I had finally found my one true love. Yichun was also watching the news report intently. I think the world is in turmoil, but I remain unmoved. I couldn't care less about fame or fortune. The only thing that can truly move me is... A smug smile spread across Yi Cheng's face. Ha! Bring on the heat. Come on, Hit me with those rewards. Immediately after, a notification panel appeared. Upgraded to peak first class. Received flowing gold wind elixir. Received soul, star, moon cleaving sword. Received flying dragon whip. Received intermediate summoning beast, snow jade elephant dragon. Then, a strange blue egg dropped down. Ichung picked it up. He shook it again and again. He was puzzled. This thing looks pretty special. I wonder how you use it. Just then, Prince Lonling stepped out. Brother Song, what is this? Suddenly, the blue egg began to crack. A small, two-horned beast crawled out from inside. Light from within the egg illuminated both of their faces. Prince Lonling exclaimed in surprise. It hatched. Ichung asked doubtfully. This is the snow jade elephant dragon? A small, adorable Qilin was looking up at the two of them. All of a sudden, it leaped onto Icheng's face. He pulled it off, asking, puzzled. This is supposed to be an ultimate summoning beast? System. You didn't mess up, did you? The system replied. Just summon it by name and you'll find out. Icheng quickly replied. All right, I'll give it a shot. He held the little Qilin up. Hi. Then, he slowly enunciated each word. Dragon. There was a loud poof. The Qilin exploded. In the next instant, it transformed into a gigantic dragon, pinning Icheng underneath it. Watching this, Prince Lonling couldn't help but laugh. Your world is truly full of wonders. Icheng reached out a hand and cried. Brother Lon, help me. The system spoke up. I find this host to be quite a wonder himself. The main characters in other comics are all cool and badass. It looked at Icheng and thought, but this pathetic, please punch me face. Only he could pull that off. Meanwhile, Icheng was struggling and screaming for help. Help me. Help me. I'm gonna die. Let me go. Let me go. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the living room door. Icheng. Yishao pushed the door open and said, You didn't answer just now, so I let myself in. She found Icheng writhing on the floor, a look of utter confusion on her face. What are you doing? But he just kept shouting. Long. Stop messing around. He suddenly remembered something and froze in horror. I forgot I had plans with Xiao today. Icheng immediately plunged into the depths of despair. I'm so screwed. My image in Xiao Zhao's eyes is completely shattered. Yishao blushed and turned away. She said, I didn't see anything. I'm going to go make dinner. He watched her leave, moved to tears, sniffle. Xiao is so gentle. Just then, Chang Mo burst in from outside. He lunged at Icheng, wailing. Boss, my big movie investments all went bust. You gotta comfort me. Hold me. He patted his head, speaking softly. There, buddy. Don't cry. Fatty Chong sobbed. My life is ruined. Boss. Suddenly, Icheng blushed and asked awkwardly. Wait a sec. What are you doing? Fatty Chong was feeling him up all over. He exclaimed excitedly. That's it. This body hard as steel. Then, it clicked. Everything matches up. Boss, you have to be the ironclad hero. A stunned Icheng yelled. The iron what now? On the beach outside, this bizarre scene was playing out on the big screen. Icheng screamed. No. The main event, the muscle massage, has officially begun. Lonling was in a tropical-themed room inside the Infinite Hero Tower. He muttered in annoyance. What in the world am I even watching? I don't want to see this. I'm not looking. He recalled what Icheng had told him, pointing to the tower. Brother, from now on, this is your home. Feel free to use any of the equipment. What's mine is yours. Lonling thought to himself. I've been kicking back in this hero tower for so long, but I haven't seen him do a single heroic deed. Instead, Lonling irritably grabbed the snow jade elephant dragon's tail, muttering under his breath. Why do I feel like some kind of sugar baby? Not a great feeling. The pained snow jade elephant dragon leapt up with a cry. Lonling quickly apologized. My apologies. The system, meanwhile, was focused on something. It announced, Everyone quiet down. Can't you see this system is busy? Lonling asked curiously. What's up? Is there a mission? The system explained. A few days ago, the energy of the Zombie King was clearly detected in Shaanxi, but a recent scan shows it has vanished. It's very strange. Lonling was taken aback. The Zombie King? Sounds like some seriously evil demon. He and the snow jade elephant dragon excitedly ran for the door. He shouted, Then what are we waiting for? This king is going zombie hunting. The system said helplessly. Oh, give me a break. One stubborn Ichung is more than enough. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Longshan village. In Xiangxi, a large crowd had gathered at the village gate, armed with farm tools. One man said, confused, "The stench is overwhelming. What happened to our village?" A man spoke up. "Zhang-san, are there really zombies in Longshan village? I don't think we can do anything to help." Another chimed in. "Yeah, let's just go home." But Zhang-san was full of bluster. He said confidently, "With me here, what is there to be afraid of? Zhang-san, I always keep my promises, and I don't care what he's made of. One hit is all it'll take to finish him." Just as he said that, the man let out a laugh. But then he suddenly froze, having seen something inside the house next door. A horde of zombies was crammed against the window, trying to break out. On the other side, swarms of zombies were pouring in. Zhang-san was instantly terrified. Holy crap! Everyone scattered and ran for their lives, screaming, "Zombies!" Zhang-san, who had been so arrogant just moments before, also turned and fled, crying as he ran. Meanwhile, at the old Yin family estate in Xiangxi, Qingqing and Hong Yi had come outside. Qingqing looked around and said, "I never knew there was such a secret place in this old estate." Hong Yi coughed a few times, then turned around. He said excitedly to Qingqing, "I'm going to take you somewhere even more secret." A moment later, the two of them arrived at a dead end. There a coffin sat. Qingqing said fearfully, "Grandpa, isn't that a coffin?" Hong Yi gestured toward it with both hands and said, "Look here." He suddenly pushed the coffin lid aside. Inside was a secret tunnel leading somewhere below. Qingqing was stunned. A secret passage. Hong Yi quickly started down, waving for Qingqing to follow. "Hurry, follow me," she said with some hesitation. The cold energy is so strong." "Grandpa, what are you hiding down there?" Qingqing stood at the top, looking down into the deep, dark passage. Hesitant, after a moment, they both went inside. After walking for a while, Hong Yi spoke. "We're here." Qingqing's jaw dropped as she asked, "Grandpa, what is that?" In the room was a massive object covered by a sheet. It was bound tightly by numerous metal chains. Hong Yi said softly, "Our Yin family has subdued demons and exorcised evil for generations. We capture monsters and refine corpses. But your father was stubborn and refused to inherit our legacy. He went into research instead." The thing looked like a giant covered by a blanket. Hong Yi stared intently at it. He said, Yin Hong Yi, how could I let the unique arts of Mao Shan die out? Today, I will initiate you." He raised a bell. With his other hand, he formed a ritual sign with 2 fingers. He declared loudly, "Behold your grandfather's bonded spirit corpse, the bronze-armored corpse general, I disciple Yin Hong Yi, by the will of the Mao Shan ancestors." Hong Yi shook the bell relentlessly, chanting, "First incantation, the Yin corpse stirs. Second incantation, ghosts and gods tremble. Third incantation, the divine general rises. Fourth incantation, the moving corpse acts. Let the twin altars ignite, and follow my advance." Strange blue sparks flew from the bell, shooting toward the giant figure under the sheet. The sheet was incinerated, revealing a giant soldier. Its body was covered in talismans. Qingqing cried out in astonishment. "So this is Grandpa's bonded corpse general." The general's eyes flashed with light. She couldn't help but marvel. So incredibly powerful. Qingqing asked curiously, "The righteous corpse? Is it alive again?" Hong Yi replied, It is, but it still obeys my every command. It helps me exorcise demons and slay evil." Qingqing stepped forward. She reached out to touch the righteous corpse. She said, "So, are we taking it with us tonight to catch those Jiangshi that are hurting people? This bronze armor is so awesome." Seeing her excitement, Hong Yi was very pleased. "You truly are my Yin Hong Yi's granddaughter, facing a righteous corpse without a hint of fear. You have a natural talent for corpse refinement and demon exorcism." Qingqing couldn't stop praising it. Controlling your own bonded corpse to vanquish demons and evil spirits. It feels just like attacking with a stand. So sick. Just then, the scene shifts to a forest. The team was on a mission. A command rang out. Ahead is the Jiangshi outbreak zone. Longshan Village. The team began to divide their tasks. Team 1. Team 2 is responsible for the armed perimeter. Team 3. The man continued to give orders. Team 3. Protect any survivors. Zhao Ling stepped forward. She motioned to the others with her hand. Follow me, a man asked in confusion. Isn't Captain Zhao Ling supposed to be in a meeting at the capital? What's she doing all the way out here? Zhao Ling gazed into the distance. I wonder, this time, will he show up to fight too? Elsewhere in the village, a horde of Jiangshi had gathered. Their claws tore into a woman's back. As she shielded a small child, the boy's eyes were wide with terror. He cried out, Mommy! Despite the excruciating pain, the mother forced a smile to comfort her son. It's okay. Everything is going to be okay. At that moment, a Jiangshi lunged toward her, bearing its sharp fangs. An axe came crashing down from above. The mother clutched her son tightly. The righteous corpse had arrived just in time. It sliced through a group of Jiangshi. The boy and his mother were still reeling from the shock. Two figures walked toward them. Looks like there are still survivors. It was Qing and Hong Yi. She called out, Hey, little guy, are you okay? The boy turned to her. He said through his sobs, My mom. Hurry, Qing said anxiously. Okay, calm down. Let me take a look. The righteous corpse turned to stand behind Qing. A vicious light flared in its eyes. The sight startled the boy. He covered his head and cried out in fear. Qing gently patted his head. She explained softly, Don't be scared. This is the righteous corpse. He's my helper. Are you hurt? The boy looked at his mother. He said, I'm okay. Please save my mom. But at that moment, the mother began to convulse violently. Her face grew deathly pale. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She gritted her teeth. Slowly, her eyes turned a milky white. Fangs sprouted from her gums. She had completely transformed into a Jiangshi. She lunged at her own son. Hong Yi rushed forward, shouting, Don't you dare hurt anyone. Qing quickly covered the little boy's eyes. The boy screamed. Hong Yi's sword struck home. The mother froze. Blood trickled down from her head. She immediately lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. In that moment, a faint smile appeared on the mother's face. The boy scrambled to his mother's side. He stared down at her still form, choked with silent sobs. Mom! He called out for her in despair, over and over. Mom! Mommy! Please wake up! Heartbroken, Qing turned to the old man. Was there really no other choice? I thought our Yin family could subdue Jiangshi. Couldn't we have let her live on as a controlled spirit? But Hong Yi could only let out a heavy sigh. He explained, Jiangshi are divided into many levels. Xing Shi, Tiao Shi, Mao Shi, Tong Jia Shi, Yin Jia Shi, Jin Jia Shi, Fei Tian Yi Cha, Hun Bo, and Jiang Shun. Of those, only the Tong Jia, Yin Jia, and Jin Jia Shi retain a sliver of consciousness. They're the only ones that can be refined and controlled. Furthermore, this boy's mother was a Xing Shi. She had already lost all awareness. Hong Yi turned away, his voice filled with sorrow. It's not that I didn't want to save her. It's that I couldn't. Qing looked at the poor child. Then what about him? Hong Yi replied, The Xing Shi in this area have been cleared out. We need to find a safe place to hide him nearby. She hesitated. But her grandfather answered, He'll be in even more danger if he comes with us. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. Please allow us to make the arrangements. Qing immediately recognized Captain Zhao Ling. Meanwhile, a short distance away, two figures leaped out from the undergrowth. It was Yi Cheng and Lan. Of course, Yi Cheng asked with concern. Longshan village in Xiangxi is just ahead. Lan Ling, are you holding up okay? Lan Ling replied coolly. I'm fine. I'm used to trekking through the wilderness. Unlike Yi Cheng, who looked a mess, Lan Ling maintained his usual, impeccable air. He spoke with detached seriousness. Combat has always been my mission, a life untouched by worldly dust. He truly had an otherworldly grace, feeling completely upstaged. Yi Cheng grumbled to himself. Damn it, I should have let him out to do the fighting back there. He stared, thinking in annoyance. Does he have to be so damn flashy all the time? If I had ridden my snow jade elephant dragon into battle, I'd look way cooler than him. Just then, a system notification popped up. Location of the Jiangshi King is unknown. Mission outcome is uncertain. Rewards are not guaranteed. But Yi Cheng just scoffed. Rewards? Like I care about that. Up ahead, Lan Ling spotted something. He said, Brother Song. Looks like there's a fight over there. Yi Cheng hurried over to look. Down below the village, a fierce battle was raging. Yi Cheng took in the scene. Blades versus bullets. The system responded instantly. No, they're working together, fighting a common enemy. The system identified the Jiangshi army. Zhao Ling's squad was unloading on the Jiangshi horde. Someone shouted, Captain Zhao, there are too many of them. We're surrounded. Zhao Ling sent an approaching Jiangshi flying with a kick. When are reinforcements getting here? The man replied, They're on a mountain route. It'll be half an hour, at least. Their numbers just keep growing. Zhao Ling gave the order, Fire. Qingqing was also struggling to fight off the Jiangshi. But it was no use. She cried out, Grandpa, the Jiangshi fighting style you taught me isn't working. He pierced a paper talisman with his sword, then pointed it directly at the horde. He explained, This Jiangshi outbreak is not as simple as it looks. There are far too many of them. Qingqing asked, confused. What do you mean? He tossed her onto his guardian spirit's shoulder. He said, Hopping Jiangshi are just simple reanimated corpses. He gazed at the ant-like swarm of Jiangshi and continued, But most of the ones here are hoppers, and they seem to be much stronger than usual. He raised his sword high, praising her. Qingqing, excellent work. You've finally summoned your own life-bound spirit. Qingqing froze. My life-bound spirit. It's not a Jiangshi, is it? At that moment, the scene shifts to a dressing room. Several Jiangshi were helping a figure get dressed. A Jiangshi with a long, green braid stood before a mirror, adjusting its outfit. It put on a baseball cap and struck a pose in the mirror, admiring its reflection. It was none other than the Jiangshi King, Xian Kuei. His horde of minions immediately erupted in cheers. Suddenly, the snow jade elephant dragon appeared. It smashed through a massive section of the wall, right in front of Xian Kuei. Yi Cheng and Lan Ling flew past on its back. Yi Cheng yelled, That was a close one. Enraged, Xian Kuei grabbed two nearby Jiangshi by the head and smashed them together. Back outside, Qingqing and Zhao Ling's teams were still fighting for their lives against the horde. He said, Captain, there's a Jiangshi King here. We're no match for it. Zhao Ling asked, Elder Wu, reinforcements are still 15 minutes out. Do you have a plan? He kicked away another Jiangshi. He replied, The situation's changed. Even this old man is out of ideas. But Qingqing was still ecstatic about what had just happened. She cheered, My life-bound spirit. My life-bound spirit is here. The tail of the snow jade elephant dragon swept into view. A loud voice boomed from above. Everyone, don't worry. Yi Cheng shouted from atop the creature. Sorry I'm late. Everyone, follow King Lan Ling and fall back to safety. Zhao Ling looked up. It was him. Suddenly, the prongs of Lan Ling's trident were pointed at Yi Cheng's head. Lan Ling said, Leave this to me. Lan Ling vaulted over Yi Cheng and charged forward, shouting, Battle is my calling. The moment he appeared, everyone stared in awe. He's so handsome. His thunder had been stolen. Yi Cheng fumed. Hey, that's my spotlight. I'll get you back for this. He pointed, barking an order. Snow Jade Elephant Dragon. Charge. Torch them. It roared, spewing flames. A truly fearsome sight. All eyes turned to the Snow Jade Elephant Dragon in awe. Following Yi Cheng's command, it unleashed a massive torrent of fire. Sky Dragon's Inferno. The Snow Jade Elephant Dragon rained fire down upon the horde of zombies below. Yi Cheng roared. First blast. Second blast. The zombies shrieked in agony. Yi Cheng pressed on. Third blast. Meanwhile, with Lan Ling, he moved like a blur. Wherever he went, he cut down every zombie in his path. The path ahead is clear. Lan Ling instructed the others. I'm under orders from the old merchant guild to protect you all. Don't get drawn into the fight. Follow me and let's get out of here now. Suddenly, he saw something. He froze, stunned. Before Lan Ling could say a word, everyone was already scrambling away. From atop the watchtower, he screamed. A monster! It's a weapon of mass destruction. Run for your lives. Seeing this, Lan Ling could only think. Figures. Charging in and killing enemies is more my style anyway. After they had run for a while, an anxious Qingqing turned back to ask her grandfather. Grandpa, didn't you say there was a zombie king around here? So how come we haven't seen it? Hong Yi replied. The zombie king is different from these common hopping corpses. It's sentient. It's not going to just charge out here and become cannon fodder. He said, his eyes on the battling snow jade elephant dragon. So we're out in the open, while our enemy lurks in the shadows. Even for the old merchant guild, I'm afraid they'll have to face this threat head-on. Ichung ceased his attack. Flames still licked the scorched earth. Smoke and dust filled the air. In that moment, the zombies had all been burned to a crisp. Ichung noted with satisfaction. Looks like dragon fire is extremely effective against these zombies. But then he hesitated. However, Ichung surveyed the wreckage below. Something feels wrong. Something is definitely wrong. He realized the number of zombies had thinned out. Ichung instantly came to a conclusion. Could someone be commanding them to retreat? This is bad. A strange glint of light shot toward him from behind. He whipped his head around. What the? A hidden projectile? Where did that come from? Ichung glanced to the side. In the distance, he spotted a group of people. That was close. Too close. Was it them? The projectile came flying at him again. Again. Ichung immediately gave the order. Snow Jade Elephant Dragon. Turn around. After them. This time, he was certain he saw it clearly. As they closed in, Ichung roared. It was you. You're the one pulling the strings behind these zombies. The Snow Jade Elephant Dragon charged forward, intercepting the projectile fired by Huang Kuei. Ichung dodged nimbly. Huh, you think a childish trick like this can hurt me? Like a scythe grazing past. It sliced Ichung's finger. But he wasn't fazed. He charged forward. It's just a scratch. Nothing to worry about. Keep moving. But when he got there, all he found was an empty clearing. He thought in a daze. It's gone? The system activated. Tactical scan initiated. System notification. So that's it. The zombie king transmigrated to this 1,000-year-old forest. It's absorbing the forest's divine, spiritual energy. As expected, nothing escapes my system's energy scan. Ichung smirked smugly. Like hell I can't find you. Snow Jade Elephant Dragon. The Snow Jade Elephant Dragon opened its mouth and took a massive breath. Ishao reminded him, you'll go to jail for arson, you know? Hearing that, the Snow Jade Elephant Dragon immediately clamped its mouth shut. Ichung hopped off its back. He said, fine, I'll find it myself. He snapped his fingers, giving an order. Snow Jade Elephant Dragon. Ichung summoned a sword. He walked through the forest, shouting, hey, Zombie King, if you know what's good for you, get out here. He said, looking around. Otherwise, Ichung swung his sword in a threatening arc. He warned, you're not going to like it if I have to beat you out hiding. From the bushes, Xian Kuei's hat flew out. At the same time, several other figures leaped from the bushes, surrounding Ichung. Looking at these zombies, he thought with annoyance, sending out a bunch of minions as cannon fodder. What a dirty trick. Ichung narrowed his eyes. He immediately unleashed his annihilating palm of ash and smoke. He dealt with the zombies quickly and cleanly. Ichung spoke, so you finally decided to show yourself. Ahead of him stood a dark figure. He removed his hat in a polite greeting. Ichung sneered, putting on airs when you're about to die. Xian Kuei finally revealed himself. A character profile appeared. Zombie King, Xian Kuei. Transmigrator. A-rank mission zombie. Ichung was puzzled. Something feels a little off. His eyes widened, as if in realization. Ichung froze. Something's wrong with my body. He thought quietly. What's happening? Was I poisoned? He realized. This is bad. His hidden weapon was poisoned. The system issued an urgent notification. Warning, host. An unidentified neurotoxin is attacking the host's nervous system. Please retreat immediately. Ichung nearly collapsed, but forced himself to stay upright. It's no use. Xian Kuei watched him, a satisfied smirk on his face. Suddenly, Ichung let out a great roar. He leaped forward with all his might, thrusting his sword towards Xian Kuei. But his opponent wasn't afraid in the slightest. He gathered magical power in his palm. Xian Kuei struck Ichung squarely in the stomach. The blow was so powerful it sent Ichung flying, crashing through a row of trees. He slumped against the base of a tree, his heart filled with despair. It hurt so much. Am I going to die here? Ichung's gaze grew vacant. It's over. I can't. Hold on. He looked at Xian Kuei, but his vision was a blur. Ichung stared at him, thinking to himself, am I going to become a zombie too? I Chang's eyes slowly fluttered open. He could only see the back of Huang Kuei as he turned to leave. A moment later, wisps of smoke drifted toward him. The fumes forced I Chang awake. Where am I? Just then, he found himself tied up like a dumpling. He cried out in alarm. Am I about to be steamed to death? In front of I Chang stood several beautiful women. They were staring at him hungrily. One said, he looks so firm, so fresh and juicy. He looks absolutely delicious. I Chang screamed, I'm not Tang Sanzang. His flesh won't make you immortal. Let me go. He thrashed around on the ground, shouting nonstop. I'm all skin and bones. I'll taste terrible. A sharp fingernail poked him. Xian Ku stuck out her long tongue. I am greedily. I Chang shrieked in terror. Let me go. Wrapped up in a tight bundle. All he could do was scream. He was completely helpless. In the Yin family's alchemy chamber, Qingqing sat before a burning cauldron. She thought to herself, what if he doesn't like me back? She raised a bamboo tube to her lips and blew air through it. The flames surged. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the cauldron. Qingqing gasped. Crap, I made the fire too strong. From within the cauldron, I Chang stretched his arms and stood up. He was still wrapped in banana leaves. Qingqing shielded her eyes. Stunned and flustered, all of a sudden, I Chang lost his balance and toppled forward with a loud crash. The two of them landed in a heap on the floor. I Chang and Qingqing were face to face. It was incredibly awkward. Her scream could be heard even outside the alchemy chamber. Hearing her cry out, Hong, he was startled. Don't tell me. Hero Jiushang is awake. He rushed toward the alchemy chamber, muttering to himself, the constitution of a martial artist is truly remarkable. Our Yin family's secret detoxification method. An ordinary person would need to soak for at least 24 hours. Through the window, Hong Yi could only see the blurry silhouettes of I Chang and Qingqing. He heard the man say, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? And he heard the girl reply, you don't have to be sorry. I wanted to come and brew your medicine. And so, Hong Yi completely misunderstood the situation. He turned to head back, a smug grin on his face. Looks like Qingqing got more than just a natal corpse out of this. Back in the alchemy chamber, Qingqing picked up I Chang's mask from the floor. She smiled shyly. Then she spoke. I knew it. You're the hero, Jiushang. I Chang slapped a hand over his mouth. Panicked. My cover's blown. I'm only 19. Could it be? Qingqing shyly confessed. Ever since the last time you saved me, I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. And now, I've saved you. I think this must be her destiny. Only then did she properly introduce herself. Oh right, my name is Wu Qingqing. I'm from Yinzhou. I'm just home in Xiangxi for summer vacation. I Chang asks again, is it okay if I stay here? If your eyesight is that bad, you should wear glasses. She answers, don't get the wrong idea. Controlling zombies isn't exactly a thrill for me. I Chang plants his hands on the ground, preparing to stand. He gets to his feet, clenching his fist. He thinks to himself, Qingqing, you're a good person, but I already have Yi Xiao. Suddenly, Qingqing turns around, confused. Huh? Who's that over there? I Chang steps out of the room. I can't let all these girls throw themselves at me at the same time. There's no way I can handle all these admirers at once. Just then, Zhao Ling appears from out of nowhere and runs right into I Chang. He quickly covers his face. What's she doing here? Why is she here? Zhao Ling looks at him, blushing. Her heart leaps with joy. He's awake. This is wonderful. She quickly turns away, trying to change the subject. You don't have to hide it anymore. Your identity, I won't report it to my superiors. Zhao Ling begins her confession. After all, you and your comrades were just... But at that moment, I Chang remembers something. That's right. Where's Brother Lon? Is he hurt? With that thought, he rushes off to find him, shouting, Brother Lon, where are you? Zhao Ling is left standing there, stunned. I wasn't finished. Qingqing also peeks her head out of the doorway. Watching with curiosity, I Chang runs into the kitchen. He rummages through everything. Brother Lon. He even looks inside the water urn. Brother Lon. I Chang then shoves his head into the chicken coop. He's nowhere to be found. I Chang raises his hands to the sky. He says in despair, silver strands and dark hair grow. A youthful face from long ago. The departed are gone without a trace. So cherish those still in this place. Brother Lon was always the life of the party. And now I can't find him anywhere. Tears stream down his face. He chokes out. There's only one possibility. Suddenly, Lan Ling appears, his presence chilling the air. He says, I'm right here. Stop making such a racket. I Ching freezes mid-motion. He lets out a breath. Inside the system space, he throws his arms around Lan Ling and Shuiyu Xianglong in a tight hug, cheering with joy. Brother Lan, Xiao Long Long, I'm so glad you're both okay. I Ching excitedly recounts what happened. Oh right, the zombie king, did he get away? Thank goodness you two saved me. If you hadn't, I'd be a zombie right now. Boo-hoo. Lan Ling replies calmly. Could you perhaps put some clothes on before you continue? Only then does I Ching notice. He is wearing nothing but a few flimsy leaves. His butt is completely exposed in broad daylight. 5 minutes later, I Ching is properly dressed. He is lost in thought. So that's what happened. He sat with his two teammates, going over the events. After I lost consciousness, the system used the energy it had gathered to recall Shu Lan and the snow jade elephant dragon to the tower. The system also said, so, from now on, when I tell you to retreat, you retreat. Next time, there might not be anyone to save you. Lan Ling asked him, if Song is all better now, are we still going to fight the Jiangshi King? The system warned again. There isn't much information about the Jiangshi King in the system. Acting rashly would be extremely dangerous. I Ching stood up excitedly and said, that's right. Elder Wu is an expert at hunting Jiangshi. Plus, I've got some intel. Inside the Yin family's great hall, a calligraphy brush moved across paper. The strokes flowed with grace. Dark ink splattered. It was I Ching showing off his talent. He thought to himself, such dazzling talent, a true master of the brush. He handed the drawing to the Yin family. He said, the Jiangshi King looks like this. The elder held up the drawing for everyone to see. He shouted, everyone, pay attention. The system said, only Song could see, that the drawing was a childish scrawl of Xian Kuei. It looked like something a kindergartner would draw. Hong, he stroked his beard thoughtfully. Based on his description, the Jiangshi King must be at least a golden armored corpse or higher. I've never seen such a high-level Jiangshi before. Perhaps it really does look this abstract. Zhao Ling was also deep in thought. I must say, the world is a vast place, full of strange and talented people. Later, I'll have Xiao Zhang enter this into the Bureau's investigation database. Meanwhile, Lan Ling and Zheng Gui remained expressionless. But Qing Qing was utterly impressed. Such bold technique. Such unrestrained strokes. His art is just like the man himself. Truly a masterpiece of creation. Honestly, I can't make out a thing. The system quickly wiped away its sweat. It sighed and said, thankfully, when the host was fighting the Jiangshi King, the system was able to capture his energy signature. We can locate him now. I Ching immediately took notice. The corner of his mouth curved into a knowing smile. Then, his voice dropped, regaining its authority. Everyone quiet down. My intuition tells me the Jiangshi King is leading an army of Jiangshi toward the Dragon's Peak mountain area. In reality, his intuition was the system. Hong, he recalled the map from Dragon Mountain to Dragon's Peak. He said, the Jiangshi King is passing through the densely populated Longjiang County and heading straight for the treacherous terrain of Dragon's Peak Mountain. This is a bit strange. Qing Qing quickly raised her hand to speak. Dragon's Peak Mountain. Isn't that where the heavenly tribulation descended recently? I'm remembering that right, aren't I, grandfather? Hong, he exclaimed with delight. That's it. He's heading for the site of the tribulation. The Jiangshi King is a golden armored corpse. He wants to undergo a tribulation to shed his mortal form and become a flying Yiksha. Everyone's faces immediately turned pale with horror. A flying Yiksha, Zhao Ling thought to herself. Flying Yikshas devour the life essence of humans. Their demonic power is limitless. They are pure evil. By the time it happens, it'll be too late. She hesitantly brought this up, but I Ching said confidently, don't worry, I have a plan. He strode quickly toward the door. He ordered loudly, containment team, assemble. Prepare to move out now. At Dragon's Peak Mountain, an ancient, solitary structure stood on a cliffside. Xian Kuei stood in the middle of a high platform, his hands raised to the sky. He's forging a magical artifact. The air is thick with ghostly spiritual energy. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes cracks a sinister smile. Moments later, at the graveyard, Hands claw their way out of the ground. They break through the earth, and the corpses all move as one towards the shadowy figure. Chapter 20. They strike a heroic pose. The Battle of Dragon Summit. We're here. They are the anti-transmigrator squad, making their official debut. Half an hour later, they started off full of fighting spirit. But it wasn't long before things got weird. Except for the old master from the Jiangshi extermination squad. Everyone else is wearing an angry-looking fruit hat. They stand frozen like statues, with no clue what they're supposed to be doing. Arriving at Dragon Summit, the driver signals their arrival. The absurd sight leaves the two bystanders speechless. What kind of game are you guys playing? We don't know, and we're too scared to ask. There's just so much to unpack here. I don't even know where to begin. A soldier immediately steps forward to report to his captain. Reporting. This is the entrance to Dragon Summit. He salutes Captain Ling. The entire team has been accounted for. We can begin the search operation immediately. She gives him a straightforward nod of approval. Very good. She turns to Song Yicheng. Great hero song. My people will split up to eliminate the Jiangshi and ensure the safety of the civilians. I'm leaving the battle on the mountain to you. He replies with pride. I will not let you down. All in all, he seems pretty reliable. The system beside him asks curiously. That plan you mentioned last chapter, it's not some cheap cheat code, is it? He calmly pulls down the hat on his head. Of course not. This is just how men have fun. The plan is simple. Zhao Ling handles things at the foot of the mountain. On the mountain, the entire Yin family will set up the formation. And as for the Jiangshi king, that's a one-on-one for yours truly. Isn't it a perfect plan? The system is speechless. Right. Whatever you say. They ride a spirit beast to the designated location. The snow jade elephant dragon speeds toward the summit. But even a spirit beast can get dog-tired. Ching rolls her eyes and asks, Grandpa, are we overloading it? Yin Hongi confirms. Yeah, riding a divine beast isn't quite what I imagined. Lin Lang adds, we're losing altitude. I don't think we can afford any more delays. They dismount at the Dragon Summit altar. The old master strokes his beard, surveying the area. So this is the Dragon Summit altar. After all these years, it's fallen into ruin in this age of Dharma decline. To think it would become the place where the Jiangshi king undergoes its tribulation. We must come up with a countermeasure. I shall use the Jin Mountain Formation to subdue you. The Jin Mountain Formation. Jin is one of the 8 trigrams. It symbolizes the mountain. According to the ancient teachings, the mountain is pure yang, yet it can contain the utmost yin. We will use a vessel of pure yang to create a grand yang array, to embrace the yin energy, absorbing and trapping the evil spirit's power within. He drips some of Song Yicheng's blood, a vessel of potent yang, onto the wooden sword. He raises the sword in preparation. Then he calls for Qing to draw a ghost-slaying talisman. She replies brightly, Yes, sir. It's already done. He activates the formation. Within the space of the 7 formations, a Jiangshi attacks. It's up to you two now. Lan Ling said casually. Of course. Yicheng scanned the surroundings. It's too quiet. He felt that something was wrong. He then took off, shouting back a final instruction. Brother Lan, you protect the Yin family and continue setting up the formation. He explained his reason for leaving. I have to take the initiative and strike first. I'm going to meet this Jiangshi king. Qing watched his retreating figure. Lan Ling stepped forward. Miss Yin, don't you worry. He tried to comfort her. Brother Song is a man of his word. Since he promised to help you refine the Jiangshi, he definitely won't kill the Jiangshi king. But then he noticed she was blushing. He chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, as if subconsciously tracing a demon-slaying talisman in his mind, Song Yicheng went to investigate. The main altar was empty, and he knew something was wrong. An ambush. The spirit beast he was riding grew wary. Darting forward, a wave of dark power washed over him. A massive, demonic creature, shadowy and immense, bore down on him. He was startled. So dangerous. This thing is formed from thousands of corpses fused together. It's a Jiangshi amalgam. Xian Kuei sat at its center, a contemptuous smirk on his face. Yicheng scoffed. Jiangshi king. So it really was you. He drew his weapon. Oomph. You dare act so high and mighty in front of me. Let me teach you a lesson. Gripping his long spear, he charged forward with his spirit beast. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his attack. But his shout was useless. His opponent calmly raised a hand, commanding the behemoth. He plunged his spear into the giant, only to be sent flying back. Dust and smoke filled the air. He coughed. TCH. He spoke to Du Shui, his jade elephant dragon. I underestimated him. He asked with concern. Little Long, are you all right? It let out a defiant roar. Suddenly, the sky turned a grim gray. I Cheng's heart sank. This is bad. The heavenly tribulation. It's coming. He turned his mount. Easy now, Long. Stay calm, he declared with resolve. I'll handle him. He charged toward the Jiangshi king alone. If you got the guts, come and get me. A bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens. Xian Kuei also shot upwards to meet it. Two streams of light collided. Heaven and earth seemed to connect, separated only by that blinding flash. This astonished I Cheng. Asterisk, he's absorbing the tribulation lightning. Asterisk, Lan Ling panicked. Brother Song. Qing spoke, her voice trembling. This is terrible. Elder One was drenched in sweat. The heavenly tribulation has descended. A purple light enveloped the entire area, heralding the birth of a flying Yaksha. A terrifying figure emerged from the light. A horrifying entity stood arrogantly in midair. All four of them cried out in unison. The flying Yaksha has been born. Qing trembled. I can't believe he passed the tribulation so easily. But now that he's evolved into a flying Yaksha, can he still be refined? Elder One was also horrified. This is unprecedented. Things have come to this. All we could do now is fight. The creature stood there imperious and laughed in triumph. I Cheng charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Don't think growing a pair of wings makes you the king of the world. He lunged, his spear a blur of motion. My title as the spear master isn't just for show. It struck his vital point, piercing through. The creature roared in agony. Then with a furious burst of power, it threw him back. The wound on its body began to heal. I Cheng was stunned. No way. This thing's regeneration is insane. I've never seen anything heal this fast. In just a few moments, the wound had closed completely. Having gained such overwhelming power, Xian Kuei now saw I Cheng as nothing more than a mosquito. A mere mortal. Thinks he can harm me? He now had a new name. Xian Kuei, the flying heavenly Yaksha. Suddenly, from the site of the old wound, a green fluid began to spread. What is this? I Cheng smirked. He revealed his hidden trump card. Today, you're getting a lesson. A taste of your own medicine. He explained. The poison on my spear is no ordinary toxin. It was soaked in the venom of an alien matriarch for 49 straight hours. It's extremely potent, but he didn't forget to compliment his opponent. Impressive. You truly are a zombie king. Even with a fatal poison in your system, you can still fight on. Before he could even finish his sentence, he pointed straight at his foe and delivered the verdict. You're already dead. Though he sounded cool on the outside, on the inside, he was like a giddy child. Man, it felt good to say that line. Xian Kuei retaliated in a rage. Thousands of feathers shot toward I Cheng, who stared in shock. It can do that. They never showed this in the zombie movies. He spun his spear in a wide arc. Block. Then he gave chase with all his might. You're not getting away. The creature glanced back and snorted in contempt. Suddenly, its face slammed into an invisible barrier. It was trapped. A magic circle had surrounded it. This was the formation that had been prepared in advance. Maoshan Arts, Mountain Locking Formation. It was Old Man Wan's handiwork. This is the first time I've ever set up a formation this large. He looked at I Cheng. Young Spearmaster, you must destroy this demon before it breaks the array. I Cheng pointed his spear. You monster. Nowhere to run. He roared, unleashing his technique. Behold, my blazing shadowless spear. Xian Kuei fought back with equal ferocity. Feather Thorn Volley. With its enhanced power, I Cheng fought for what felt like an eternity, but couldn't land a single scratch. Suddenly, a powerful wave of sword energy slashed toward the creature. What? It was Lan Ling, attacking from atop her snow jade elephant dragon. The creature glared at them, defiant. Despicable. You're ganging up on me. I Cheng seized the opening and charged in. With a little teamwork. We're unstoppable. Their combined power converged. It pierced straight through the monster's body. The impact rocked the entire landscape. A fierce wind kicked up. Ching had to shield her face. When the dust settled, Yicheng stood alone in the center of a massive crater, spear in hand. His foot was planted firmly on his opponent's face. He had effortlessly defeated the zombie king. His teammates cheered in celebration. We won. That was amazing. Ching gazed at him, her cheeks flushing. He really is my hero. Lan Ling came forward with a reminder. Miss Yan, what are you just standing there for? Hurry up and start the refinement. She said seriously. I'll begin the ritual now, he said reassuringly. Don't be afraid. He can't move a muscle anymore. Lying there, he let out a cold snort. She began to chant the spell, slapping the talisman onto his forehead. He screamed in agony. Art. A fierce wind kicked up. Mr. Wu stroked his beard in approval. Go and make history, Ching. Down at the foot of Dragon's Peak Mountain, the hordes of Jiangshi were starting to vanish. A soldier reported, Look, the Jiangshi, they're disappearing. Zhao Ling was ecstatic. Incredible. He actually did it. But then, she let out a sigh. I didn't even get to see how cool he looked in action. What a pity. The sky returned to a clear blue. After being subdued by Ching, Xian Kuei pledged his loyalty to her. This humble one, Xian Kuei, awaits the princess's command. She scoffed. Such an obedient little thing. Do you understand that from now on, you must perform countless good deeds to atone for all your sins? The system, seeing him lounging on the back of the snow, jade, ivory dragon, chimed in. Host, why didn't you just smash that Jiangshi king's head in? Why leave him for the Yin family to deal with? It demanded angrily. Aren't you afraid I won't give you any rewards? But his reply was as lazy as ever. The hand that gives a rose retains its fragrance. You're not a person. You wouldn't get it. The system turned away. Oof. This caught him completely by surprise. Whoa. The system can get pissed off? As it turned away, it huffed indignantly. Well, who was it that said I wasn't a person? A brilliant light enveloped it. A long lock of hair materialized. Watching this unfold, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. His voice echoed through the valley. Whoa, the system can transform. Back with Ching, Xian Kuei, having been subdued by her, was now incredibly docile. This humble one, Xian Kuei, awaits the princess's command. She didn't hesitate to give him an order. All right, let's start with a handshake. As he obediently held out his hand, she couldn't help but beam. Hee. Seeing this, the others all gathered around. Kuizi, how about you show everyone a few of your moves? Even Mr. Wu was impressed. Oomph. His level of refinement is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Song Yicheng was still completely stunned. Are you really my little system? It turned out that after transforming, the system had become a stunningly beautiful woman. Hello. She drew closer to him, changing her tune so quickly. Men are so fickle. He could only blush and look away. Hey, what are you doing getting so close? Don't you know that men and women should maintain a proper distance? She immediately shot back. Men and women? When did I ever say I was a woman? She then asked, Don't tell me you have some strange feelings for me? He shouted back. Of course not. She playfully climbed into his lap. So, you're responsible for me now, host? All he could do was sheepishly beg for mercy. Oh, great system. Can you please stop fooling around? Can we please talk about something else? Lan Lang, who was standing nearby, asked without thinking. Brother Song, who are you talking to? Ching looked over as well. He quickly tried to explain. No one. You must have misheard me. After getting her little bit of revenge on him, the system chuckled. Why so tense? I've already switched to invisible mode. They can't see me. Meanwhile, Ching made no attempt to hide her adoring gaze. Brother Song, are you practicing your stance and breath control? She said admiringly, just as expected of the hero Zhu Shang. So disciplined. In Xiangxi, outside the Yin family estate, news that the Jiangshi uprising had been quelled spread like wildfire. Hearing that the hero Zhu Shang was at the Yin estate, the people of Xiangxi rushed over, gathering in droves. Someone in the crowd yelled out, Everyone look! They have been waiting for good news for a long time. It's the hero Zhu Shang. He's coming out. And with that, he slowly began to ride away. He moved forward through the roaring cheers of the crowd. He's so handsome. Oh my God, I think I'm going to faint. Someone held up a sign. The people thank you. Another plaque read, The Jiangshir's Bane, the savior of Xiangxi. But something about the scene felt a little off, because he was riding a three-wheeled cargo bike. He let out a sigh, remembering what had happened. I was supposed to go home last night, but Yin Hongi, that damn old geezer, is just too much. Thinking about that whole embarrassing incident, not only did he get me drunk, he put me in Yin Qingqing's room. He even locked the door from the outside. I have no idea what kind of stunt he was trying to pull. I just remember waking up with a start. Anyway, that's how I ended up in this ridiculous situation. I'm so confused. I didn't do anything weird last night, did I? A voice cut through his thoughts. Hero Zhu Shang, thank you for saving us. This is for you. He gladly accepted the gift. Thank you, everyone. But the credit isn't mine alone. Another voice called out. This is my family's special Viper wine. My mom says it's great for your health. And someone else chimed in. Please accept these small tokens of our gratitude. The voices of the townspeople swirled around him. Take mine too, and mine. Hundreds, thousands of gifts were pressed into his arms. The gifts quickly piled up, filling the entire cart. Xiangxi delicacies. Trophies. It was impossible to refuse the overwhelming enthusiasm of the Xiangxi people. The hero Zhu Shang returned, loaded down with his spoils. The system piped up from beside him. This new look is a real crowd pleaser. It added sarcastically. Maybe you should rebrand, too. Upgrade yourself to the three-wheeler hero. He thought to himself. That's right. I haven't seen my mask in days. It must be lost. He froze for a moment. Hey, you. He shot her a sideways glance. Are you still laughing at me? She blushed. The intel on the Jiangshi king. There was a major error. This little system isn't omnipotent, you know. She waved her hands dismissively. I have to rely on energy fluctuations to identify transmigrators. His expression suddenly turned grim. I have a really bad feeling about this. He pressed her for an answer. Did we miss anyone? He let out a long sigh. On a nearby rooftop, Qingqing and her maidservant watched the scene unfold. The crowd's chanting was relentless. Former merchant hero. They couldn't bear to see him go. She bit her handkerchief, her shoulders shaking with sobs. Sniff. I don't know when I'll ever see him again. Night fell. The city lights flickered on. A salesman was desperately trying to hawk his wares. Hey, want to hear about farewell fitness? But the potential customer just waved him away. Not interested. Nope. He scowled in frustration. TCH, whatever. You'll be fat as a pig soon enough. The man just ignored him and kept walking. Oomph. Is the gym tastier than fried chicken? Or more fun than video games? I don't think so. He trudged wearily down the street. Man, making a living gets tougher every day. Maybe I should just quit and sell boba instead. That's when he spotted a strange-looking shop. Huh, when did this place open up? He walked closer and caught his reflection in the glass and instinctively struck a pose. Huh, these foolish mortals. They just don't appreciate the value of a perfectly sculpted physique. He flexed, admiring his own form. Just look at these muscles. Strong, beautiful, absolutely perfect. He thought with pride. Wait, are my pecs getting smaller? No way. I gotta get home and check them out properly. Just then, a woman stepped out from the doorway. Hey there, handsome. Her hands roamed over his chest. Working so hard, are we? Why don't you come inside for a song and relax a little? She breathed a sweet scent onto him. You know, I've got a soft spot for muscular guys like you. Her voice was pure seduction. Hiv hiv. Singing, you say? I love to sing. She pulled him through the door. Come on. We have much more fun things to do inside. They stepped into the automaton together. The woman smiled slyly. Hiv hiv. Music pulsed through the club. My bar is closed to you for the night. His singing mingled with the laughter of the women around him. 'Cause you're already in my bed. Let me show you just what kind of responsibilities you'll have to shoulder from now on. She leaned in close and pressed her lips to his. Hey, handsome. Feeling sleepy? If you want to sleep, just sleep. Her body swayed to the rhythm of the music. Her gaze was a hypnotic, provocative dance. Suddenly, the lavish club melted away, revealing a room shrouded in cobwebs. He was completely lost in the enchantment. So peaceful, he was bound tightly in thick strands of silk. But still, he craved more. Again, do again, the handsome young man begged, even as the silk encased him. Again, he slowly sank into the darkness. Deep within the lair of the automaton, a spider emerged from the shadows. Or rather, a beautiful woman. It shifted into the form of a stunning woman. She offered her sincere praise. Excellent work today, sisters. But then, her tone sharpened. Except for you, Wei Jia. She looked down at the naive, green-haired girl cowering below. Just look at the quality of prey you dragged in today. The girl trembled in fear. Cave mistress. I didn't mean to shout chi. The mistress began to examine the body on the ground, analyzing it with disgust. Malnourished. A sallow complexion. You can tell at a glance he's one of those shut-ins who stays up all night. Probably lives off of takeout. There's not a single drop of pure yang essence in him. She stomped her foot down hard on the man's face. Did you bring him back to try and poison our sister? Everyone's eyes immediately shot toward her. Absolutely useless. She could only bow her head in apology. The leader waved her hand, returning to her spider throne. Sisters, administer the clan's punishment. The girl cried out in terror, begging for her life. Don't. Please spare me. I'll try harder. They spat on her relentlessly. Xiaoqi, if you must blame someone, blame yourself for being so useless. They taught her a lesson. From now on, you will devote yourself to serving the cave master. Do you understand? From her throne, the cave master watched the entire scene unfold, and she burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Their laughter echoed throughout the cave. Ha ha ha! The next morning, a figure made his way down a small alley. This should be the place. He stared at the advertisement for Zhili Gym. He thought to himself with grim determination. Brother Song is already a member of the Jiushang Guild. I can't be Fatty Chong forever. He steeled his resolve. Starting today, I'm going to lose weight and show Brother Song a whole new me. Fatty Chong was only halfway there when he ran into Xiao Qi, who was crying out. He stared at her. His face turned bright red. Miss, are you all right? Chapter 23. He asked her again. Miss, are you okay? The scene shifts to the gym. Everyone was working out with furious intensity. Inside the gym, the atmosphere was electric. They competed with each other, lifting heavy weights. Their passion burned like a wildfire. Every single one of them was bursting with energy. He finally understood. The look of sheer determination in all my brother's eyes. It's like we're all fighting for the same goal. Fatty Chong worked out, his chest puffed with pride. A girl as beautiful as a goddess. Doesn't care about going shopping or anything. She just wants to be by my side all day, working out with me. All because she's attracted to my physique. How could these guys not be seeing red? Of course they're jealous. Xiao Qi approached him. Wipe off your sweat. He thought to himself, I hope my genuine heart can bring a new sense of hope to everyone's lives. He mused with a smug grin. Ah, this simple, unadorned feeling. This must be what success feels like. At the General Investigation Bureau headquarters, a voice rang out. Mr. Song, the letter reads, We've arrived. The Investigation Bureau needs you. Please come at once. Signed, Lao Zhao. He stared at the signature. Zhao Ling. She has the nerve to call herself Lao Zhao. Guess that's why they call her the Tyrant Flower. A guard walked up to him. Mr. Song, this way please. This whole thing had him racking his brain. What in the world is going on? He began to discreetly scan the area. Little system, run a scan of our surroundings. He couldn't help but wonder. Did Captain Zhao run into some kind of demon or monster? And she need my help? The system zipped around him in a circle. It answered coolly. Surrounding area has been scanned. No anomalous entities detected. But it didn't forget to add. However, there's a very strange group of people nearby. The moment it finished speaking, a crowd of people rushed toward them. Move. Get out of the way. He turned back, irritated. Hey. But then he paused, confused. A crowd was gathered around a white-haired master. Celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zhang Qiulin. His spiritual power is boundless. His skill is divine. The celestial master is here. All bystanders, clear out now. Seeing the scene, he was also taken aback. So that's the youngest celestial master in the history of Dragon Tiger Mountain. I can't believe it. One of the men, bowing his head, shot him a dirty look. You peasant, how dare you look directly upon the celestial master's face? He waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. But to his surprise, he found he couldn't move. What's going on? With just a slight push, he sent the man stumbling away. Excuse me, coming through. The man fell flat on his face. The celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain turned to him. Sir, please wait. He introduced himself. I am Zhang Qiulin of Dragon Tiger Mountain. He questioned. You injured a disciple of my sect. How can you simply walk away? The young man sighed. TCH. What a pain. He added. An unleashed dog? Isn't that big of a deal? He faced the master directly. But when the owner starts biting people indiscriminately, too, that's just disgusting. The master replied gravely. If that's how you want to play it, brother, then don't blame me, Zhang Xiaolin, for being merciless. His disciples began to shout, cheering him on. The celestial master is mighty. Teach him a lesson. No one messes with Dragon Tiger Mountain. One of them roared. Insolent fool. How dare you speak to the celestial master like that? Just then, a figure emerged from inside. General Zhao. Zhang Xiaolin asked. What brings you here, sir? General Zhao replied to him. And what esteemed guest has arrived that requires you to personally greet them at the door? He watched the old general slowly approach him, filled with confusion. General Zhao. He moved to bow in respect. Dragon Tiger Mountain has served the nation for generations. It is our duty. We wouldn't dare trouble the general for his praise. But before he could finish, the old general had already walked right past him. So I finally get to meet you in person. He walked up to Song Yicheng. He extended a hand. Young man, you're quite the talent. I was right to invite you. The general boomed with laughter. I almost forgot to introduce myself. He shook his hand warmly. I'm Zhao Zongxin. Just call me Old Zhao. His hearty laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. The two of them headed inside together, completely ignoring the celestial master, who was left standing there, dumbfounded. Let's talk inside. Song Yicheng thought for a moment. Zhao Zongxin. Suddenly it clicked. His eyes widened. The founding hero of the nation, Zhao Zongxin. Now I get it. So this party was hosted by Zhao Zongxin himself. It's mainly to honor individuals who have contributed to the National Investigation Bureau's work. And that includes Celestial Master Zhang. He mulled it over. Based on what old Zhao said, I finally understand. My identity as the wounded hero was exposed a long time ago. So the Heaven's Eye system is that powerful. It's a good thing they've classified my information. Access restricted to high-level personnel. And life went back to normal. Of course, the mysterious elder Zhao didn't just invite me to attend a party in a room with just the two of us. He asked, what? He wanted me to join the Special Investigation Unit. He scratches his head, hesitating. But I'm used to my freedom. I'm afraid, the old general said. Don't be so quick to refuse. He explained, from my observations, you've shown exceptional performance in the field. I have no intention of interfering with your methods. I merely want to offer you support. For instance, protecting your family, or sharing intelligence and manpower. He rests his chin on his hand. Let me think about it. The old general added, oh, by the way, there's still some internal debate regarding this matter. So for now, we'll be keeping it under wraps. Zhao Ling enters the room. Honestly, Grandpa, shoving me out there to entertain the guests. While you hide away in here. Her eyes land on him. Wait, you? What are you doing here? He looks at her. Captain Zhao. I was thinking you. He trails off. Looks like Zhao Ling still doesn't know her secret is out. She scurries over to him, protesting. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't say a single word. She shouts. It was all Grandpa's fault. He must have snooped. And read my diary. The old general, however, looks utterly confused. He sits back silently, enjoying the drama. Zhang Xiaolin strides in, now wearing an elegant new suit. Elder Zhao. Linger, I've been looking everywhere for you. He glances at the man, thinking sarcastically, is this heavenly master here for a fashion show? That's already his second outfit tonight. He holds up a glass of wine. Elder Zhao, if I may be so bold as to ask your lovely granddaughter for a dance? The old general turns away, a pained look on his face. Zhao Ling offers a polite smile. He smirks confidently. Yes, I knew it. No one can resist my dashing charm. But she immediately shatters his confidence. She walks over to Tong Yicheng. That's because I already have a dance partner. He freezes in surprise. Me? Her partner? The man thinks furiously. Oof. It's this damned brat again. A disciple rushes over, trying to pull him back. Heavenly Master, there's a problem. He speaks with contempt. Linger, don't waste your beauty on a piece of trash. The disciple leans in and whispers something in his ear. Upon hearing the news, he immediately turns to leave. You too. Pardon me. An urgent matter has come up, so I must take my leave. He shatters his wine glass. Useless dogs. All you're good for is ruining my plans. Back on the main floor of the party. Zhao Ling blushes shyly. Shall we? My dance partner? He accepts. Yeah, thanks. But in his mind, he thinks, I'm on his turf. It would be rude to refuse. But the system chimed in to help. Yeah, right? A great merchant hero like you doesn't even know how to dance? Its voice dripped with sarcasm. This is going to be so humiliating. This time he shot back. You could at least try to help your host, instead of just standing there making snide comments. Zhao Ling took his hand. What did you just say? Song Yicheng scratched his head. Nothing. She took the lead, pulling him closer. Come a little closer. The music is about to start. His face flushed and his heart pounded in his chest. He was in a complete panic. Oh man, I'm so screwed. He managed a small, then it was as if something else took control of his body. He began leading the dance, perfectly in time with the music. It turned out the system was controlling him. If my host loses face, then the system loses face too, it said reassuringly. Don't be so tense. Just follow my lead. As they danced, she complimented him. I never knew you were such a good dancer. He wondered, what's happening? This feels so strange. He realized that under the system's guidance, I'd found a rhythm. The two of them swayed to the music. Not only did he avoid complete humiliation, he actually looked completely natural on the dance floor. But of course, none of it was actually me. As the dance ended, the crowd erupted in applause. A buzz went through the room. Who is that guy? Getting invited to dance by Miss Zhao herself. Another guest noted. And he seems to be on such good terms with old Master Zhao. Looks like he's someone special. After the dance, his phone suddenly rang. He recognized the voice on the other end immediately. Boss, SOS, you gotta come save me. It was Fatty Chong, on the other end of the line. He sounded frantic. Boss, SOS, you gotta come save your little bro. Song Yicheng's mind immediately jumped to a depraved, horrifying scene. Ha 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 ha. He pictured Fatty Chong strung up by his feet. I just love torturing fat guys like this. A villainous laugh echoed in his imagination. Let's see what happens if I carve off a little piece of him. Song Yicheng tried to calm him down. Don't be scared. I'm on my way. Yanzhou City. He was puzzled. It's here? He breathed a sigh of relief. This isn't anything like what I was imagining. There's no big commotion. Then he froze. Fatty Chong? He stared in disbelief at Fatty Chong. Boss, he asked, what happened to you? He asked cautiously, did you run into something unclean? Fatty Chong replied, panting heavily. Boss, I've been poisoned. Then he went limp. His body slumped back to normal. He explained, I've been poisoned by love. Question marks popped up all around Song Yicheng's head. Here's what happened. After Fatty Chong rambled on for what felt like an eternity, Song Yicheng finally got the picture. After the Jiangshi battle in Xiangxi, Fatty Chong had met a girl who looked like an angel. This girl, Xiao Qi, didn't care about material possessions. Her only concern was for Fatty Chang's well-being. Xiao Qi would carefully wipe the sweat from his brow. He gestured awkwardly as he spoke, blushing a little. Xiao Qi never wanted to go out shopping. She just wanted to hang out with me at the gym. Song Chung scratched his ear as he listened. And then, he went on, still a bit embarrassed. And I told her how I felt. When it came to this subject, the boss was an old hand at this. So, Song Chung cleared his throat, unable to hide his smug satisfaction. You came to the right guy. Your resident love sage will grace you with a few pointers. But before he could finish, Fatty Chong pointed past him. It's her. Xiao Qi glided toward them. He explained that she works at the gym, then trailed off, lost in thought. But that can't be right, can it? How could she have a job like that? I don't really know anything about her at all. But both Song Chung and his system seemed to realize something. The system sensed that something was off. But whatever. First things first, help the kid get the girl. All right, kid. First rule of the love sage. You gotta have flowers. If you're not prepared, don't make your move. With a quick wave, he dashed off. Confess some other day. Fatty Chong was left dumbfounded. Boss, where are you going? Song Chung followed Xiao Qi's trail. Stalking my bro's dream girl. He wondered to himself, is this going too far? Ah, whatever. Something about this Xiao Qi girl feels off. I just hope it's not anything too crazy. Suddenly, a red-haired beauty bumped right into him. It was Yu Jinger. She was up to her old tricks. Hey, big guy. Why so rough? You're hurting me. He blushed. Oh, sorry. She nestled her head against his chest. Since you know you were wrong, You have to take responsibility. You can make it up to me by helping me get some rest. She pointed toward a nearby establishment. He saw Shao-Chi heading inside. Pleased that his objective was within reach, he agreed. No problem. Leave it to me. He led her inside. Let's hurry. We wouldn't want to delay your rest. She, on the other hand, was being completely overpowered. This guy's ridiculously strong. I'll let the sisters have their way with him later. That'll teach him. They step into the Qing Shi grotto. She led him deeper inside. That's a good boy. Come this way. Just as I thought. This is not a respectable establishment. Another girl called out to him. Don't be shy, handsome. Come and play with us. He started sweating bullets. Wait a minute. The fatty's dream girl. She couldn't possibly be working in a place like this, could she? He thought for a moment. Might as well ask. He raised a hand, making a demand. Ahem. I'm not into the flashy, provocative types. He plopped down onto a couch. So hurry up and find me someone a little more wholesome. Short hair would be best. The kind who looks innocent. You get me? I want that pure, youthful vibe. Youthful vibe? The red-haired Jinger's face darkened. So he's here for that useless Shao-Chi. But a prime piece of meat like this isn't getting snatched away by anyone. She snapped her fingers. You heard him, girls. Get our man what he wants. They moved quickly to make the arrangements. A soft voice called out from the bed. Mister. A group of girls in school uniforms approaches. I didn't even finish my homework. I just had to come see you. A sweet fragrance accompanies her whisper. How could you bear to ignore me? He is completely captivated. His eyes light up. Huh. How could I possibly? A group of men storms in. Professor Huang, get out here. He bellows. You got a death wish. How dare you lay a hand on one of our Longhu mountain men? She runs outside. Let me see what's going on. She tries to calm them. I'm sure he wouldn't dare do anything. In a cave thick with spider webs, the cave master glares down at the corpses below and roars. Damn it. She seethes. How many times have I told you all? In this world, you have to be discreet. We have to play the long game. She clutches her head. I know cultivators are tempting, but it's not worth exposing ourselves over them. A timid girl speaks up. Big sister, don't let those Taoists get you down. She tries to quell her big sister's anger. Actually, I managed to lure in an even better catch today. She says, completely serious. I'll bring him here right away. Suddenly, the wall beside them explodes. Dust and smoke fill the air. A shadowy figure slowly emerges. A sinister smile spreads across his face. The crumbling wall echoes with a deafening crash. A booming laugh rings out from within the dust. Ha ha ha! They prepare to fight. Who is the celestial master of Longhu? Commander of wind and rain. A group of disciples bows reverently. His power is boundless, peerless, and unrivaled. The red-haired girl turns to the cave master. Looks like the leader of those stinking Taoists from earlier has shown up. Zhang Qiulin steps forward arrogantly. Insolent. He sneers. You demonic beasts, running rampant and causing chaos. And you dare to viciously murder a disciple of my Longhu mountain. I am here to vanquish you. A disciple beside him chimes in. Insolent. The woman next to her retorts. Vanquish who? Those Taoists came here looking for a good time on their own. I just accidentally sucked a little too much life out of them is all. He strikes a handsome pose, a wind effect swirling around him, making him look all the more epic. Now surrender. Suddenly, a kick smashes squarely into his face. The impact sends out a powerful shockwave. The cave master attacks. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a master of the corpse-weaving cave. As if I'd be scared by your empty threats. He lies motionless on the ground. Please, my lady, spare my life. All bark and no bite. Just as I thought. I'm begging you, just let me live. Take my disciples. They're all yours. You can do whatever you want with them. They look quite delicious. She is pleased. Now that's more like it. Fine. I'll grant your wish. He looks at her in terror. Then he pulls something from his sleeve. Now, first have a taste of my wind net array. Huh. She looks at him, confused. What? A halo of light envelopes her, searing her with pain. Ugh. Her subordinates are stunned. Cave master. He stands up, dusting himself off. Huh. He glances over his shoulder. Makeup. Live stream. Get in here, everyone. Live stream starting. Russell. The live stream is live. Next, I shall demonstrate for you all how to exorcise a demon. He waves to the audience. For those of you who haven't followed yet, be sure to hit that follow button. The cave master is still screaming, without forgetting to give orders. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and kill him for me. They quickly move forward. As you command. In a room within the refined corpse cave, Song Chung was lost in a pleasant fantasy. Ha ha! Look, everyone! Butterflies! He watches intently as a butterfly flutters toward him. A girl with her hair in a bun asks. Someone was causing trouble earlier. Our sisters will be okay, right? Another one comforts her. What's there to worry about? You know how powerful the cave master is. Then she suddenly thinks, maybe I should take this chance. She looks over at him to sneak a little taste, seeing him smile foolishly in his dream. In the dream, Fatty Shang runs in, calling out repeatedly, Boss, boss, what are you still doing here? He grabs Song Cheng's hand and pulls him along. Come on, let's go. The two of them are wearing suits. On such an important day. How could you be late? Church bells ring out. Bewildered. Whose wedding is this? Entering the chapel, Song Chung is met with countless congratulations. My man, you're a lucky guy. Congratulations. Song Chung. Amidst the cheers, he is the only one who's completely clueless. Congratulating me? He looks at the brides on the stage. The priest asks, Song Chung, do you take these four beautiful brides to be your lawfully wedded wives? He blushes. I do. And he takes a closer look. What? For brides. They call his name one by one. You're finally here. Hubby, what are you waiting for? Come over here. This is heaven. He is overcome with joy. This is actually pretty great. They gaze at him lovingly. My dear husband, every moment is precious. We can't let it go to waste. He nods his head eagerly. Okay. He laughs happily. Come and get me. He looks on with a lecherous gaze. Your husband is coming to lift your veils. My ladies, you've waited long enough. Then he feels that something is wrong. Long Ling? Shui Yu? Xiang Long looks at him. Baby is embroidered on his shirt. He lets out a scream. The dream shatters. He jerks awake. The two girls beside him look on in shock. What? He actually broke out of the bewitching illusion on his own. Get ready. This guy is no joke. Let's run. He points at them angrily. You gave me a nightmare, and you think you can run? After dealing with the two of them, he walks out the door. Just as I thought. A shady establishment. Looks like I'll have to check this out myself. He glanced around. How could this be? The devastating scene before him made him wonder, why is everything such a mess out here? A surge of power is coming. Wham! It has to be Celestial Master Zhang. What's he doing here? A shadow fell over him. This feeling is so strange. Where in the world am I? A spider demon leaped forward. Shao Qi. Great job. The cave master yelled. Now kill that rotten Taoist priest. I'll give you a huge reward. Song Chun watched them. They're all transmigrators. He looked toward Shao Qi. He called her name in his mind. Shao Qi. Then he raised his gun to join the fight. You demoness. Don't you dare hurt anyone. Another figure appeared. Stop. Fatty Chang's voice trailed off. Stop. It was a scene of chaos. Fatty Chang was bewildered. He had no idea what was happening. He just blurted out. Stop. Song Chun called out to him. He looked at the two of them, trying to make sense of it. How can I just attack? What if they're actually in love? Shao Qi looked at Fatty Chang too. Fatty Chang looked back at her. Shao Qi, I get it now. You're so kind-hearted. You must have been forced into this by those demonesses. Right? I'm not afraid of them anymore. I will protect you. She asked, annoyed. What are you talking about? She gave him a cold look. You glutton, don't read so much into things. Hearing those words, his fantasy shattered. A glutton. She explained. That's right. In my eyes, you're just like the others. All of you are just mouth-watering delicacies. She questioned him. Do you humans fall in love with a cabbage? Or a piece of pork? He hung his head in shame. A piece of pork. A cabbage. Shao Qi slammed Zhang Qiulin to the ground. And since we're on the subject, I might as well complain. It was so hard to find a specimen as pure and obedient as you. So plump, so fatty all over. She licked her hand. And to make sure you didn't ruin my sister's appetites. I had to waste all that time making you exercise to lose weight. It was such a damn pain. Her voice echoed. Huh. A spider demon chimed in. With a contemptuous laugh. This is hilarious. The cave master burst out laughing. He's seen your true colors and still hasn't woken up. Still so hopelessly in love. You're the first one I've ever seen like this. I never thought useless little Xiao Qi had this kind of talent. Huh. Song Chung witnessed the whole thing. His hands trembled. You gone too far. He charged forward instantly. The cave master looked at him. And where did this reckless human pop out from? She commanded. Sisters, kill them all. Spider silk shot out from all directions. But he stood his ground. He dodges the attacks. He roars. Ack. This is for my brothers. You demoness. You toyed with my brother's feelings. What do you deserve for that? As he prepares to strike, he finds he can't pull his spear back. His spear is tangled in spider silk. She glares at him. Oomph. You may be physically strong, but in the end, you're just a pathetic little human. Without your weapon, let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. He smirks. Oh. Xiao Qi is stunned. Song Chung lands a powerful kick to her face. Fighting without a weapon is even more satisfying. The kick sends her flying. He straightens up, his expression hardening. Now, it's your turn. The cave master becomes wary. Could he have some other kind of magical treasure? He spins his spear with a powerful whoosh. The spear whirls around, sucking them into its vortex. One of them screams. Sisters. I'm getting so dizzy, but she already has a counterattack in mind. Sisters. Use that move. One of them says weakly. We still can't get out. She reassures them. Stay calm. Standing to the side, Fatty Chong watches in awe. He's so strong. My big brother. Wiping away his tears. I can't just wallow in sadness forever. Go. Boss. Boss of the Giant Spear Guild. Song Chung raises his hand in acknowledgement. Ha! So the kid figured it out a while ago. Then again, it's not like I was trying to hide it from him. Time for a new move. Here I come. Watch closely. I'll get revenge for you. He leaps into the air. You monsters. Prepare to die. He smashes his spear down on the cave master's head. She is slammed violently into the ground. A cloud of dust erupts. He looks around. HRMM. They seem a little weak. No way. Did a single palm strike really wipe them all out? He looks down at his hand. The force of that strike was even greater than I thought. Did I level up without realizing it after fighting those zombies? The nearby townspeople start whispering amongst themselves. So many people are dead. What a massacre. The murmur spread. He's the murderer. Not knowing the full story, they immediately jump to conclusions. How ruthless. Someone else points a finger. I just saw him hit a woman. Song Chung tries to explain. They're man-eating demons. They're the ones who did this to those Taoist priests. He can vouch for me, he says, but turns to see his younger brother weeping for the enemy. Wow. Xiao Qi, you died such a horrible death. He freezes. What the? Fatty Chong spins around and glares at him. It was you. How could you be so cruel? Those are my sweethearts. He grabs a knife and charges forward recklessly. Murderer. I'll make you pay with your life. Flames erupt from Song Cheng's hand. He calmly waits for him to approach. Perfect timing. He thrusts his palm into Fatty Chang's chest. The blow leaves him stunned. He coughed up a spray of blood. He slammed onto the floor. What? You just attacked your own brother. Song Chung glanced down at him, his gaze icy. You're no brother of mine. Suddenly, the entire space began to warp. And then they were back in a wasteland with only a single spider lying on its back. She stammered in disbelief. My illusion art. This is impossible. Song Chung glanced at her system interface. He scoffed. A pathetic, low-level transmigrator. Actually thought you could fool me? Beside him, the system frowned. It clicked its tongue in admiration. How strange. Very strange indeed. How on earth did this low-level transmigrator learn to control her own energy fluctuations? Song Chung arched an eyebrow. He shot a sideways glance at his esteemed system. He grumbled. Huh, so you finally decided to show yourself. Got any words of wisdom for me? Seeing as you fought so hard, I suppose I could give you an almighty arm, she said, while fumbling around on her chest. Song Chung was confused. An almighty arm? What's that? Tada! The super chicken feather duster. The bane of all spiders. He took the duster, its feathers as golden as the editor's hair. He muttered to himself, these don't look like ordinary chicken feathers. How do I even use this? The moment the words left his mouth, a spider demon began crawling up behind him. Before he could even react, a loud thwack echoed from behind. Startled, Song Chung whipped around to see the spider demon knocked out cold. Its eyes rolled back into its head. And behind her stood Fatty Chong, who had just clocked her with a dumbbell. Song Chung immediately gave him a thumbs up. That's what I'm talking about. Now this is a true brother. Tears welled up in Fatty Chang's eyes as he lunged forward to hug him. He wailed miserably, "Boss, you're the best person in the world. I'm never trusting a woman again." Wow. Women are all monsters. The system stood nearby, watching the spectacle with a helpless air. It cleared its throat twice. Ahem. Sorry to interrupt, but the rest of the spiders are getting away. Song Chung immediately pushed him away and took off running, feather duster in hand. Bro, wait for me. I'll be right back. He stomped his foot on the ground, leaping 10 meters into the air. He soared past several floors, launching himself straight through the huge hole in the ceiling. Outside, night was beginning to fall. Amidst the towering skyscrapers, 3 figures could be seen fleeing through the city lights. What about our sisters? We're just leaving them. If you want to wait, you can go back and die with them. I'm not letting that man kill me. Terrified, they fled for their lives. But a few seconds later, Song Chang's figure caught up. Caught you. The 3 spiders stared, their eyes wide with panic. They attacked relentlessly, desperately trying to hold him back. Hurry, stop him. Song Chung simply smirked. He casually waved the chicken feather duster in his hand. Swish, swish. Not this trick again. With just a few flicks of the duster, the spider webs were completely incinerated. Huh. Now, then, let's try out this function. And with that, he pressed a red button on the duster's handle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Song Chung stared in astonishment as the feathers launched themselves straight at the spiders. Whoa, what the hell is this? Before they could even react, the flurry of feathers began to swirl around them. The 3 little demons were snared, spinning wildly. A moment later, Song Chung said with a cold smirk, All done. He pressed it again. Swish. The feathers instantly retracted, reverting to a normal-looking feather duster. He marveled at it. Pretty handy. He glanced at the 3 small spiders, now unconscious and tangled in the duster's feathers. He let out a cold laugh. Hith. Took no effort at all. He then carried the feather duster back into the building, after leaving the captured demons in a pile. First things first, I'll give my precious Overlord spear a good wipe down. Then I'll deal with these little demons. But should I really finish them off in front of Fatty Chong? Seems a little cruel. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder from behind. Fatty Chong spoke, his eyes welling with tears. Boss, just do it. You don't have to worry about my feelings. My heart is already made of stone. Nothing can move me anymore. Song Chung glanced at him. He quietly gathered spiritual energy in his palm. Wait. Ugh. Hold on a second. A battered Zhang Xiaolin pushed himself up on his hands, struggling to stand upright. Fatty Chong frowned and turned toward the man. His face was completely swollen and bruised, but he still managed to smile. A talisman was pinched between his fingers. The great heavenly master is here. This business of subduing demons naturally doesn't require anyone else to interfere. Outwardly, he tried to appear righteous and awe-inspiring, but inwardly, he was cackling with petty glee. Now I can absorb a few hundred years of cultivation. Both of them narrowed their eyes at him. He can barely stand, yet he's still trying to act tough. Cough, cough. Excuse me, make way. The live stream camera happened to have landed in the wreckage, and it was still pointed right at them. The live chat flew by. Boss, are you just going to let him steal the credit? This is so irritating. It's fine. It's good that he's lending a hand. Jiu Shangxia and in Sui. Shameless Taoist. I want to see Jiu Shangxia. Did you guys see that? Jiu Shangxia isn't wearing a mask. Here comes the credit stealer. Is that really him? Heavenly Master Dog. Heavenly Master Dog. Heavenly Master Dog. Jiu Shangxia's face reveal. I think he's handsome. What do you all think? Damn, I'm in love again. Song Chung couldn't be bothered to argue with the man. He walked over and patted Fatty Chang's shoulder comfortingly. Don't be sad anymore. I'll treat you to some grilled kidneys later. My appetite died along with my love. Wow. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolin was excitedly preparing to subdue the demons. He thought to himself, I can easily absorb the cultivation from these little demons. Today's trip was totally worth it. When I get back, I gotta create a few trending topics. If I keep posting things like this, it's only a matter of time before I become a national idol. Thump! Suddenly, a frantic rush of footsteps echoed through the quiet space. He looked up in confusion. A huge crowd of people appeared, running toward them. That was fast. The fans swarmed in, rushing up to them and screaming. Hero, you're so handsome. Please sign with our agency. Can I have your autograph? So handsome. Autograph, please. Give us an interview. Hero. Whoosh. They trampled over Zhang Xiaolin, screaming as they rushed towards Song Zheng. These ignorant fools. Are they blind? How dare they look down on me, the great celestial master? Song Zheng quickly grabbed Fatty Chong and hurriedly fled from the crowd. Honey, I'm over here. How can you swim and lift at the same time? Fatty Chong asked, confused. Big bro, you're the hero. Why are we running? He let out a cold laugh and slowly explained. Ha! Who said I was running? He leaped onto a nearby rooftop. Then, with a stylish flair, he turned and swept his hair back. I just feel that I look even cooler from the back. The reporters scrambled to capture the moment. So handsome. The female fans immediately whipped out their phones, snapping pictures furiously, screaming, Zhu Shang is the definition of handsome. He even looks amazing when he's leaving. He's so cool. Zhu Shang. Zhu Shang. Soon, images and news of his departure dominated the hot search rankings online and in the papers. In the schools, female students were secretly and obsessively looking at their phones, only to have them confiscated by their teachers, who would then remind them, as students, you should be focused on your studies. All you do all day is chase after idols. Is that going to put food on the table? Now get back to class. I'll just hold on to this for you. Just then, Zhang Yixiao happened to see this. She walked over to help the students out. Ms. Li, don't be so angry. You'll get wrinkles. Hearing this, the teacher, who was frowning just a second ago, broke into a wide grin. She rubbed her cheeks. You're right. Before I meet my future husband, I have to take good care of this face. Oh, right. Let me introduce you. Tada, this is my husband. With that, Ms. Li shoved the newspaper's front page in front of Zhang Yixiao. Seeing the familiar profile of Song Zheng, her eyes immediately widened in shock. Wait a minute. Isn't Song Zheng my husband? Seeing her colleague staring blankly, Ms. Li laughed cheerfully. Ha! You're stunned by Zhu Shang's good looks too, aren't you? Suddenly, a student came running from a distance, shouting, Ms. Zhang, Ms. Li, this is bad. The air conditioner in the music room has gone crazy. The two teachers looked at the student with confused expressions. The AC's gone crazy? He immediately grabbed their hands and pointed toward the sports field. Look over there. And just as he said, on the field below, an air conditioner was running on two legs. A crowd of students chased after it from behind. La 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 la. Zhang Yixiao stared in disbelief. She scratched her head and muttered, I must be dreaming. The next day, Yanjiao City, on a bustling street, Song Zheng walked up to a small roadside newsstand. He was wearing a hat and a face mask, completely disguised, just like a pop idol. Ahem. The little system glanced at his picture on the newspaper with a judgmental look. Even reporters use beauty filters on their cameras these days. Song Zheng was extremely pleased, laughing to himself. Huh, this pose I picked up from a magazine is killer. Not just anyone can land the front page of the Global Daily. It wouldn't be too much to buy a copy to hang on my wall, would it? He reached for a copy of the paper. But just then, another slender hand reached out at the same time. Ooh, that warm feeling, this long, soft hair. He looked over, his heart full of anticipation. But what greeted him was a blinding glare. The shiny bald head. Song Chung shuddered. He yanked his hand back in horror. His face a mask of disappointment, he said, Sir, I can tell just by looking at you that you're no ordinary man. Surely you wouldn't fight a kid like me over a single poster, would you? The old man frowned. He grabbed the newspaper first. In that case, why don't you let me have it? But Song Chung wasn't about to give up. He immediately tried to snatch it back. The stall owner, far from breaking it up, decided to add fuel to the fire with a grin. You two gentlemen, truly have a good eye? This paper's been flying off the shelves today. That's the very last one. How about we hold an auction? Highest bidder takes it. As expected. Ryup. The two of them tore the poster in half. The old man clutched the half with Song Cheng's face on it and quickly scurried away. Song Chung was left holding his half. He sighed. No way. Could he be one of my die-hard fans? Sigh. It's a crime to be this popular. The system scoffed, holding up another poster. Yeah, right. If he was a fan, why would he only take half? Seeing this, the stall owner stammered in alarm. What's that? Didn't you say they were flying off the shelves? That you only had one left? Song Chung stared at the paper and suddenly noticed something odd. Something's definitely wrong here. I'll know if I follow him. He quickly pulled up his face mask and took off in the direction the old man had fled. He hid behind a tree, careful not to be seen. He peered in the direction the old man had gone. His brow furrowed in suspicion. This place. The system beside him asked, confused, "Hey, what did you figure out?" The article in the bottom right corner of the second page. Read it vertically. Following his instructions, it looked at the paper. It discovered that if you string together the first character of each line, it forms a message. Ling Xinyu. What kind of code is that? It's probably a secret base of some kind. They're using this method to notify their followers. This not only proves the cult has a large following, but also that their base is extremely well hidden. Just as he'd suspected, the old man reached the end of the street and turned into a scrap metal yard. Song Chung immediately followed him in. However, he lost sight of him in the blink of an eye. He stood in the middle of the empty yard, looking around. How did he disappear so fast? Then, his eyes landed on a washing machine. This washing machine looks brand new. Why would it be dumped here? As he took a few steps closer, the washing machine suddenly began to shake violently. Song Chung jumped back, startled. Clank, clank, clank. The machine continued to rattle for a moment, before sprouting steel arms and legs. It stood up and introduced itself. As you can see, I am a Benbo brand front-loading washing machine. Song Chung stared, utterly dumbfounded. I could hardly bring myself to look at it. He thought to himself, a front-load washing machine. What a familiar and straightforward name. In fact, it's as if that name was made for it. So next, for someone as distinguished as myself, what brilliant method will it use to verify my identity? Seeing him just standing there, dumbfounded, it took the initiative after a moment, making a respectful gesture. It cleared its throat. Ahem. Heavenly King, shroud the Earth Tiger. Song Chung was dumbfounded. What a classic. But he couldn't stop himself from blurting out the response. The pagoda suppresses the river demon. Its optical sensors flashed. Then it deftly shuffled closer to him and whispered, Front Loader San, I won't hide it from you, sir. I'm actually here to claim the divine implement. Seeing the words circled in the newspaper he was holding, the washing machine crossed its arms and nodded. Hum. Token checks out. Countersign checks out. Comrade Robot. I will now lead the way. A few seconds later, the washing machine transformed. Its arms and legs retracted, returning it to the form of a normal washing machine. It then opened its drum door and said, Comrade, please step inside. Song Chung wore an indescribable expression. He let out a strained laugh. Well, it's come to this. I guess I don't really have a choice anymore. He gritted his teeth, shut his eyes, and took the plunge. His body shot down a drain pipe, twisting and turning. He slid straight to the bottom. I have no idea how I managed to sneak in, but this situation isn't looking good. Was that washing machine a robot? Like a transformer? But a robot that believes in a cult? Wait a second. Why did I even come in here? Does the Ex-Merchants Association also deal with busting cults? The system, seeing him muttering to himself like a madman, materialized to answer him. Why are you overthinking it? Just follow along and see for yourself. You might even find a straggler we missed. Ignoring the advice in his ear, Song Chung continued to mutter with a blank look in his eyes. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? Bam! As he wandered distractedly down the hallway, his shoulder accidentally bumped into a water cooler beside him. The walking water cooler beside him furrowed its brow. It glanced down in confusion at the power cord dragging behind it. Another weirdo. Must be another follower. Wait a minute. That silhouette. It's so familiar. It's her. No way. With no time to think, and watching the figure get farther away, Song Chung took a deep breath and yelled, Comrade, wait up. It really is Miss Zhao. He grabbed the thing's shoulder and spun it around. Just as he'd thought, it was a disguised Zhao Ling. When she saw him, she immediately panicked and signaled for him to be quiet. It was only after Zhao Ling's explanation that I understood. These strange people had actually gathered here because of a hidden message in a newspaper about claiming a divine artifact. They may look bizarre, but they're all real people. These machine worshippers fantasize about merging their minds with machinery to achieve immortality. This new type of cult also falls under the jurisdiction of the Special Operations Base. Zhao Ling came here this time specifically to infiltrate and investigate them. So that front-loading washing machine at the gate isn't a robot, but a cyborg. Zhao Ling gave a slight nod. She replied in a low voice, just for the two of them to hear. That's right. It's also the main focus of my current investigation. Their oracle is said to possess divine powers. It can digitize a person's consciousness and transfer it into a machine. And that's not all. This god can probably hack into and control machines too. A strange incident like this happened last month, when I was putting together the report. To make it easier for the higher-ups to understand, I drew it as a comic. You'll get it once you see it. With that, she showed him the photos in her album. It was a perfectly ordinary night, in the room of a perfectly ordinary girl. A phone call shattered the silence. The girl couldn't say no. She rushed downstairs. But just as she returned with her takeout, and was about to hurry back to her room, a strange, large shadow appeared. It growled at her. Congratulations. You are the last earthling. Your new god has descended. I shall grant you salvation and bring you a new existence in a higher dimension. The girl was stunned by the voice echoing from the darkness. She trembled, then shouted in anger. You damn tuxedo cat. Did you turn off the lights again? She flipped on the light. Her senses finally returned. Only then did she realize she'd missed the point. Her robot vacuum was gone, and standing on her desk was the source of the strange shadow. Earthling, how dare you underestimate me? You will pay the price for your ignorance. In an instant, every electronic device in the room began to vibrate wildly. Until, meow, meow, meow. What the hell is this thing? I was in a rush and just studied up online. Did I get something wrong? Is this the true master of this world? Earth. Soon enough, this world will be mine. Oh crap. My robot vacuum ran away from home. In the end, the girl could only eat her now cold takeout and try to make it through the bizarre night. So that's the gist of it. Zhong Yiqing patiently scrolled to the very end. He frowned when he saw the words, the end. Looking up, he was met with Zhao Ling's eager, expectant face. So, what do you think? Zhong Yiqing was conflicted. For a moment, he wasn't sure how to respond. What do I think? Is she asking if I understand the case? Or is she waiting for me to praise her comic? His reassuring gaze flickered toward her from under the brim of his hat. He replied with a dry laugh. I think it's great. He silently added to himself, though I have a general idea of what happened. Her comic is completely off topic. Just then, someone with a guilty conscience sneezed. Achoo. Who said I'm off topic? Asterisk clap. Clap. Asterisk. Suddenly, a round of thunderous applause echoed through the hall, drawing everyone's attention. The washing machine stood on the high stage and spoke solemnly. Silence, please. Greetings, everyone. I am your host for today's ceremony. Washing machine, Juji. I declare, the oracle ritual officially begins. As soon as it finished speaking, the grand doors at the center of the hall swung open. A figure in a red cloak emerged. Let us welcome the oracle. Thunderous applause. The chant echoed throughout the hall. Mechanical ascension. Mechanical ascension. Zhong Yiqing froze. Is it their machine god? Clank. With a dramatic flourish, Washer ripped the red cloth off the large screen. Let's praise the arrival of our god. Several large words appeared on the screen. God of creation. Zhong Yiqing frowned in surprise. It's just a TV with a live internet connection. This is their god. The silhouette of a mysterious man quickly appeared on the screen. The zealous followers erupted into a frenzy of applause and cheers. Mechanical ascension. The god of creation is so damn cool. He slowly observed the god of creation. Catchy name, and straight to the point. Washer stood beside the screen. Raising his hand, he boomed. Comrades, today, I have gathered you all for a grand and joyous event that you have long awaited. The selection of participants for the divine rebirth. As soon as he said this, everyone in the audience shot to their feet in unison, shouting, Mechanical ascension. Mechanical ascension. Zhong Yiqing was at a loss for words. Divine rebirth. This must be the ritual Zhao Ling mentioned, the one that transfers a human soul into a machine. Putting a soul into a machine to achieve immortality. Could something that good really exist in this world? Awesome. Pick me. Pick me. As he was lost in thought, Zhong Yiqing was suddenly startled by Zhao Ling shouting next to him. Seeing his bewildered look, she leaned in close to explain, these people operate in the shadows. This is our best chance to infiltrate their ranks and investigate. Makes sense. But how are they going to choose? Just then, a long series of images suddenly flashed across the screen on the stage. Whoosh. So it's gone from creation to fabrication now, has it? This election will primarily test everyone's aptitude and endurance. Brother Washer, those who achieve a grade of A or higher in both categories will be chosen. Whoa, this is way better than the last selection. We're so lucky. It seems our divine opportunity is at hand. If we get chosen this time, we might even get to take part in that massive modification project. Zhao Ling stood up, urging Zhong Yiqing on. Let's go too. The two of them then got into the long line. They watched Washer, who was giving instructions in front of the screen. First round, please step up to the screen. Relax your body. After the test is complete, the system will automatically provide an evaluation. A crowd of people stood before the screen, waiting to be tested. God of creation, please bless me. Fail. This group's method of elimination is certainly direct. A fist shot out, knocking the candidate clean off the stage. Another one followed to send him packing. Fail. 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 Sob. The god is as strict as ever. Sniffle. Zhong Yiqing stood at the back of the line. He swallowed nervously, watching the whole process unfold. TCH. I can't believe their selection process is this brutal. The screen above repeated its verdict once more. Fail. But then with a loud crunch, a fist punched straight through the large screen. His eyes widened in shock. Looks like someone's even more brutal than they are. It was none other than Zhao Ling. She looked at the scattered fragments and clicked her tongue. Whoops. Guess I couldn't control my hand's conditioned reflex. Security robots immediately appeared. Grabbing her by the arms and legs, they began to drag her away. Zhao Ling struggled, shouting, Hey, just give me one more chance. I didn't mean to. I'm actually really strong, you know. Zhong Yiqing, standing nearby, was utterly speechless. This blending and tactic of hers is a bit lacking. Whoosh. Suddenly, Zhao Ling, who was being dragged away, frowned. She tossed something into his hand. Catch. With quick eyes and even quicker hands, Zhong Yiqing snatched it from the air. He curiously examined the small badge in his palm. This is beep, beep, beep. Just as he was about to ask her, the nearby screen blared to life. Trial passed. Before he could even react, confetti started raining down on his head. The mysterious man on the screen glanced over at the same time. Washing machine. The announcer from earlier stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, comrade. You may now proceed to the endurance challenge. Zhong Yiqing stared blankly at the tangled mess of wires in front of him. He didn't even have time to react. Damn it. All he heard was the sharp crackle of electricity right next to his ear. The next second, the entire hall was filled with thick smoke. An explosion powerful enough to rock the entire junkyard erupted into the sky. A long while later, Zhong Yiqing finally came to, his head throbbing as if it had been split in two. His hair was a tangled mess, sticking up like a lion's mane. He scowled. What kind of messed up selection is this? Lucky I didn't die. Where's this? Inside a shipping container. All these people are... Suddenly, a deathly pale face popped into view, illuminated by the system's light. You're pretty tough. You survived that even without my help. As expected, he leaped back in shock. He yelled, What's with all the cheap theatrics? What good is it to you if you scare me to death? Your host was almost electrocuted to death back there. Didn't you know that? Of course I knew. But I didn't have time to worry about you just then. The energy fluctuations from that Genesis god. They feel very familiar. He's definitely a transmigrator. But he's absolutely no ordinary one. Familiar energy fluctuations? What do you mean by that? Just then, the truck carrying all of them lurched to a stop. Zhong Yiqing muttered warily. The truck stopped. At that moment, the container door was pulled open a crack by someone outside. I heard Selection Area 3 had a real top-tier catch this time. Same old rules. The dead ones get tossed to the battery factory. The others are brought to the Hall of Genesis. A blinding light shone in. It forced Zhong Yiqing to shield his eyes. The two robots outside were a bit surprised to see him awake. Someone's actually conscious? How is that possible? That electrocution challenge knocked me out cold for 3 days and 3 nights. What do we do now? Could this expose the location of the base? No way he's that good. You're overthinking it. But in the few seconds the two of them were panicking. Panic. They turned back to find he was gone. Huh? Where'd that guy go? He's one of the Genesis gods chosen, isn't he? He probably wouldn't cause any trouble. Maybe he just got overexcited and passed out again. Go check the pile of people. Zhong Yicheng hid on the roof of the metal container for a while. He finally leaped down, knocking both of them to the ground. Comrade, what are you doing? A moment later, an abandoned building serving as the Genesis god's base. A furious roar echoed through the night sky. You're from the old merchant guild. How did you sneak in here? Talk. What kind of twisted game is that Genesis god of yours playing? You will not blaspheme the god. He is the hope for humanity's evolution. Zhong Yicheng began dismantling the tangled wires on its body. He replied casually, if you're so great, why all the secrecy? Ideas ahead of their time are always rejected by ignorant fools like you. Give it up. I will never betray the creator god. Save the high and mighty act. Who knows how many people that high voltage current of yours has killed? That creator god is nothing but a psychotic murderer. And you people, you're nothing but his accomplices. You think you're so noble, huh? Let me give you a taste of my fist, and we'll see how those noble ideas hold up. Faced with his threat and the living example lying on the floor, the man immediately broke down, wailing in fear. Don't. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. 20 minutes later, standing inside the robot's iron shell, Zhong Yicheng looked up at the towering skyscraper and muttered, it seems even his followers don't know the creator god's true purpose. Looks like I'll have to meet this mysterious creator god in person. Oh, right. I need to find an electrician for those two guys later. Just a bunch of ghouls, chasing the illusion of immortality. How about the general picture now? This so-called creator god showed up about half a year ago, claiming he wanted to guide the backward life forms of Earth to achieve immortality through mechanical ascension. So, Xiaoling's comic wasn't just a random story after all. I can't believe the mechanical ascension slogan actually attracted a bunch of machine-obsessed humans, all of them dreaming of living forever. In front of his believers, he demonstrated his divine power. He not only transferred their souls into machines, but also gave them the ability to transform. I heard the next ritual is supposed to be the biggest one in history. During a previous ceremony, the creator god said his grand plan was close to fruition. God's grace is about to descend upon this land. As he made his way down the long, dark corridor, Zhong Yicheng quietly called out to his little system, a transmigrator who wants to remake all life on Earth. Little system, what do you think? The miniaturized little system, hovering by his ear, replied, he's definitely up to no good. Seeing that she didn't pop up in front of him to argue back like she usually would, he asked, confused, what's going on? The little system answered, practically tearing its hair out in frustration. The closer we get to this building, the stronger that familiar energy fluctuation becomes. But I just can't place it. Ugh, it's driving me crazy. Just leave me alone for a bit. Whoosh. With that, she zipped right into his ear. Zhong Yicheng paid her no mind and continued to explore. It wasn't long before he encountered another robot on patrol. He thought to himself, security's getting tighter. The central area must be just ahead. Stay calm. Just walk past the scanner. He stood before the door and struck a pose, waiting for it to scan him. Face. A few seconds later, the heavy steel door actually rumbled open. Once he was a good distance inside, he finally dared to take off the mask, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, good thing I kept that on. As he was muttering to himself, his eyes fell upon the scene before him, and he froze. This is a human battery farm. No, I have to stop this. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in red light materialized, hovering in the air. My, it seems we have a rather unexpected guest today. Zhong Yicheng clenched his fists. Finally, you've shown yourself. He challenged him in a loud voice. So you're the creator god? Creator god. Such a sudden visit. World, unknown. Level, unknown. Mission, unknown. Sun Yicheng's anger unleashes a torrent of fiery energy. He grips his iron staff, roaring. Stop this twisted madness. The creator god narrows his eyes, a cold sneer on his face. Why stop? Isn't this the rebirth you all cried and begged me for? My beloved subjects, be reborn. With a powerful gesture, an explosion erupts overhead. The dust slowly settles, revealing a screen with a highly intelligent-looking face. I have been reborn. Thank you, creator god. A lopsided microwave oven materializes. Huh, Why am I like this? Something feels very wrong. The creator god's cold sneer remains. Oh dear. Looks like my luck is a bit off today. Well, don't worry. Even as raw energy, you can still contribute to the great renovation plan. With that said, he claps his hands once. The microwave flies straight into a chemical furnace below. The furnace rumbles violently. Pipes continuously channel energy into his body. Ha ha! Finally, my energy is replenished. This feeling of being filled with power. It's absolutely incredible. When I first arrived in this world, my energy was completely depleted. I was forced to inhabit the body of a tiny robot vacuum. That humiliation will never happen again. And let me tell you some more good news. As soon as this rocket launches, my energy will be beamed down through satellites, covering every corner of this land. When that happens, all my billions of subjects will be reborn. The more he spoke, the deeper Sun Yicheng's brows furrowed, using his satellite signal to carry out a mass modification of the human race. So that's his real goal. Sun Yicheng is utterly enraged by his depravity. He charges forward, iron weapon in hand. You abomination. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. In my world, villains like you usually have a short lifespan. The creator god looks at the powerful aura radiating from Sun Yicheng. His suspicion grows. No, wait. This is the aura of that old devil. That's impossible. This is just a human. That's right. There's absolutely no reason to panic. With a snap of his fingers, the steel pipes on the back wall break off and lunge toward him like sharp blades. Watching Sun Yicheng easily parry every strike, he chuckles nonchalantly. You got some skill, but you're too late. Swish! Sun Yicheng swings his long spear with conviction. Its sharp tip points directly at the man's chest, slashing through every obstacle. Azure Dragon emerges. But the moment the spear tip makes contact, the creator god's form dissolves like smoke. Sun Yicheng's eyes widen in shock. It went right through him. This guy, he has no physical body. His form coalesces again in another spot. He scoffs. See? This is why carbon-based life forms are so hopelessly obsolete. But thankfully, a new era is about to begin. He hurls a ball of energy, smashing it against the statue. It reveals a red button on the iron wall behind it. Seeing this, 100 questions and a dozen scenarios flash through Sun Yicheng's mind. Could that be? If he presses that button, the consequences will be unimaginable. He immediately lunges forward in a panic. Damn it! Shui Xianglong, Lan Ling Wang, help me. 2 soul essences fly out from his sleeve. As you wish. At your command. Riding atop the dragon golem, Ling Wang roared with laughter. It's been too long since I've come down from the mountain. You're something else, you know that? Hey, Hith. Let's go. He spurred the ferocious dragon golem on, charging straight for the Genesis god. Yicheng watched from below. He glanced up at the two of them, then touched his chest. To make this flawless, I need a backup plan. I need a backup plan. Rummaging through his pockets, he pulled out the badge Zhao Ling had thrown him. Thank God for my team. Meanwhile, in an office high up in the building, a grim atmosphere hung in the air. The 2 guards posted at the door were dripping with cold sweat. They whispered to each other. Hey man, bro, what the hell is going on in there? Just stand straight. I'm too scared to ask. Old Zhao brought over a cup of hot tea. He spoke softly, trying to comfort the miserable girl. Don't be so hard on yourself. After all, our intel was incomplete. Besides, I have faith in that kid. But no matter what old Zhao said, Zhao Ling, still in her combat gear, remained slumped dejectedly in her chair. I'm so useless. Old Zhao was at a loss. He sighed. That poor kid. That poor kid. Losing face in front of the one she likes, that got to hurt. Suddenly, the somber mood was shattered by a noise from the small device in her hand. In an instant, Zhao Ling was a new person. She shot to her feet, overjoyed. Yes, that's it. It's him. He has to be okay. A staticky, mechanical voice came through. Intercept. Satellite. Missile. Large-scale, human modification. Old Zhao, hearing it too, leaned in curiously. What missile? BZZT. Quickly, the broken transmission cut out. As the badge in her hand burned to a crisp, Zhao Ling instantly understood the situation on his end. He's in danger. Old Zhao calmly held her back. Don't panic. We can't afford to waste these precious clues. Back on Yicheng's side, he tightened his grip on his weapon, his mind racing. No backup is coming anytime soon. I have to find this guy's weak spot, and fast. Oomph. Oomph. You think you can pull off some petty trick right under my nose? How pathetic. No matter how much the creature taunted him, Ichung remained calm, his eyes scanning for any opening, searching for weakness. All the circuitry in his body, it all converges in one spot. And here I thought nothing could hurt you. Oh, a mere transmigrate, lecturing me with idioms? Let me teach you a real lesson. While the god was occupied fending off the two spirit forms, Ling Wang and his dragon golem, Ichung seized his chance. You freak of nature, people from Earth aren't to be messed with. Seeing the explosive tip of the spear hurtling toward him, the Genesis god finally realized the tables were turning. This is bad, but it was too late. A long crack spiderwebbed across the crystal on his chest. Crack. His active defense layer erupted instantly. As the blast forced the others back, Ichung roared. Brother Lon, his chest plate. Attack it. That has to be his weak spot. He slowly regained his composure. With a raise of his hand, the machines in the room began to float. I am a creator god. Why would I need to resort to mere combat with the likes of you? I wish you the best of luck. As what looked like mechanized human heads came roaring toward them, Zhong Yiqing's eyes widened in horror. He's trying to reforge us. He gripped the iron spear and shouted a warning. Brother Lon, get back. Fwoosh. Using all his strength, he hurled it. The iron spear tore through the air, aimed straight for his face, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Zhong Yiqing let out a quick sigh of relief. Phew, we dodged it. But then, he noticed the empty space beside him. Wait, where's Lan Xian? Over here, using some unknown divine art. He had caught the spear with his bare hand. He chuckled. Is that all you two have? But before he could finish his sentence, a punch from King Ling left him speechless. It turns out, he'd taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. A little provocation for you. I know a few old sayings myself. For example, strike when they least expect it, attack where they are unprepared. Zhong Yiqing, watching from the side, was completely floored by the move. He yelled in admiration. Brother Lon, that was awesome. You really are Earth's finest. The crack in the crystal on his chest grew wider. A continuous cracking sound echoed through the room. A strange light began to radiate from it. The creator god screamed in agony. You ignorant, primitive life forms. Faced with this terrifying power, the two of them struggled to hold their ground. This power, it's so strange. What's happening? My head, it hurts so much. Something's pouring into my mind. The searing pain knocked Zhong Yiqing unconscious for several minutes. When he came to, he found himself adrift in a hazy void. The giant head that was on the ceiling was gone. Damn it. What the hell is this place? Don't tell me. Did I get transported somewhere else? Wind howled through the nothingness. Zhong Yiqing had no time to pay it any mind. He stared, focused on his own, slowly fading hand. This isn't right. It looks like only my consciousness was brought to this world. He looked around at the swirling vortexes and chaotic rifts. This is a world on the verge of collapse. The divine consciousness of that creator god was unimaginably vast, as he laughed in the face of another. Ha 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 ha! Now that I've drained all the energy from this spirit starfield, do you really still think you can oppose me? Hearing this, he finally understood. So this place, it's called the Spirit Starfield. Humph. The people of this entire starfield have suffered because of you, and you think you can just walk away from this? Boom. Isn't that the creator god? These must be his memories. But why am I seeing them? And who is that black skeleton talking to him? To the victor go the spoils. Consuming our own kind has been the 1,000-year tradition of our spirit race. What good is your hypocritical sense of justice? If you want to stop me, then make your move. Are you trying to destroy this entire starfield? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two soul forms raged, clashing wildly within his spiritual consciousness. Try me. And what if I am? NNNGH. Meanwhile, back in the physical world, a look of amusement flashed in the creator god's eyes. He smirked, looking at Zhong Yiqing's floating body. Old fiend. So it really is you. To think, after 1,000 years, to think you'd be trapped inside the body of such a low-level creature. The heavens are truly on my side. A vicious strike. 5 iron claws tore through the air, aimed straight for Ichung, just inches away from ripping his head off. But Ling Wang lunged forward to block the attack. Yicheng, snap out of it and fight back. What are you thinking? Gong Yicheng stood frozen, his eyes wide in a daze. He thought to himself, that's right. It doesn't matter what that piece of history meant. Right now, this transmigrator is a direct threat to our world. Swoosh. The spear flew back into his hand. His fighting spirit reignited. He roared, Yuval Transmigrator, the only path for you is death. He smiled with renewed confidence. Weapon in hand, he charged the advancing enemy. The man was stunned. This human, he can control Darkstar energy? Could it be he's already absorbed the old devil? I have to speed this up. As long as I can transfer the energy to that satellite, you're all finished. Suddenly, his calculating eyes shot wide open. He let out a trembling roar. Because on the other side, the activation panel was burning fiercely. The stone dragon was breathing fire. And on its back, someone was constantly cheering it on. Melt it down good. Gong Yicheng faced him and declared, give it up. He frowned, muttering to himself. This is more of a pain than I expected. I'll just have to end this quickly. And then, the man dove down into the solution below. Yicheng and Ling Wang grew suspicious, but they couldn't move in time to stop him. What is this? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The moment his body was submerged, the blood-red energy erupted outwards. Realizing what was happening, Yicheng screamed, he's overloading the energy pool. Roar. The pool of liquid instantly shifted from red to a volatile purple. Thick cables, meters long, snapped and cracked under the pressure. It's coming out. A monster, a robot, nearly 10 meters tall, emerged from within. Its cannon took aim at the stone dragon and attacked. Humph. You think the likes of you can stop me? The beam melted a hole through the thick steel wall, as if it were nothing. Yicheng cried out in alarm. Brother Lon, little Long, with the full power of HTT energy unleashed. No matter how strong you humans are, you are nothing but ants. Oof, old devil. This time I've won. His eyes flew wide as he watched the searing blast of energy shoot straight for his body. Afterward, with a mechanical clank, he lowered the cannon. He thought to himself, now that I've dealt with these annoying insects, it's time to get back to the main event. Huh, how naive. Did you really think melting a button could stop me? Asterisk beep, beep, asterisk. In the next instant, an array of monitors lit up, all displaying the same synchronized code. Elsewhere, a missile launched from its silo, streaking into the sky. At this thought, he burst into roaring laughter. This world will finally fall into my hands. Suddenly, cutting through his triumphant laughter, came another, dripping with contempt. Ha ha, in your dreams. Inside the robot, the creator god's eyes shot open. He was utterly terrified. How can this be? Who's there? A dark figure, spear in hand, lunged forward. The robot's control shell shatters amidst a tangle of wires. Yicheng bursts out from within its body. A cold smile spreads across his face. Long time no see, my old friend. The corner of Yicheng's mouth twists into a cunning smirk, the classic smirk of a villain. Long time no see, my old friend. The creator god is stunned. This is beyond his calculations. It's that human. He can't possibly be alive. Yicheng scoffs. He speaks with contempt. 1,000 years have passed, and you're still just as stupid. With that said, he lunges forward at the speed of light, striking directly at the core. A dark, sinister aura radiates from his body. He cackles. Ha ha. Choosing this body was the right call after all. Even an idiot like the creator god would instantly realize what was happening. He Tian, the old devil. He took over that human's body. The nemesis, now in the form of Yicheng, clenches his fist. He reminds him, emphasizing every word. Everything in this world originally belonged to me. As for you, you will always be nothing but a failure. Unwilling to miss this once-in-a-millennium opportunity, He Tian strikes like lightning. He who strikes first wins. The old man squints, watching the creator god in his bulky robot form scrambling to escape. What are you running for? Don't you want to catch up on old times with me? With a single blow from the old man, half of the research institute is destroyed. He Tian roars with laughter. Ha 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 ha. The old man stomps on the creator god. His eyes are filled with mockery. From inside the robot, a small red core flies out. The old man snatches it out of the air with lightning-fast reflexes. It seems I was too merciful with you before. Then, without a shred of mercy, he crushes it. With that business concluded, Hetien looks around, surveying the mess of computers and wires. That's right. I can't let that go to waste. I never thought this fool would have his clever moments. In a ruined corner not far away, a hand holding a frying pan struggles to break through the layers of rubble. Lan Ling, carrying Zilong, painstakingly crawls out. Cough, cough. He gasps for breath, barely holding on. The hero can handle the rest. Brother Yi Chung should be okay, right? Suddenly, as he looks up, a terrifying sight meets his eyes. That's Brother Yi Chung? What's wrong with him? Yi Chung floats in midair. His eyes are vacant, but his entire body radiates an overwhelming, terrifying pressure. Hetien places a hand on the machine to inspect it. He assesses it thoughtfully. I can't believe this piece of junk requires so much energy. No wonder it never activated before. However, this little investment might just be worth it. The old man climbs inside. He begins to frantically absorb the energy. If I can just absorb enough, maybe I can finally break free from those annoying restraints. At this thought, Lan Ling is still staring in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what is happening, because he cannot see Hetien, nor can he see his cousin Yi Chung rebooting like a machine. What in the world is going on? At a nearby central base, a solemn announcement echoes. The launch ceremony for the Changlong 1 rocket will now begin the final countdown. 10, 9, 8. Everyone in the base is on high alert. His eyes were glued to the screen. 4, 3. The captain's hand hovered over the launch controls. 2. Suddenly, Elder Zhao burst in out of nowhere. He shouted a frantic warning. Stop the missile launch. Now! The system may have been compromised. The captain stared at the screen, stunned. His hand froze. The rest of the crew panicked. A wave of panic swept through the room. This is bad. We've lost the targeting system. Control. We've lost control. I can't abort the launch sequence. Elder Zhao was horrified. What? And then, the missile launched anyway. With a deafening, earth-shattering roar, it tore through the sky with incredible force. Meanwhile, Yi Chung was fumbling around, drifting in a strange, unfamiliar space. It was dark and endless. Where am I? After getting his bearings, he calmly tried to remember what happened. Right? That monster's laser cannon almost got me. But for some reason, I felt completely confident at the time. I thought it couldn't hurt me. But in that instant, I was swallowed by that blast of heat. He immediately thought of his teammates, worried. Oh right, Brother Lan and the others were hit too. Damn it. I can't be trapped in here. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space around him. Crack. Then, the crack grew larger and larger. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chung shot toward it. There's light over there. He thought it would be an easy escape, but as he tried to leap out, his face slammed into a hard, transparent barrier. Wincing in pain, he peered through the barrier. From inside, he could see the world outside. Isn't this the ancient cultivation world you always see in comics? Simple yet sturdy structures were built right into the sheer cliffs. Countless floating towers dotted the sky, and the people here all flew on swords. Yi Chung couldn't help but marvel at the sight. So a world like this really did exist once. It's incredible. As he was taking in a magnificent view, strange, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, spreading at an alarming rate. The immortals immediately sensed the danger and sounded the alarm. Such a strange phenomenon. This is a terrible omen. Quickly, go and ask the 7 soul transformation elders to come out of seclusion. Happing let out an excited, booming laugh. Not bad. Not bad at all. I never expected this random world I stumbled upon to be so full of pure energy. Yi Chung realized with a start. It's him again. Are these all his memories? According to this memory, this dark entity drained all the energy from its old world, and then came to Earth. He thought, confused. But why? Why do I keep seeing his memories? Just then, the fragmented memories finally pieced themselves together into a clear history. After consuming and destroying the Spirit Star system, Happing had gained immense power. It came to Earth in ancient times, plotting to do the same thing all over again. Yi Chung was terrified, but his resolve hardened. I have to get out of here. I can't let this tragedy happen again, no matter what. However, humans were not as weak as it thought. The powerful soul transformation cultivators joined forces to stop Happing's rampage, and they used a powerful spell to seal it away somewhere in this world. Until today, when the power of the Red Star, which came from the same world as the entity, reactivated it. In a rage, I Ching smashes his fist against the transparent barrier, cracks spiderweb across its surface. You want to use my body for your dirty work? You've got another 800 years to go, pal. Energy flows through the cables, converging at the center where Haren has taken control. He sees this satellite launch, complete notification on the screen. A wild laugh escapes his lips. It's a success. Ha ha. The old man begins to fantasize about his glorious future. Once the satellite channel is established, he trails off mid-sentence. Suddenly, a familiar hand rips through the old man's chest, bursting out from within. Haren is stunned. He frowns. The old man's hand instinctively moves to scratch his own chest, but he has no control over it. It's in this moment that he finally senses the impending danger. What's happening? Why won't my hand listen to me? Could it be I used too much energy? I Ching has reclaimed a sliver of his consciousness. He is desperately fighting to regain control of his body. He seethes with rage. You bastard! Get it back. Finally, after a fierce struggle, the scales of victory tip in I Ching's favor. He forces Haren to tear his own body apart with his own hands. The old man shrieks in agony. My body. A moment later, his body begins to disintegrate. With control lost, I Ching's body falls limply. He crashes headfirst into the ground. Lan Ling runs over, her voice filled with worry. Brother Song, are you okay? I Ching's speech is stiff and robotic. I'm okay. A wisp of Haren's soul still lingers within him. His understanding is now limited to a few garbled words. At the same time, several police cars race down the road. As soon as they arrive on the scene, Zhao Ling jumps out of her car to get a report. Captain, the incident site is over there. According to the first response team, the transmigrator has been neutralized by the Great Hero Song. The situation here is relatively stable. She hurries anxiously to I Ching's side. Great Hero Song. He just stands there in silence. His back is to the moon, his entire body cloaked in shadow. Zhao Ling freezes. She feels a mix of confusion and hesitation. Great Hero Song? Her heart is filled with concern. It's all over. So why does he look so broken? Suddenly, she remembers. Oh right, I haven't told him what happened at the rocket base yet. Half an hour ago, Elder Zhao had called to inform her. Linger, it's me. The rocket base was unable to stop the launch. However, upon investigation, we discovered that the invasive program completely self-destructed. The reason is unknown. The satellite is currently operating normally. The launch center is continuing to monitor the situation. Zhao Ling replies with a frown. Understood. We just got a report over here. An abandoned building on the outskirts of the city suddenly collapsed. I suspect it's connected to the creator god. I'm heading to the scene now. Back in the present, she steps forward, a wave of relief in her voice. Great Hero Song, don't worry anymore. Everything with the satellite is normal. It's all over now. In stark contrast to his gloomy silence from moments before, I Ching suddenly bursts into manic laughter. Ha ha ha. This mission was exhilarating. After a moment of shock, Zhao Ling's mind automatically rationalizes his behavior. So this is what the Great Hero Song is really like. Her eyes fill with adoration. Now that's what I call unexpectedly cute. At that moment, inside Song I Ching's sea of consciousness, he had broken through to the absolute peak of the first-rate tier. I Ching clenched his fists, testing out the flow of his energy. This mission was a bit of pain, but I jumped a whole minor realm in the blink of an eye. Totally worth it. I Ching obtained the Diamond Guardian Divine Art. It's a secret technique that condenses true chi for defense. Master it to the 3rd level, and you'll be immune to fists and kicks. Master it to the 5th level, and blades won't be able to pierce you. Master it to the 7th level, and your true chi will form a wall. Master it to completion, and it upgrades into the Diamond Guardian Divine Armor, manifesting your aura into a physical form. A body protected by golden light. He let out a goofy, perverted laugh. Utterly shameless. It can even manifest my aura into a physical form. Not bad. Not bad at all. And next up, The most anticipated part, the item rewards. Come on, baby. But before his laughter could fade, a pile of tattered talismans flew out of the box and buried him. Ugh, what is all this junk? I Ching angrily complained to his little system. That creator god guy was at least an S-rank transmigrator, wasn't he? Giving me this pile of garbage is just insulting. She flared up in anger, shooting him a deadly glare. You wasteful good-for-nothing. And you still have a nerve to ask for rewards. I Ching shot back defiantly. Why wouldn't I have a nerve? The little system stormed forward, ready to deal with him. If I don't set you straight, you're really going to think you're hot stuff, aren't you? Lan Ling and Xiang Long sighed, completely fed up with this master system duo. I Ching was horrified. His jaw dropped and his eyes went wide. This raw, killing intent. Why does it feel so familiar? He rubbed his eyes, wondering. I'm the host of the Heart Spirit, and I'm also the host of the system. The Heart Spirit is the little system? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. He shook his head violently, refusing to believe it. No, it's impossible. Stop overthinking things. The little system leaped up, pummeling him in the face. She yelled, We took down such a big fish, but this system's energy didn't increase. It went down. You tell me, what kind of sloppy job did you do this time? I Ching clutched his head, a carefree look on his face. He whined, Who cares how it got done? As long as the problem is solved, that's all that matters. A certain old master named Deng once said, It doesn't matter if a cat is black or white. The little system was furious, her face turning purple with rage. She was ready to fight her host to the death. Stop making excuses. Do you really think I can't? Get your hands off me. I Ching casually used his longer reach to hold her head at a safe distance. Looking at her like this, she doesn't even seem to know what happened. Looks like I really was overthinking it. He let out a cold laugh. Humph. A nameless nobody hiding inside my body. I refuse to believe I can't find a way to deal with you. Meanwhile, in a city in the south, a man in a martial arts uniform, a 7th Dan black belt, was sent flying from inside the dojo out onto the main street. And the scene inside the dojo was no less horrifying. A dark figure stood tall amidst a pile of bodies. In his hand, he held a crap-covered flip-flop. His voice dripped with contempt. TCH, this dojo is a complete joke. Not a single one of you can fight. The martial artists started to close in, their questions flying. He settled into a fighting stance. So, you're from some other school, here to stir up trouble? Everyone, surround him. Let's get him. If you're here to pick a fight, state your name. The bald man announced with supreme confidence. Tell you my name? I'm afraid you die of fright. I am Qiumal Wudao. The world knows me as the son of the fire cloud sea god. My goal is simple. I just want to find the strongest person in this world and kill him, or be killed by him. That's it. His smug, punchable face and taunting words sent the dojo members into a rage. Roaring, they charged forward. Let's take this lunatic down. But before they could even lay a finger on him, the first young man was sent flying with a single punch. In the blink of an eye, one after another was beaten black and blue. The entire, bustling dojo was left in shambles. He casually strolled out the door. Xiong, these useless humans. Are they all this pathetic? What a bore. I need to find a true master. Suddenly, he stopped. With a swing of his hand, he unleashed a sharp wave of deadly energy, aiming for a fallen man nearby. Killing him will be far more satisfying. Confused, the little system began a Q&A session. Weird. A lot of people have been saying this part of the story is confusing. All right, fine. Since talk is cheap, I'll give everyone a quick rundown of the plot. The creator god Ark explained. Got it. Just get it over with. Go on, do your thing. In ancient times, in the spirit star sector, there existed an incredibly powerful life form called the Hatan. Of these life forms, the Hatan and the Hongtin were natural enemies. The Hatan were obsessed with absorbing energy. They eventually destroyed the entire spirit star sector. The Hongtin, however, shattered into countless pieces, falling to a deep slumber and growing weak. Later, a Hatan came to Earth. It plotted to do the same thing all over again and absorb Earth's energy. The great cultivators of that ancient era joined forces to seal it away. However, this caused the spiritual energy on Earth to plummet, leading to the magic-less age we live in today. In the modern era, thousands of years later, Earth was struck by a wormhole explosion. Void fiends began pouring into our world. An American scientist excavated the lost haren and implanted it with an AI program, creating a system to fend off the void fiends. But upon awakening, the haren went haywire. It destroyed the lab, found a main character, Song Yicheng, who possessed limitless potential and fused with him. Later, the Hongtin also arrived on Earth and began absorbing the planet's energy. It even declared itself the creator god. But unfortunately for it, it ran right into Song Yicheng. The shared energy signature from the Hongtin caused the haren inside Song Yicheng to temporarily reawaken. The haren was simply too powerful. With a single wave of its hand, it annihilated the Hongtin, the so-called creator god, Hongtin. Game over. Okay, I get it now. So, does that mean I'm inside the haren's body too? This is bad, really bad. Relax. An adorable system like me would never turn into some big bad villain. That's not reassuring at all. I heard that when the story starts explaining the main plot like this, it means the series is about to end. The next day, at Song Yicheng's house, the sun shone brightly. All was calm and peaceful, but beneath the tranquil surface, an undercurrent of tension was building. Paparazzi lurked in every corner, ready to snap a photo at any moment. Meanwhile, inside the house, the mood was tense. More specifically, as tense as a boxing match. Song Yicheng's heart ached. With tears welling in his eyes, he wailed. Why can't I win a single round? Are you possessed or something? Lan Nung mercilessly poked at him. Brother Song, you still got a long way to go. The little system giggled, chiming in. That's right, that's right. You reap what you sow. Yicheng collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. He wailed in despair. My soul nearly left my body. So this is the miserable life of a hero and a celebrity. I haven't dared to leave my house in a month. My life is so hard. Somebody save me. I just want to be a normal person. So, it all started. A month ago, I used to be the coolest guy on the block. Everywhere I went, people would gasp in awe. Look, it's the former merchant hero. The former merchant hero. Everything was still perfectly normal. Until people swarmed him like he was a national treasure. It scared him out of his wits. He ran for his life, but they wouldn't let up. The chase was on. Just one picture, please. Let me just touch you. The little system floated leisurely in the air, offering its sage advice. The way I see it, your problem is actually pretty easy to solve. You have to fight fire with fire. Overexpose them until they're sick of you. People only like you because of the novelty. It's like when we go to the zoo to see a panda. But if you saw pandas walking down the street every day, people would definitely lose that sense of novelty. Pandas wouldn't seem so special anymore. Wow, that's surprisingly deep for a blockhead. The two of them could only nod vigorously in agreement. Makes sense. Yicheng, having seen the light, immediately sprang into action. If that's the case. Huh, you want to see me? I'll let you see me till you're sick of me. He cackled as he called Yi Xiao. Hello. Xiao Xiao. Are you free in the next few days? Let's go on a trip. His hopes were crushed in an instant. His face fell, dejected. What? You have to work overtime? Yi Xiao said apologetically. I'm so sorry. Yicheng, maybe next time. I hope you have fun, though. Double the pity. 10 times the heartbreak. Yicheng lost all will to live. A smirking Lan Nung sat beside him, poking him. Brother Song. Come on, cheer up. Brother Song. The little system also chimed in, poking him. Yeah, so what if Yi Xiao's busy? King Lan Ling, and I will go with you. On the other end of the line, Yi Xiao was buried under a mountain of work. Yi Xiao sighed. A few days later, at the bustling North City bus station, the little system cheered in excitement. Ooh, this isn't half bad. In the end, Yicheng had a compromise and set off with his 2 deadweights, Little System and Lan Ling. A few hours later, they arrived at Shanshui Resort. Little System and Lan Ling were chattering nonstop in Yicheng's ear. Why are you still wearing a mask? Did you forget the whole point of this trip? But his only reply was always a gloomy sigh. Sigh. Xiao Xiao isn't here. All the color has vanished from my world. And this was the same guy who, the very next day, at the water park, he had the time of his life. Screaming. Letting loose. Yahoo! The female hosts were completely mesmerized. They all gathered to stare at Yi Cheng and Lan Ling. Look at them. The former commerce guild master. Yi Cheng completely ignored them. He was totally focused on the fun right in front of him. What a rush. After having their fill of fun in the water, the two decided to go soak in a hot spring. The two good brothers relaxed, chatting and sharing their thoughts. It feels so liberating not having to sneak around. Lan Ling nodded. Yeah, and we haven't been bothered much this time, either. Yi Cheng relaxed. He didn't hold back in praising the little system. Looks like the little system's method really worked. Suddenly, two girls nearby spotted them. Hey, look over there. What is it? Through the eyes of a fujoshi, Yi Cheng and Lan Ling looked incredibly cute. The sweetness level was off the charts. The blood rushed to her head. Her brain automatically began to fill in the blanks. The two girls were so excited they started to scream. So that's their relationship. Could it be that Lan Ling suddenly retired to become the former Commerce Guild Master's Rock? I'm so moved. This plot is enough to inspire 100 fanfictions. I want to go over and get a picture with them. Don't bother them. It couldn't have been easy for them to finally get together. Someone, however, was completely misreading the situation and was still busy posing. That's right. I am the former Commerce Guild Master. Want a photo together? Want to shake my hand? Don't be shy. Just come on over. From out of nowhere, a piece of paper fluttered down next to Lan Ling. Flutter. He picked it up to read it. A few large, bold words jumped out at him. Wuling Grand Assembly. We welcome all martial artists and enthusiasts to attend. The venue is right near here. The little system got curious and peeked over to read it too. That's weird. Who hold the Wuling Grand Assembly in this day and age? Lan Ling read it carefully. It also says here, the winner will be crowned the Wuling Alliance leader. Yi Cheng lazily ate another skewer. He couldn't be bothered. Who knows what godforsaken corner of the world that assembly is in? The system pushed him aside and focused on reading. Second place, a cash prize of 500,000. Third is sixth place. The prize is a limited edition 2D model kit. Lan Ling let out a chuckle. He seemed interested. The Wuling Grand Assembly. A gathering of heroes from all under heaven. Sounds pretty interesting. Yi Cheng hesitated. His mind was racing. Wait, what did I just hear? A limited edition 2D model kit? I want it so bad. I'm starting to get tempted. Lan Ling seemed to read his mind. He clapped him on the shoulder and made a promise. Brother Song, I know it's inconvenient for you to travel incognito this time. Just leave the battle to me. I will definitely fulfill your heart's desire. Yi Cheng was moved to tears. He threw his arms around him and said excitedly, Brother Lan, I can't believe you understand me so well. Seeing this intimate, skin-on-skin moment, the minds of the two fujoshis flashed with 1,000 different scenarios. They were so excited their noses started to bleed. I'm gonna die. Their brotherhood is so beautiful. The next day, at the martial arts tournament, from a distance, the MC's voice echoed through the venue. True Love Herbal Tea, the pinnacle of refreshment. Welcome, everyone, to the martial arts tournament, brought to you exclusively by our sponsor, True Love Herbal Tea. May all you handsome and powerful masters have the winds of fortune at your back. The competition for the title of Martial Alliance Chief officially begins. The clear sound of a wind chime rang out. The crowd surged forward, roaring with wild enthusiasm. Drifting gently, someone in the stands took notice. Look, a contestant is entering the arena. Wow, he's so handsome. He looks kind of familiar. A free-spirited wanderer approached on a boat, wearing a conical hat, his face partially hidden from view. Beside him were his two little bros, Little System and Yi Cheng, who were completely absorbed in the electric atmosphere of the event. Let's welcome our contestant to the stage. On the champion side of the stage is senior brother Duan Shueilu. He stood arrogantly on the platform, looking down on the crowd. He sneered, I'm not targeting anyone in particular. I just want to say that every last one of you sitting here is garbage. And for our challenger, the mysterious swordsman, Lan Qiantan, without a second word, he leaped forward onto the stage. His two biggest fans roared with support. Brother Lan, teach him a lesson. The drums sounded. The match began. Duan Shueilu let out a vicious threat. You worthless maggot. Time to die. Lan Qiantan drew his sword. Duan Shueilu charged forward with a contemptuous laugh. Just gonna stand there and not make a move? Watch me tear you to shreds. But before he could even touch a single hair on his head, Lan Qiantan had already beaten him senseless. A series of brutal smacks echoed across the arena. His face was a mask of pure terror. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying into the sky, carried away by the wind. and vanished without a trace. Lan Qiantan slowly sheathed his sword, elegantly basking in the thunderous applause. The winner of this match, Lan Qiantan. Whoa, he's so cool. In the second match, his opponent was knocked straight into the river to become fish food. All anyone heard was a blood-curdling scream. Don't bite me. The third match, Lan Qiantan easily took care of some kind of pervert. Little System and Yi Chung were ecstatic. They shared in the joy of their teammates' victory. Huh, he's winning so easily. Brother Lan is incredible. Lan Qiantan's momentum was unstoppable. He won match after match. Suddenly, a roar from the announcer made the two of them look up. The final challenger has finally appeared. On the stage, a dark figure appeared atop a pillar, gazing down below. He wore a mask, standing there calmly, silent and still. A child in the stands suddenly burst into tears. Pointing at the man, the child wailed. Wah! He stole my mask. My mask. The MC looked a little uncomfortable. With a forced laugh, he announced, this challenger, who wishes to remain anonymous, hails from the Independent Cultivators Alliance. The masked man cut him off. He shifted into an aggressive stance. A hero's origins don't matter. Let's just fight. Yi Cheng's brow furrowed with suspicion. There's something really off about this guy. He's not just wearing a mask. He's also deliberately lowering his voice. My guess is, with my own godly intuition getting sharper by the day, that guy has to be a transmigrator. The small system added gravely. The energy fluctuations have indeed been abnormal recently. In the arena, the battle had begun. Lan Ling relentlessly pressed the attack. Take this. He found it strange. This guy's skills aren't bad, but all he does is dodge. It's like he doesn't want to face me head on. The crowd in the stands was growing impatient. They all started shouting, if you don't want to fight, get off the stage. Yeah, the Huaxiao Rogue Cultivator Alliance? What a joke. The masked man considered his options. All right, fine. It's just one fight, anyway. There's no way they'll figure out who I am this easily. He then began to form a small sphere in the air before him. Lan Ling watched intently. Looks like he's finally making his move. Suddenly, a small turtle shell emerged from inside the sphere. Yi Chung seemed to recognize something. His eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that? The masked man shoved the sphere forward, launching his attack. Turtle Chi Gong Blast. Lan Lang dot get nimba. But the turtle shell was unexpectedly faster, grazing his outer robe and giving him quite a scare. This bizarre technique, I've seen it before. But where in the world did it come from? Having missed its target, the turtle shell flew straight out of the arena. Its powerful impact shattered the wooden railing to pieces. A small turtle then poked its head out of the shell, wailing. But 2 seconds later, it fell into the river with a splash. In the seating area for the martial arts sects, a heated discussion broke out. What kind of heretical technique is that? It must be some dark art from a foreign land. But you can't deny its power. I'm afraid that humble young man won't be able to handle it. Look, someone else is getting on the stage. A young man with white hair recognized him, his face twisting in annoyance. He pointed and said, why does he have to be everywhere? Yi Chung and Lan Ling met again on the stage. The aspiring actor began his performance. It's useless trying to act all mysterious. I saw through your whole act the moment I laid eyes on you. The masked man was startled. Asterisk, he found me out. Asterisk. He hurriedly mumbled an incantation. Turtle guard. As soon as he formed the hand seal, his entire body was enveloped in a giant turtle shell, turning him into a turtle. He rolled back and forth on the ground. Yi Chung was speechless. This is the first time I've ever seen such a cowardly transmigrator. Suddenly, the small system detected an anomaly in the river. At the same time, the system registered a signal. This is wrong. He's not the transmigrator. The fluctuations are coming from over there. A dark figure shot up from the river, laughing triumphantly. You dare hold a martial arts tournament when I'm not around? Yi Chung and Lan Ling immediately assumed a defensive stance. What? There's another one? A Taoist master spoke, his expression grave. I fear this one is the true villain. The surrounding audience began to whisper in fear. No way. That's the water-skimming technique. That martial art was lost long ago. The white-haired young man gritted his teeth. Damn it, I knew it. Nothing good ever happens when that song bastard shows up. The blood of the two young heroes began to boil. Their fighting spirit flared. The newcomer sneered. Let's see how many of you can actually put up a fight. From within his turtle shell, the masked man watched in silence. Now's our chance. Gotta use this chaos to make a run for it. The stone began to gather momentum, shooting off like an arrow. Even if the ride was a bit pathetic and painful, his luck was just the absolute worst. Instead of flying straight, he slammed right into a pillar. The impact sent him ricocheting back toward Haishun and Yi Chung, who were just about to throw down. Haishun and Lan Ling were both stunned. Their minds struggled to process what was happening. He saw the projectile coming, but there was no time to react. The masked man, still curled in his turtle shell, slammed face first into Haishun. The blow was so hard he saw stars. So much for his grand entrance. The two of them tumbled into the river. Yi Chung watched the bubbling surface of the river with anticipation. And that's that. Now we just sit back and reap the rewards. But things weren't as simple as he thought. A massive SBLOSH erupted from below. Water shot into the air. A pillar of water rose 5 meters high. An enraged Haishun burst from the river. In his hands, he spun the purple turtle shell, venting his fury. He taunted them. Which one of you dares to face me in a real fight? Yi Chung read the system notification. He Yun C God. Mission level, C. Planar world, Kung Fu. With an emotionless expression, Haishun flung the purple turtle shell a good 10 meters away. He tried to sound reassuring. My fellow heroes, there's no need to be afraid, because anyone who can't hold their own against me is going to die. Yi Chung and Lan Ling readied themselves for battle. So that's what a transmigrator is like. Haishun licked his lips with glee. He charged forward eagerly. So, you two want to take me on at once? Fine by me. I won't hold back. Lan Ling gently patted Long Long's head. Long, let's get him. The creature immediately and obediently unleashed a torrent of fire. A stream of molten hot fire shot straight for him. But to their surprise, Haishun was completely unharmed. He just scoffed and kept charging forward. Lan Ling was in shock. He isn't afraid of fire? How is that possible? Haishun boasted with contempt. You ignorant fool. I have mastered the Vajra indestructible body technique. He was laughing with triumph when he suddenly sensed danger. Hith. And then the handsome Yi Chung unleashed his ultimate technique to show this guy what true power looks like. You're just a frog in a well. Did you really think that in this world, of all the people who cultivate secret arts, you're the only one? Back in modern Huaxia, everyone knew him. The legendary man born with divine strength. A brave and brilliant warrior. But what no one knew were the grueling years of hardship he endured. He trained like a madman, day in and day out, only to get an earful from his little system. It wasn't until his Kung Fu leveled up that he finally figured out how this game was played. He'd be deep asleep, only to be ruthlessly dragged awake. No sleeping in. Get up and teach me English. Or what? Because I'm your mom, and your system. Yi Chung would just sob, feeling utterly wronged. 1 minute on stage takes 15 years of training backstage. My friends, let's return to the present. Now was the moment to make his power known. He coldly sized up his opponent. This old toad wanted to kill me the second he showed up. Is he trying to challenge the author's authority and the pride of the main character? Yi Chung roared with fury. Summon. Vajra Guardian Spirit Art. Gung Metal Chi Manifestation. You're the one who deserves to die. You old geezer in a tank top. The old man's interest was piqued. So it actually worked. Incredible. How interesting. Now, this is the high-level duel I've been waiting for. Watch me run you through. The two forces clashed violently. The impact was so powerful it shook the very heavens and earth. Yi Chung grabbed the old man's shirt. He said with a smile, Hey, ready to give up yet? But Haishun remained defiant. He was just getting ready to play dirty. I think you're the one who should be giving up. A sharp drill bit silently extended from the old man's shoe. He broke free from Yi Cheng's hold. Flipping through the air, he aimed the full force of his divine sea fiend palm strike right at his face. But at that critical moment, Lan Ling appeared, a hero saving the handsome man in distress. He blocked the old man's treacherous attack. You're not laying a finger on him, but to his surprise, the force of the blow shattered his sword. In that moment of crisis, Yi Chung swung his Dharma staff and knocked the medallion away. Haishun just sneered. The Alliance Leader's Medallion. The ultimate symbol of power in the martial world. Perfect. In 3 seconds, it'll be mine. His confidence soaring. He poured more power into his leg. First, I'll kick this guy to death. The old man Spike created a crack in his defensive shield. Ichung immediately summoned a manifestation of his chi to crush him. Suddenly, a shield materialized, blocking the attack. What is this thing? Allow me to introduce you. This is one of my humble signature techniques, specially designed to deal with assassins in high heels. The Great Golden Well. Is that cheap trick all you've got? I can't pull it out. Lan Ling chimed in with admiration. As expected of Brother Song, to think you could pull off such a shameless move so effortlessly. As Ichung was focused on mocking him. So, feeling a little heavy on your feet now, are we? Wishing you could fly free again? Suddenly, he threw the shield without a word of warning. He commanded, Su Long Long, catch that disc. The dragon statue shot forward as ordered. It thought that once it got a bite, the prize would be all his. But to its surprise, there wasn't even a shadow of it left. Ichung looked around, confused. Where'd he go? Don't tell me he abandoned his precious H&M shoes. Just then, a strange cry echoed from beneath the river's surface, accompanied by earth-shattering tremors. Asterisk rumble. Gurgle. Asterisk. The crowd on the stands panicked, shoving each other as they scrambled to escape. Look, what is that thing on the stage? Mommy, I'm scared. Unexpectedly, even a masked figure who had been hiding revealed themselves in a panic. This is bad. That person could be in danger. Haishin's body began to transform. His forelimbs hit the ground. His body swelled to a monstrous size. A gurgling sound escaped his mouth. A few seconds later, he had become a giant toad demon. Croak! The crowd screamed in terror. A monster! The Taoist priest in the stands was still muttering in disbelief. That's the legendary forbidden dark art. The art of the venomous toad. His young, white-haired disciple was frantic. He tugged at his master, yelling, Grandmaster, we're no match for that thing. We have to run. Ichung strode forward to face the monster. He shouted, Snap out of it. You train in martial arts to become stronger, not to turn into a monster. The beast wasted no time on words. It just opened its mouth. A cloud of purple gas billowed out. Ichung sniffed the air. What is this smell? Poison gas. Having survived the corpse poison of the Jiangshi king, he had long since become immune to toxins like this. But he never expected. While he was distracted, the creature shot out its impossibly long tongue with lightning speed. The masked figure appeared out of nowhere. He pushes him aside, shouting a warning. Watch out. Ichung flinches. He's still human, I guess. Why did he save me? He stares blankly at the monster. He whispers, Brother Song, what do we do now? This guy's methods are just plain evil. He's not even afraid of fire attacks. If we can't find a weakness, this is going to be tough to handle. Ichung analyzes the situation deep in thought. A weakness? For this disgusting toad? So that's it. By turning into a monster, he didn't just gain its strength, but its weaknesses, too. Seeing his silence, Lan Ling calls out uncertainly, Brother Song? Ichung gestures for him to wait. A sly smile plays on his lips. Just wait for the wind to change. My turtle friend. Hang in there. Don't get digested. Big Bro is coming to save you. He tosses the golden horsetail whisk to Lan Ling. Brother Lan, catch. Lan Ling catches the whisk. His mind is racing with questions. Huh? After a moment of inspection, he spots the words on the handle. Button. He finally gets it and bursts out laughing. Huh? So that's what this is. Based on its behavior, even if his technique turns a cultivator into a toad, it also saddles them with its instincts. Everyone knows. Toads have terrible eyesight. They only notice moving prey. Brother Lan, you use that magic treasure to get its attention. That'll be the perfect moment for me to strike. A dark look crosses Icheng's face. It's time. True brothers, indeed. They understand each other with just a glance. Nice. He slowly creeps toward Haishin, while Lan Ling taunts the beast. Haishin chomps down on the horsetail whisk, then hastily spits out a mouthful of chicken feathers. You dare trick me? He seethes with rage. He gathers his strength, preparing to leap and attack. But then, a new figure appears, heralded by the clear chime of a bell, as a stern Taoist master holds up the Alliance leader's token. If you wish to dominate the martial world, what's the point of challenging these youngsters? Why not try and take this token from my hands? The crowd roars with excitement. The Dragon Lake Immortal Master is making his move. The white-haired young disciple is stunned. Master, Even the greatest heroes can't just stand by and watch. Lan Ling says with admiration. Thank goodness there are still righteous masters like him in the world. Before the words even leave his mouth, he watches as those righteous masters rush to snatch the token from the Dragon Lake immortal master. The old master is furious. He bellows, "Have you all lost your minds? I was just using this token to distract the enemy. I have no desire for the alliance leader's position." They argue amongst themselves. Then just give us the token. Yeah, why fight with us juniors over it? Haishin sneers. A bunch of fools. Go on, take your time arguing. He's about to finish them all off, when suddenly he feels something is wrong. Without him noticing, an iron chain has been shackled to his leg. He grinds his teeth in fury. Who dares use such a dirty trick on me? Yi-chung casually tosses a key down in front of him. He greets him cheerfully. Hey there, we meet again. So what if it's a dirty trick? Only the victor gets a say. Playtime is over. He kicked the sea god in the mouth with all his might. The blow almost took the old god's head clean off. The powerful kick sent the entire fighting stage flying. Little brother, nice one. Venerable Long, who brandished his staff and joined the fray. This old master will lend you a hand as well. In an instant, countless ribbons of energy wrapped tightly around the sea god and the stage, pinning him in place. Yi-chung gauged the amount of energy. Just right. This should be enough to get the turtle man out. Can't be too strong, but it can't be too weak either. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed his palm into the sea god's gut. His stomach churned violently. Gurgle, gurgle, and then, with a great retch, he vomited up the masked man. Yi-chung was already there to catch him. Welcome back, brother. You're safe now. Let go. Yi-chung wanted to tease him some more, but the turtle man was mortified. He wriggled out of his grasp and bolted. Thanks for the save, brother. Yi-chung had a feeling that would happen. He's fast. He must be embarrassed. After Venerable Long, who finished dealing with the sea god, he turned to ask for Yi-cheng's opinion. Brother Jiao Shang, what do you want to do with this man? He passed judgment in a cold voice. This man went astray in his cultivation, but his only goal was to challenge others to a fight. He had no intention of taking anyone's life. If he can learn from his mistakes. As he spoke, he provocatively stepped on the sea god's shoe. It's time to retire from your life as a fake sneaker collector. Enraged, he lunged with his tongue. You're the fake. Your whole family is fake. Disgusted, Yi-chung leaned back to dodge. So damn gross. Without a second thought, he stabbed straight ahead, right in the sea god's face. The old man gasped in shock. Uh-huh, you dare. Yi-chung smiled, watching him writhe on the ground. What a surprise. But I never said I was going to spare you. Job's done. He turned and started to leave. He called out to his companions. Brother Lon, little Long, let's go home. The little system crossed its arms, studying him. Leaving already? You haven't even gotten your prize. He froze, then ran back. I almost forgot why I came here. Venerable Long, who thought he wanted something else. He immediately offered him the command token. After this spectacular brawl, such dedication, the menace to the martial world has been eliminated, and a new alliance leader has been chosen. Brother Jiao Shang, this is your alliance leader token. The young, white-haired disciple was shocked. Grandmaster, isn't that letting him get away with an incredible prize? Yi-chung waved his hand dismissively and walked straight past him. Sorry, not interested. He was still mumbling excitedly to himself. The prize. The prize. His refusal completely blew the minds of every brother present. He said the place he really wanted to go was this one-of-a-kind prize claim center. Ha ha ha, my precious babies. Daddy's here to bring you all home. A limited edition, large-scale figure. The higher the hopes, the bigger the disappointment. Yi-chung was stunned. Can someone please tell me what the hell that is? My eyes. He stormed over to confront the staff. Talk. What is this all about? This figure isn't even large. It's not even the limited edition version. I should sue you all for false advertising. The staff was so scared they burst into tears. Please, great hero, spare us. It was all a misunderstanding. The sign, it had a typo. The prize for 6th place is a model of boxing gloves. Limited edition. He sobbed pitifully. He ran off, crying his eyes out. You played with my heart, but he didn't even make it 10 steps before he had to wipe his tears and turn back. The little system lectured him like a grown-up. You're making a huge scene, and you still remember to bring that thing back with you? Song Yi-cheng said through his sobs. It was so hard to win. It would be a total waste not to take it. She fell silent. Seeing you this pathetic, I'll give you something good this time. That was exactly what Song Yicheng was waiting to hear. His face immediately lit up. You're the best system in the whole world. He asked expectantly. Oh, right. Are there any new weapons that would be a good fit for Brother Lon? The little system let out a cold snort. TCH, haven't you ever heard you shouldn't flaunt your wealth? Good things are meant to be chosen carefully at home. Elsewhere, Lon held a pile of prizes, frowning as he sorted through them. The real prize from the martial arts tournament is probably this pair of limited edition boxing gloves at the bottom. As for these other two, they're probably not worth much. A man in glasses and a beanie was talking on the phone. I'm in front of the Old Merchants Guild building. Still no sign of Lon Ling. He stood below a modern high-rise. The problem is, he's surrounded by a mob of fans. They're holding Lan Shang banners and screaming about how they need their privacy. It's a total madhouse. I can't get through. These people just keep chanting slogans. Let them love freely. Pure and innocent love. Boycott the paparazzi. Protect our heroes' privacy. No stalking, no secret photos. In an apartment upstairs, Zhang Yixiao was on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Her screen was filled with pictures of Song Yicheng, Lanshang Entertainment. He looks so handsome, even in a candid shot. He truly has the aura of an idol, our people's hero. I'm so in love. She sighed wistfully, but in the end, she still felt a pang of insecurity. It feels like Yicheng is getting further and further away from me. A hand covered her phone screen. Stop looking at that. The air filled with hearts as Song Yicheng leaned in close to her. Hey, the man right here in front of you. This is the real me. Zhang Yixiao's face flushed bright red. The atmosphere between them grew heavy with unspoken feelings. Song Yicheng whispered, Xiao Xiao. She breathed in reply. Yicheng, a hand reached out and covered the faces of two figurines on the table. But just as the moment was reaching its peak, a voice cut through the air. Everyone, please, no more pictures. Just calm down a little. Zhang Yixiao glanced reluctantly toward the door. I came here by myself today. Could you please give me some space? She thought to herself. That voice. Song Yicheng's face, however, fell completely. He shot up, ready to make a run for it. I don't care who it is. I'm out of here first. Ask questions later. But he was startled by a sudden, loud voice, and he whipped back around. A figure shot up from the sofa and crashed right through the glass window, leaving a massive hole. Yicheng, something urgent just came up. I gotta go. Song Yicheng was left completely stunned. Xiao Xiao, is she really that strong? He glared fiercely at the door. Who the hell is it? Zhang Qiulin swaggered in. Well, today, I, the Celestial Master, have graced you with my presence. Were you so excited that you shattered the glass? His scrutinizing gaze swept across the room. A mortal's dwelling. I suppose it's adequate. A fist came down on his head from behind with a thwack. It snapped Zhang Qiulin back to his senses instantly. Oof, a lump on his head. Step aside. Immortal Venerable Long, who entered with a polite air. Hero Jiang, please forgive my disciple's impertinence. We've come here this time because we have a very important favor to ask. Then he kicked his disciple's leg. What are you waiting for? Go. Zhang Qiulin stumbled forward from the kick, sliding right in front of Song Yicheng. He hugged his leg, begging with tears and snot streaming down his face. Please, Hero Jiushang, take me as your disciple. He picked his nose and said, not interested. Then he turned to ask Immortal Venerable Long who, besides, does your Long, whom Mountain even allowed disciples to take masters from the outside? Doesn't he already have a renowned master like yourself? Immortal Venerable Long, whose expression froze. Cold sweat dripped down his face. Before Song Yicheng's astonished eyes, he leaped out of the broken window and took off without a second glance. Hero, just hear my disciple out. Song Yicheng was furious. Suddenly, a group of people appeared, surrounding him. Lan Lang Zima? I don't think this gentleman is a bad person. The little system's eyes lit up. Threateningly, it said, he's been well fed. Not too fat, not too skinny. He'd be delicious whether you braise him or fry him. Oh, right. He make great dog food, too. The flying rabbit just let out a soft coo, which was enough to make Zhang Qiulin's face turn pale with fright. Who are you people? Where did you just pop out from? Terrified by the flying rabbit, He clung even tighter to Song Yicheng's leg. The little system replied, "Actually, we've been here the whole time." Lan Ling stroked his chin and added, "It's just that Brother Song and Miss Zhang were busy earlier. We didn't want to interrupt." Song Yicheng felt a crushing blow to his soul. A life with no privacy at all. What's the point of even living anymore? But the little system wasn't about to let him get dramatic. "So, what's the plan for the reward from the battle with the fire cloud sea god?" Song Yicheng's expression changed in an instant. He threw an arm around her, all smiles. My friend, we can talk this over. About the reward. Let's find a quiet place to discuss it, shall we?" Then he turned back to Lan Ling. "Could you do me a favor and keep an eye on this guy for me?" He and the little system then walked off. The reward. The reward. He. This left Zhang, Xiao, Lin all alone, helpless and abandoned. Zhang Xiao Lin decided to put his silver tongue to work. "My good sir, you seem like a refined and cultured man. That probably means you're a bit weaker than me, right? I'm sure you're the reasonable type who prefers to talk things out." Lan Ling was tired of listening. He let out a sigh and grabbed him straight by the collar, dragging him away. He paid no mind to his pleas. "Don't lock me in the bathroom. I have something really important to tell you. Please don't lock the door." Inside his sea of consciousness, Song Yicheng said excitedly, "All right, let's do this." The little system raised its hand and cast a spell. Tada! A refining furnace appeared before them. This is the grand prize for this round. The celestial star refining furnace. He reached out and touched it doubtfully. The refining furnace. What a weird contraption. "So how does this thing work?" she says, puffing out her chest. "Just try it and see." Rustle, rustle. He pours in a bag of potatoes. Song Yicheng holds the empty bag, looking skeptical. "You can even refine potatoes with this?" She replies, "Except for living creatures. It can refine anything." The refining furnace begins to shake. Rumble, rumble. Then, with a ding, it signals that the process is complete. Out comes a delicious-looking dish. Refined beef and tofu stew with potatoes. Song Yicheng is astonished. "Whoa, that's all it took. This is amazing." So refining actually upgrades it. He takes a deep whiff of the aromatic dish. He says, completely satisfied, "That smells incredible." He then starts tossing in a can of Coke, a pair of gloves, and a phone. "Next up, let's try this. And this too." A short while later, the refining furnace reports one after another. Refined, 1982 Law Fight. Refined, Divine Dragon Gauntlets. Refined, Vintage Nokia. Song Yicheng holds the brick-like phone. He asks in bewilderment, "My iPhone, how did it turn into this ancient relic?" The little system shrugs. "You really don't get it, do you? Everything has its price. This artifact consumes the system's energy, you know? If you want to have fun with it, you'd better get back to your missions and start collecting more energy." His eyes narrow. He tosses the statue inside. Just as shady as I thought. Looks like for now, I can only use this thing as a glorified trash can. Night has fallen. A crescent moon hangs high in the sky. Down the hallway of a campus building, two guys make their way, flashlights cutting through the darkness. "Clomp, clomp, clomp." The guy with the bowl cut asks, "Dude, you said there's a monster killing people on campus lately. Is that for real?" The man in the red shirt follows behind. He says, sweeping his flashlight beam around, "It's gotta be fake. A monster in the girls' dorm? No way. It's full of hot girls, that's what it is." Behind them, a strange purple figure appears. A pulsing red heart is held out right in front of the man in red. He lets out a blood-curdling scream. The bowl-cut guy panics, sprinting for his life from a massive, pink-tailed monster that just killed his friend. He screams while running. "Help!" With a tui, a mouth full of fangs spits out the half-eaten heart. 3 out of 10. TCH. So chewy. Next time, I'll have to find a cute boy. He'll taste better. Coming back to my old school after graduation gives me a strange, nostalgic feeling. In front of the Yinzhou Institute of Technology gates, students cheerfully stream on a campus. Song Yicheng, wearing sunglasses, is on the phone. "Fatty Chong, I'm at the gate." "Where are you?" The voice on the other end replies. "I'm at the gate too." Girls all around are swooning, pointing in one direction. "Look over there. It's a total hottie." He looks left and right. "No way." Then, looking toward a white sports car, he says, "Fatty Chong, turn around." A handsome, blonde-haired guy waves. "Bro, over here." Song Yicheng is stunned. So dazzling. "Oh no, that can't be my Fatty Chong." Fatty Chang's blindingly handsome aura shatters his sunglasses with a loud crack. Fatty Chong has completely transformed. His hair slicked back. Boss, has the event started yet? Let's head in. Whether this is a blessing or a curse. I never thought Fatty Chong, would see a day like this. He drew stares wherever he went. Song Yicheng asked curiously, Bro, aren't you going to explain yourself? Fatty Chong flipped his hair. After Xiao Qi left, I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. All I could do was bury myself in the gym, day in and day out, washing my face with sweat. And now, today, I finally have the author to thank for all this. Song Yicheng pointed at his feet. No, I'm asking about what's under your feet. He chuckled. Under his feet was a hoverboard. It instantly made him seem tall, handsome, and rich. He answered, I may be handsome and rich now, but I'm a little lacking in the height department. Song Yicheng, standing beside him, couldn't help but, haha, this kid. Song Yicheng stuck his hands in his pockets. So, since you're not fat anymore, I guess I can't call you Fatty Chong anymore. He replied, my real name is Chong Yongwei. From now on, boss, you can just call me Yang. Before he could finish, his words were drowned out by the screams of female students fleeing in a panic. The two of them said in unison, Trouble. Half an hour later, police cars and ambulances filled the school grounds. Thank you, students, for calling the police. This is a very serious matter. However, our freshman orientation can't be canceled. A bald man in glasses wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief as he proposed, Please, I'm asking you both not to disclose any details about this case for the time being. We need to avoid causing a panic among the student body. Song Yicheng agreed. I understand. He recalled the state of the body. He speculated, judging by the position of the body. The time of death was likely last night. This ruthless killer might still be hiding somewhere on campus. He walked over to Fatty Chong, who was leaning against a tree and throwing up. He told him, Fatty Chong, I got a bad feeling about this. I'm going to stay on campus for a bit. He looked up. Boss, can I stay and help out? A notification echoed in his mind. Host, transmigrated detected, within a 500-meter radius. He frowned, just as I thought. It was a transmigrator. Then he quickly took off. Any other information? The mini-system replied. This transmigrator's energy signature is very weak. They appear to be fleeing eastward. Fatty Chong was bewildered. Boss, who are you talking to? Song Yicheng only had time to turn his head and call back. Sorry, Fatty Chong. I'll contact you if I need your help. As he ran, he thought to himself, even though my identity as the Ju Shang hero is public now, my gut tells me it's better to keep the system's existence a secret. He sprinted towards the woods behind the school. Song Yicheng was puzzled. How can that be? I ran all the way here, but there's no one in sight. Huh? He spotted a tail sticking out from a bush. You want to take a closer look? It was a small, blood-stained fox. It looked up at him with pitiful eyes. Little fox, you're injured. He swipes at it. It leaps up viciously and bites down hard on his hand, shoving him to the ground. Then it runs off. He watches it slip into a classroom through the window. Song Yicheng frowns. Damn it, I fell for it. With a crash, he shatters the glass window and bursts into the classroom. Ignoring the panicked looks from everyone, he asks, Did you see anyone suspicious come in here? His eyes flash. He points a tail just outside another window and yells, Freeze! Then he quickly gives chase, watching the fox's silhouette in the distance. He says, Fox spirit, you can't escape. Surrender now, and I'll give you a quick death. Just then, a purple-haired young man steps out. Song Yicheng raises an eyebrow. She's not a fox spirit. You're just trying to kill her. He was utterly bewitched. He grips her hand tightly and turns to confront the intruder. Hey, buddy, take a good look at her. She's obviously a fox spirit. Dodgy, plain, investiture of the gods. Mission rank D. Song Yicheng says helplessly. She devoured someone just yesterday. You need to get out of here now. The young man immediately turns hostile. She is not a demon. She's so fragile and helpless. All she ever eats is fruit. She would never hurt anyone. You, on the other hand, you must be after the fox immortal core she possesses. That's why you're hunting her down. Song Yicheng's mind reeled. All sorts of story plots flashed through his mind. My wife is a fox immortal. My fox spirit girlfriend. The fox demon who loves me. His expression turns cold. He's utterly speechless. A fox immortal core? Has this guy been reading too many comics or something? What a deluded fool. Behind him, Daji covers her mouth, snickering. Hee hee. And here I was, being nice enough to warn him. Look at her. She's mocking you. He doesn't believe it. He turns his head to confirm, only to see Daji putting on a pitiful act. Big brother. I'm scared. He immediately plays the hero, comforting her. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. This leaves Song Yicheng completely dumbfounded. He loses his patience and charges forward. Looks like reasoning with you is pointless. Daji lets out a wicked smile. Haha. Excellent. Whoosh. She reveals her true, nine-tailed form. Her tails snatch up the purple-haired young man, hoisting him upside down in midair. Her face is cruel. Now, get the hell out of here, or I'll kill him. Song Yicheng, a long purple spear in hand, glares at her. Let him go first. I need to think about it. For 2 hours. Crash. She smashes through the glass window and leaps out. The purple-haired young man screams. Let me go. I don't want to die. Daji licks her lips. All right then. I'll let you go. And with that, she retracts her tails. He immediately goes into a free fall, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Song Yicheng catches him just before he has an intimate encounter with the ground. By then, Daji was long gone. He asked his little system, Can you track to G's location? The purple-haired young man was still lost in his heartbreak. She's in too deep. Even I can't save her. The little system replied, We've already lost track of G. However, someone else is approaching. Song Yicheng was startled. What? A figure, silhouetted against the light on the rooftop, spoke. You want to capture G? The man leaped down, cracking the entire concrete ground. He said, This king can lend you a hand. He's King Zhou. World, the investiture of the gods. Mission level, E. Song Yicheng held a defensive stance, asking doubtfully, The great King Zhou. Why is the mission level so low? The little system answered, Mission level isn't just related to the transmigrator's power. It's also the system's overall assessment of the mission's difficulty. At the very least, from the looks of it now, this King Zhou doesn't seem very hostile. I should still check him out just in case. Even though King Zhou seems harmless for now, I need to find out what's really going on first. He frowned and asked, Isn't G your beloved consort? Why would you help me capture her? The purple-haired young man, who had just been staggering away, muttered to himself, My youth is over. King Zhou burst into tears. There's definitely more to this story. Then he turned his face away in shame. She betrayed me. He quickly snapped a photo of the moment. A man's sorrow is as delicate as a flower. I have to capture this. His inner gossiper suddenly awakened. An inside story. The whole crew instantly appeared, pulling up chairs. Beer was prepared. Everyone was fired up. Here. Have a seat, brother. Come on, sit. Don't be a stranger. 2 other brothers came over specially to comfort him. Tell us your story. Don't worry. We absolutely will not laugh at you. King Zhou grabbed a beer and chugged it down. A pile of empty bottles already lay at his feet. He sighed. Little G is a demon, and I am the king of a nation. Little G is the pet name I gave to the G. 500 years ago, during a great storm, fate brought us together. At first, she was nothing more than a toy. For my amusement, the crowd of gossips imagined a scene of a hero saving a beautiful maiden in the rain. The difference was, some thought of a beautiful woman, while the flying rabbit only thought of pet. Later, I found that I could no longer live without her. They imagined King Zhou stroking Ji every day. To win her favor, I granted her every request. I even went against the gods and ruined my entire kingdom for her. At this point, the Daji in Song Yicheng's imagination was a gold digger. The flying rabbit, on the other hand, pictured the fox acting like a cat, wrecking its owner's computer. And then, she betrayed me. In their minds, Daji was fooling around with a crowd of men, making a cuckold out of King Zhou. Song Yicheng shot to his feet. Outraged. That's outrageous. Although the flying rabbit imagined the fox stealing someone else's meat sauce, it also cooed angrily. He slammed his fist on the table and declared, Don't you worry, brother. I'll definitely help you catch that vixen and get your revenge. A rabbit takes flight, soaring into the sky. Sleeping. Ugh. Seeing their aggressive stance, he asked, "Spit it out. How we find her?" Lan Ling and the little system grew suspicious. Something feels off. Outside the jewelry center, the global heart-shaped diamond exhibition, someone asked, "Is Daji really going to show up?" King Zhou assured them, "Brother Song, you just don't know. Daji has 3 great loves in life, and this jewelry exhibition checks 2 of those boxes. She's a sucker for anything that glitters. There's no way she'd miss this." Song Yicheng watched the bustling crowd. Fighting here would be a bad idea. There are just too many people, and Daji is no pushover. We absolutely cannot let her go on a killing spree here. Covering half his face, Lan Ling spoke. "Brother Gong is right. It's best if we lure her to a deserted place before we make our move. But that means we'll need better bait." King Zhou slung his arms around their shoulders, laughing. "You two don't need to worry. We already have the perfect bait, and it's incredibly effective. In front of a handsome man. A group of people were dancing to music. That's the reason I broke up with you. If I can make you come back, would you love me again?" A crowd gathered to watch. Song Yicheng was mortified. "I may have invited this celestial Master Zhang, but I never expected that my idea for using a pretty boy as bait would turn into this." "Huh." Inside a tricycle cart, Fatty Chong asked nervously, "Boss, can I really help with this?" Besides that King Zhou, he held a finger to his lips. "It's fine. For now, let's just go along with King Zhou's plan. From what I can tell, he at least genuinely wants to capture Daji." Sitting in the driver's seat, King Zhou announced, "Attention, target has appeared." Outside, a man approached a beautiful woman carrying a Chanel bag. "Hey there. Beautiful." Fatty Chong watched on edge. Celestial Master Zhang is making his move. He just got his second line out. "My fate is incomplete without you. Would you care to complete it?" When Daji shoved 2 fingers up his nostrils, she snarled with a look of utter disgust. "Get lost, you creep," Song Yicheng commented. "Well, that failed quickly, it seems. This Daji is indeed a tough one." He then made a call to his teammate. "Brother Lan, you're up. We're counting on you." The voice on the other end replied. "Understood." Fatty Chong sighed. "This is probably the thing Brother Lan hates doing most. We're really putting him in a tough spot." Back outside, the engine of a supercar roared to life. The surrounding crowd screamed, "Get out of the way." The car screeched to a perfect stop right in front of Daji. Her eyes went wide. "Whoa, a total hottie." Lan Ling, looking devastatingly handsome, spoke. "Miss, if you like a ride, I suppose I could wait for you." Daji was instantly smitten. "Ooh, so cold and arrogant. He's nothing like those other perverts." She grinned, pleased with herself. "Well now, such a fine specimen. I absolutely cannot let this pass." With that, she opened the car door and slid in. The other girls could only watch, green with envy. "Oomph. Who does that vixen think she is? Seriously, that hussy just snatched him up." With a whoosh, the car tore off into the distance. King Zhou said with a triumphant smirk, "Hook, line, and sinker. Let's move." He was driving a rickety, old 3-wheeler that sputtered and chugged like a tractor. "At this rate, we'll never catch them." The supercar came to a stop on a remote mountain road. "Aren't you going to ask me why I brought you here?" Daji took off her helmet. "A handsome man like you can do whatever he wants. Besides," Lan Ling's brow furrowed. Daji began to reveal her true form. Drool trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her sharp claws slid out. "I can't wait any longer. Come here. My pretty one. Just bear with it. It'll be over soon." Lan Ling roared. "Demoness, don't you dare." He vaulted out of the car, causing her to lunge at empty air. Daji thought, enraged. "Just as I thought. He's no mere mortal." Wait a second. About 10 days ago, it was her tail that appeared. Standing on the roof of the car, he demanded, You're the one who lured me here. Who are you, really? What's your scheme?" Her answer came in the form of several axes raining down from the sky. They thudded into the ground, forming a circle that trapped her in the center. A shadowy figure, axe in hand, floated in midair and asked, "My beloved consort, how do you like this grand gift I prepared for you?" The sudden turn of events made Lan Ling frown. "This isn't good." The shadow in the sky asked again, "My beloved consort, are you pleased with this grand gift from your king?" Lan Ling realized, King Zhou lured us here on purpose. "Where's Brother Song?" He looked over his shoulder and saw the 3-wheeler encased in a shell of crackling blue energy. Crackle! The men inside were yelling, "Let us out. Lan Ling shouted. King Zhou, so this is how you repay our kindness. The trapped vehicle bucked. Asterisk crack. Snap. Asterisk. The two men inside yelled. Let's out of here. Now, don't be angry. Little brother, are you all right? Song Yicheng mouthed urgently. Brother Lan, read my lips. Lan Ling focused his attention on him. What is Brother Song trying to tell me? He saw Song Yicheng forming the words. Fining. It hit Lan Ling like a bolt of lightning. It seems King Zhou's spatial artifact is suppressing Brother Song's cultivation. So that's it. Brother Song must have the refining furnace on him. He was prepared for this. But still, how do I use this refining furnace? King Zhou smirked with satisfaction. He closed his fist, and the blue artifact shrank, returning to his palm. Ha ha ha, my dear brothers. I, your king, have never told a lie. I've kept my promise to help you capture Daji. How can you possibly say I'm repaying kindness with malice? The cargo bed of the three-wheeler was now no bigger than a lantern. He approached Daji, fawning over her. Daji, accept this gift, and come home with me, your king. A look of disgust crossed Daji's face. This damn tale, like how I'm going home with you. So damn annoying. Stop clinging to me. Even while locked up, Song Yicheng couldn't help but eavesdrop. See? She's not in love with you anymore. You can't force love. Fatty Shang chimed in. That's right. It won't do any good, even if you let her eat the two of us. How about you let us two brothers go first? And we'll figure out a way to help you. King Zhou was like a madman. Daji, oh Daji. All this king's sincere love. Why do you keep rejecting it? Daji let out two arrogant coughs. Spare me your sincere love. But as for these handsome young men, I never said I didn't want them. He immediately presented the magical treasure. Daji's eyes lit up. She was ecstatic. Looks like I'll be having another delicious meal. Just the thought of it is thrilling. Good girl. Once you've had your fill, you'll come home quietly with me. She hugged the magical treasure and leaned obediently against King Zhou. Look at you. You must have eaten your share of ugly men while you were away, haven't you? You've gotten so thin. Not so fast. Let's deal with this one out here first. Then we can slowly savor these two later. Standing nearby, Lan Ling couldn't bear to watch any longer. He spoke up. Lady Daji, in our great Huaxia civilization, our culinary culture is vast and profound. Food must be cooked before it's eaten. Only savages eat their meals raw. Daji stared, still drooling. Is that so? Then tell me, handsome, what's the best way to eat them? Lan Ling immediately took out the refining furnace to entice her. I think you should use this treasure. It's very simple to operate. Just one step, and you'll have all sorts of delicious dishes. King Zhou muttered jealously. My love, don't let this pretty boy bewitch you. He's definitely up to no good. You have to remember, sooner or later, he's just going to be another meal on your plate. Daji snapped. You're so damn noisy. Shut your mouth. Her eyes, with a seductive, evil glint. She reached out her hand in anticipation. Since you put it that way, handsome, you made me eager to try it. Then I'll use this. I'll be sure to save this little delicacy to savor slowly later. Watching her toss that thing into the refining furnace, Lan Ling fought back the urge to gag. Haha, no problem at all. It really will create all kinds of delicacies. He thought to himself, she's really got some intense tastes. I didn't expect this demoness to be so careful. A few days ago, my senior brother used up all this furnace's energy. I hope this bluff works. The refining furnace let out a ding, signaling it was done. The surface of the furnace turned a ghastly green. With a splat, it shot out two things, flying right toward Lan Ling. He yelled in alarm. Here they come. He struck out with a palm strike. Take this. He smacked both things right into King Zhou's mouth. Daji stood by, asking eagerly, Well, is it good? King Zhou's cheeks puffed out. His face went deathly pale. He almost wretched. Lan Ling quickly clamped a hand over King Zhou's gagging mouth. He quickly interjected. He says it's delicious.